Part 1, Chapters 19 and 20 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, Richmond After the Battle. The brigade moved into its former quarters, and but for the missing of old familiar faces Seven Pines would have seemed but a dream. Our camp was just as we had left it, the tents never having been taken down nor anything disturbed. For guard, the colonel had left various teamsters, convalescents, and others who always managed to get sick on the eve of any aggressive movement, and these had kept so faithfully to their posts in time of danger, we had no occasion to complain that our camp equipage had not been well protected. In the city, busy, bustling, and sad enough scenes were being enacted on every side. New regiments from the far South had just arrived and were marching through the streets, cheering and waving their hats as they passed. Batteries of artillery were defiling along the thoroughfares, the drivers cracking their whips and urging their horses into a trot, all going toward the front, down Main and Broad streets into the Williamsburg road. Long lines of ambulances coming from the opposite way toiled slowly along, filled with the wounded from the battlefield, who were being carried to the various city hospitals. The long, torturing way marked by the trail of blood that oozed drop by drop from the human veins within, or else might be seen a wagon load of dead piled one upon another, their stiffened, rigid feet exposed to view, showing to the horrified spectator that for just so many the cares and sorrows of this life, its pain and misery, were past forever. Every vehicle from the battlefield was crowded to its utmost capacity. The more slightly wounded were made to walk, and long lines of them could be seen hobbling along the street, their wounds bound up in bloody rags. The citizens turned out in full force and did all in their power to alleviate this suffering. There was scarcely a house in Richmond wherein some wounded were not taken to be nursed with tenderest care. Indeed, in some instances parlors and passages as well as chambers were converted into temporary hospitals, and everything done that unwearied nursing and gentlest attention could devise, and that for the roughest soldiers in the ranks as readily for the highest general who wore his stars. Ladies stood in front of their homes with waiters of food and drink, luxuries and wine, which they dealt out unsparingly to wounded soldiers that passed them. The Capitol Square was filled with officers, privates, and citizens. It had ever been a kind of news mart and a general rendezvous for the soldiers, while the ladies always loved to frequent its shady walks or rest on the seats beneath its trees, but the morning after the battle it was crowded. Many who were in doubt as to the fate of some loved one turned their steps to this battle park as the surest and easiest way of gaining information. Comrades met and congratulated each other on escape. Citizens listened to recitals of the battle. Dirty, mud-covered soldiers, looking as if they had been dug out of a clay bank, were met and hugged by the whitest of arms and kissed by the sweetest of rosebud lips. Handsomely dressed and beautiful women, with tears streaming down their fair cheeks, greeted husbands, brothers, and lovers. Many of those soft-eyed, soft-voiced women had dauntless souls, and when sobbing in agony at their parting, they yet could murmur with pallid lips, like the Roman wives when handing their shields to their husbands and sons, "Return with them, or upon them." It had been a time of terrible anxiety to the people of Richmond. The first battle to occur near them, they had listened all day to the thunder of the cannon with agonizing feelings, with nerves strained to the highest tension, awaiting the result. Not only did they have their own near and dear to think of, but from all the South had poured in letters from friends and relatives charging them to watch over kindred and take charge of them if wounded. Then, from all quarters of the Confederacy, wives had followed their husbands to the scene of action, filling with other refugees every available boarding house, public and private, in the city. To these strangers in a strange land it had been a trial of no light moment to listen to those death-dealing monsters and know one life was at stake. And yes, this battle had thrilled the city to its depths. Such an extraordinary call for hospital accommodations had found the Richmond authorities entirely unprepared. Buildings were hastily fitted up with the barest of comforts, medical stores on hand were entirely inadequate for the demand. The city doctors were employed day and night, and as for nurses, if the women of the place, young and old, had not volunteered their services, matters would have been very much worse than they were. Soups and delicacies were sent from private houses, and so the suffering was in a measure mitigated. After some time, and throughout the war, the hospitals of Richmond were organized and better conducted, with their efficient surgeons, skilled nurses, and admirable routine. But at that time chaos reigned supreme, and many precious lives were lost from want of ordinary attention, that otherwise might have been saved. For days and nights wagons and ambulances never ceased to empty their wretched loads before the door of each of these hastily improvised hospitals, never ceasing until the building overflowed with maimed humanity and could accommodate no more. In some instances empty stores were taken, and pallets of straw placed on the floors and counters. At the handling of wounds, rough it must have seemed in spite of every effort to make it gentle, the racking of quavering nerves passing all bounds of patient endurance, screams of agony would sometimes break out upon the air with startling emphasis. Here was some poor fellow being taken from an ambulance with an arm shot so nearly off that it needed only one stroke of the knife to quite finish the work. Another with a mangled leg. Yes, it were better to look away from such a piteous spectacle. A boy with his face so torn by a shell that his mother would not have recognized him. And a dying soldier, his countenance already pallid in the fast coming chill of death. And, "Here one is dead, died on the way," they say as they lift the corpse from the wagon, while the passer-by, grown rapidly familiar with such fearful sights, glances hastily and passes on. And so passed the long procession of wounded, nearly 5,000, young, middle-aged, and white-haired, from the private to the highest ranks, hurt in every conceivable manner, suffering in every way, parched, feverish, and agonized, wearing a look of mute agony no words may describe, or else lapsed in an almost fortunate unconsciousness. Men from every state, pouring out blood like water and offering up lives of sacrifice for the cause they had espoused. No city in the world was sadder than Richmond in those days. All the misery and woe of Seven Pines had been emptied into her fair streets and homes, and she had no language but a cry, an exceedingly bitter cry, that rose in the night to God on high, if the heavens were not brass. It was sad enough to walk the streets, that is, if one were in the least observant. 10 to 1 you would see some scene enacted that would make the heart ache in sympathy. The dreaded ambulance might draw up before some residence whose doors would open to receive a burden borne in tenderly, father, brother, son, or husband. There might gather hastily on the steps members of the family to receive him, dead or hurt, some wife, sister, mother, whose words of tenderest meaning or bittersweet weeping you might hear ere you passed quite out of the sound of voices. Or, for women take such matters differently, it might be you would only catch a look of mute despair, as if a face had turned to stone. Crape waved its sad signal from the door of house after house, and it was no unusual sight to see 3 or 4 funeral processions on their way to the city of the dead at the same time. The people realized with a sudden shock the actualities of an internecine strife, and it was brought to their very doors. Before, they had seen only its pride and pomp, and a martial showing. They had heard only the rattling of artillery over the stony streets, and the tread of passing columns. But all at once, with the sound of hostile guns, gaunt, grim-visaged war touched their hearts, and sickened their souls with horror. It rendered them more determined, more earnest, more serious. It made them feel it was time to perform their part in the great tragedy, and not waste the hours in light comedy, vain regrets, or childish longings. In one day Richmond was changed from a mirth-loving, pleasure-seeking city into a city resolute and nerved to make any sacrifice for the cause she loved. One day Paris, the next Saragossa. End of Part 1, Chapter 19. Part 1, Chapter 20. A breathing spell. After a week had passed we changed our position, for what reason none could guess, but it was not for the better, so far as our comfort was concerned, the new camp being pitched on the slope of the hill, without the vestige of a shade tree near. About 100 yards off was a small fringe of pines, sufficient to furnish necessary fuel for cooking purposes. The food issued was of good quality and fairly abundant. As we had been paid off, and Richmond was so near, We made our hard-earned money fly. The most economical man in the regiment saw no use of hoarding paper in times so prodigal of human life. A pocket full of notes we thought would not turn away a bullet, and it was as well to die poor as rich. Consequently, no sailor from a 3 years' cruise made greater haste to spend his long earnings. Every cent went for the stomach, none for the back or general adornment. It was literally, let us eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we may die. Blockade whiskey abounded. Strict orders had been given to keep it out of camp, but where money is, there also is found liquor. And no law, human or divine, though backed by the bayonets of all the military, could guide its flow or gauge its overflow. It would be carried on drill in musket barrels, with the cork drummed tightly in the muzzle and a close cap on the nipple, and made to go through sundry evolutions, which in some remarkable manner always improved the flavor. Soldiers going to the spring to fill canteens would, strange to say, come staggering back, leaving upon the minds of the beholder the impression that the stream ran brandy or some other fluid whose shallow draught intoxicates the brain. It seemed, too, as if the fairies of the midsummer night were at work upon the magic decoction, for just as sure as you hung a canteen on the branches of a pine tree some moonlight night, not forgetting to put $1 around the cork, just as certainly as you chanced to pass that way next day, you would find that same canteen filled with stone fence whiskey, and the $1 mysteriously gone. Humble-looking old negro men, who only wanted the chance to talk religion by the hour when they brought baskets of fruit or fowls around, always had a bottle somewhere. Simple Moses, from the country, meek as his namesake's proverbial lamb, generally carried concealed under his belt half a dozen flasks. The old black pie woman was famous for her jug, which in some manner, known only to her feminine devices, she smuggled in upon her person. The very newsboys knew by intuition where a demijohn lay buried in the swamp. In consequence, everybody was drinking camp juleps and smashes, and every soldier knows what they are, while on divers occasions it was seen that some of the dress parade failed to exhibit that regularity of line upon which the old brigade was wont to pride itself. The regimental sutlers reaped a rich harvest on this one item alone. Ours of the 17th, once stating that he had cleared as much as $6,000 in one day, and then Confederate currency was comparatively good, about 50% in value. The middle of June was now upon us, and so hot had it become that we found it simply impossible to remain in tents. During the early part of the day and until the late noon, the heat inside was worse than that of the blazing sun without. The canvas seemed only to draw the rays to focus and keep them there in one white blaze. And to add to the discomfort, swarms of flies infested the tents and could never be induced on any account to leave them. They seemed to think exposure to the outer air not all that conducive to their health, while anything like a walk abroad would be positively fatal. Sometimes we fancied one of Egypt's plagues had been spread out again upon the land, or else that the North had sent good, loyal, flag-loving flies over the lines to harass the enemy and eat up their substance. Talk of a mule's persistence, obstinacy, how it fades into insignificance and dwindles into nothingness when you compare it to a fly's. You might take a mule's whole cussedness, all that stands out in his ears, tails, and legs, and fills his body besides, so that when he takes it into his head to stop, you have need to build a fire under him to make him go. Take that, I say, and condense it to fit a fly. Expand this last to the mule himself, and there is enough of power in it to blow him up like dynamite. No, for consistent, double-acting, perpetual motion, aggravating obstinacy, commend me to a fly. For instance, feel the day to be unusually oppressive. Take up a book or linger on the nearest verge of dreamland, ready to fall into placid unconsciousness, then let one big fellow of the swarm fix you with his eye, let him turn his bulging, calculating old orbs on your nose with intentions of his own. Let him roll those same eyeballs around once or twice in their sockets while he selects a particularly delectable spot for his own future edification and arranges his plans with a view thereto. Let him scratch his confounded old head several minutes with his forefeet to help along the idea. Let him sharpen his teeth and wet his tongue. Let him polish his claws and give himself a final rub all over, then fix his gaze steadily on the coveted morsel of a spot and make for it. Well, you might fight that fly for an hour. You may strike out with your soul in every blow. You may shock his delicacy by every big, bad word known to the English language, and back he comes with the persistent regularity of a pendulum. Spite of threats and battling and profanity, back he comes, and comes. Into that identical spot he comes, and nothing but death himself will turn him from it. Death, you cannot kill him. He bears a charmed life. So at last, with your temper gone, your strength exhausted, your face reddened, you take refuge in flight ignominious, with a last recurring jab at your nose and a farewell defiant buzz ringing in your ears. Anyhow, it was impossible to eat our meals in any comfort whatsoever, and on a rainy day we were driven as nearly fly crazy as men can conveniently run. Our dinner generally wound up with a favorite dessert of toasted bread and molasses stewed in the camp kettles. We thought it the very best thing to end off with, and so too thought the flies. In perfect unison of taste and opinion, they prepared to contend for every morsel and opened their whole flying artillery upon us. They assailed us with all their forces, front, rear, and on both flanks. We fought with one hand and carried with sudden jerks the food to our mouths with the other. Indeed, one man of the regiment, glorious Hector Eaches, known as the best-tempered fellow in the world, a perfect Mark Tapley who always came out strong in adversity and under fire, had it recorded against him in the Book of Chronicles, memory's great volume, that so beset, aggravated, tormented, distressed, devoured, and so tortured was he by the swarming multitudes, each one beset by 40 devils, that having lost all patience, he on one occasion was seen to seize his canteen and plate and lay about him in a perfect paroxysm of rage, cursing worse than any of the army of Flanders. In the middle of the day, after morning drill and roll call, some of us would beg, borrow, or steal for the time papers and novels and repair to the creek about a mile away from camp. Then, undressing, we would lie in some shallow place in the water, under the umbrageous foliage, and so spend hours. It was a rather singular scene at first, to witness these heads with books before them rising above the water's level, with no other intimation of men anywhere about, the features dimly seen through the smoke that curled up from apparently the bottom of the water. One could almost imagine that the trunkless heads of the 40 thieves had floated to the surface from below, and were exhaling a little of their sulphurous breath. At least it had the good effect of keeping us clean, cool, and in cheerful spirits, while but few of the regiment had the camp fever that was filling the hospitals. The camp fever was like the old typhoid, only the surgeons pronounced it somewhat different. Many, very many, were stricken down with it, and the regimental ambulances were too often employed in carrying patients to the hospitals. Dysentery and diarrhea sent many an enlisted man to his long home, though the sickness was confined to the raw levies of the Southern troops, the veterans of a year suffering but little. Causes were easily traceable to the heat of the tents and their impure air more than anything else, and exposure to the sun, bad water, and unripe fruit. With several men sleeping in each tent, and the curtain down, there was absolutely no ventilation, and every pair of lungs breathed over and over vitiated air that became with each exhalation only more poisonous. One sick man not caring to complain at the first symptom of approaching illness would remain in his tent and infect half a dozen more. Then it would be discovered how very ill they were, and the doctors would forward them to Richmond. Only 2 from Company A were sent away for this cause, but neither returned. The fever was fatal to them both. The truth is the 17th, in the person of Dr. Lewis, was blessed with the finest surgeon, the most skillful physician, the truest friend, the most compassionate man in the army, and the good he did, the lives he saved, and the misery he averted, can never be told in this world. It would take other than an earthly pen to write what the recording Perry had entered upon her tablets. It was a strange fact, and one that furnished subject for much conversation at the time, that the largest, stoutest, and apparently the most healthy were the first to be suddenly attacked. The big, strong, bearded men were the ones to lie tossing and moaning with fever in the tents, while the delicate, those who seemed as if they could stand no fatigue and would be the first to succumb, were the fortunate ones who escaped. The dread fever, so fatal in many cases, did not confine itself to the camp, but spread its devastating infection in the country round about. Women and children fell victims to all its long days and nights of tossing wretchedness, and helped to swell at last, and but too often, the fearful list of mortality. The medical staff of the army learned by actual experience the unhealthiness of tents. And whether through poverty or design, they were no longer issued to the troops, who ever afterwards tabernacled in the woods in summer and built log huts in winter. The soldier does not need them, except indeed the little shelter tents that button together, and when spread, open at both ends. These serve to keep off rain and dew, and that is all he cares about. As for the regulation Sibley tent, they must become, from natural causes, the prolific source of disease and death. When the news of Stuart's dashing raid around McClellan first reached the troops, it contributed no little to raise that branch of the service higher in their estimation. The infantry and artillery had ever expressed a most sovereign contempt for the cavalry, bestowing on them nicknames that were anything but complimentary. Let a squad of them pass through camp, on the principle that listeners hear no good of themselves, their ears were regaled with such epithets as bomb-proof, grub scout, kitchen ranger, buttermilk spies, and loons. They ran the gauntlet of ridicule and banter. In truth, the cavalry had been having rather a good time for the past 18 months, and because they had enjoyed such an easy, careless, roaming life, they were deprecated by soldiers who had to do their own walking, and up to this time all the fighting. Then, too, there was a good deal of envy at the bottom of it all, if the whole truth must be confessed. But this brilliant achievement of Stuart's brought his men prominently to the front and gained the thorough respect of the infantry. Certainly every dragoon engaged in it was a hero for days afterwards. The days of leafy June in all their beauty queened it right royally. About us the trees wore their fullest and deepest robes of green, the meadows bloomed with the brightest of field flowers, as if shot and shell were not soon destined to tear the one and stain the other with crimson. But then it seemed as if the month would pass in perfect peace and serenest rest. To us who watched each coming day as one likely to usher in the impending conflict, this quiet inaction was altogether inexplicable. However, as time slipped by and nothing was heard to awaken expectation, we ceased to addle our brains as to the whys and wherefores, and revelled in whatsoever pleasures our 4 months' pay might buy us. From the Northern papers that always managed to reach us by the grapevine route, we gained a pretty clear idea of the existing state of affairs in the United States, and especially of their national capital. Probably no contrast was ever greater than between the states of Washington and Richmond, each the glittering prize that rival enemies eyed longingly and set their hearts upon possessing. In the former, money that poured from an open treasury, and recklessness that knew no curb, were holding high carnival. Wealth had come suddenly to the vast army of contractors and speculators. Men unknown a short while past drew large salaries as government officials. Lavish expenditures blazoned the way of les nouveaux riches, and gilded the residence of those who but as yesterday were hewers of wood and drawers of water. Shoddy reigned supreme and lorded it grandly. The people were fiddling and dancing, attending and giving balls, receptions, matinees, and soirees. And while their wounded soldiers filled the hospitals and their armies stood in long serried lines, grimly waiting the word of advance and the carnage to commence. Gaiety, feasting, and revelry were in full blast, while events of great pith and moment were slowly unfolding, and the denouement close at hand. In Richmond there had been no upheaval of society, bringing a lower strata suddenly to the surface, with such a longing for display, such a greed for new-found honors, such zest in the novelty of them as made their sudden possession entirely heartless for the time. The war was no gala spectacle for poor Richmond, capital of a country against whom were closed the ports of all the world, with never a hand extended to her as she stood defiant and alone, battling for existence, rich in nothing but the blood that was being poured out so profusely and freely. No, it must have been a brave person indeed who would have dared to violate public opinion and court its censure by giving or attending public entertainments in the Confederate capital just then. They had not gone through the hardening process. This was not the time, they said, for gaiety, at least when sons and brothers stood with saber and musket in hand, waiting for the onset of a brave, determined foe, flushed with hopes of conquest and proud in the might of overwhelming numbers. Besides, Her new-made saber-hewn graves were still too fresh. As soon expect poor Rachel to stop weeping for her children, and no longer refusing to be comforted, array herself in ball attire, and step out to the tune of the Devil's Dream. But Venus and Mars could not circle in each other's orbit and not mingle their rays, even if there was blood on the moon. So much valor on one side and so much wit and beauty on the other could not meet without their own quiet enjoyment. Every house was a center of hospitality. Every soldier who could get from camp, by fair means or foul, might be sure of his welcome. And so porches and balconies those warm summer nights generally held their quota of military visitors. The Army of Northern Virginia was in splendid condition. Its men were in the best possible spirits and confident of victory. We had been furnished with new uniforms, officers shining forth especially resplendent. Every day brought new regiments of infantry and batteries of artillery, which, marching through the streets, added to the feeling of confidence pervading soldier and citizen alike. Indeed, so sanguine were the Richmond merchants of a successful and speedy ending of the war, so different was the hopelessness from the despair of a month ago, that they sold the troops all they wanted at cost prices. Gold fell, and the fortunes of the Confederacy never looked brighter, or promised more. Its star, waning, obscured at times, now gleamed with dazzling brilliancy, when on that memorable month of June, Lee with his army of some 80,000 men confronted McClellan, who had under him 103,000, and stood prepared to try conclusions with his foe. It was so calm, there was so little news to tell, that even thousand-tongued rumor took a rest. Jackson's Valley campaign had during this month been of most absorbing interest to us. The army's pride and faith in him knew no bounds after the glories of his recent achievements. Banks, Shields, McDowell, Fremont, and Milroy were all in pursuit, all baffled, never hemming in nor conquering that erratic warrior and his fleet foot cavalry. Oh, if we only had him with us, we say, what an army Lee would have! Never dreaming in our wildest imaginings such a thing within the scope of possibilities. End of Part 1, Chapter 20. Part 1, Chapter 21 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hot Times Around Richmond. The 25th of June, and the curtain was about to rise on our theater in Virginia, with the whole civilized world for audience. The play is a tragedy, it seems, and now the shrill whistle of the prompter is heard. There is that indefinable murmur as people settle themselves down in their seats, and then the silence of breathless expectancy. The forenoon had passed, and dinner had already been prepared and eaten. The men were lying without their tents, smoking postprandial pipes, when their meditations, sweet or otherwise, were rudely broken upon by the rat-a-tat-tap of the drum beating the long roll, and each soldier started to his feet as if touched by the wire of an electric battery. It meant much, this tap. How much we dared not stop to divine. Only the stars above us might guess of how many it was sounding the summons that comes to each of us but once. Yes, the time had come. The play was to begin. The curtain rises. Ladies and gentlemen of the world, the armies of the North and South are making their best bow to you. "Get your accoutrements, men," said the sergeant, "and fall in. Leave clothes and knapsacks behind." In 10 minutes, in light marching order, the brigade turned by the right flank and went into a swinging gait in the direction of Mechanicsville. The whole army was in motion, regiments, brigades, and divisions passing and repassing en route. Long trains of artillery went by us on a trot. Couriers and staff officers were galloping about like mad, making all the noise and dust possible. Ordnance wagons and ambulances were hitching up, types of the doctor and the undertaker who always hunt in couples. We marched along the suburbs of the city, and late in the evening reached a large earthworks about 3 miles from Richmond on the Mechanicsville pike. Therein the regiment filed and received orders to bivouac for the night. We managed to pick up enough sticks to make a fire to boil our coffee, and then we sat about the parapet in the moonlight, discussing the coming campaign and the relative merits of old Peter, Longstreet's nom de guerre, and Stonewall Jackson. Thursday was the 26th of June, and we remained inactive in the breastworks all day, and it was hot in the fort surely, but the soldier is an ingenious animal, and with the aid of his bayonet and blanket secured a good shade, while a breeze was kept up by means of a tin plate used as a fan. About 4 in the afternoon a signal gun boomed through the stirless air, and we lined the parapet to see what was to follow. Another gun answered ere the echo had died away, and then all noise ceased, and the grim barking of the war dogs was heard no more. Tired of waiting, we had slipped down to our blankets and were sleeping or dozing through the sultry heat of the evening. Suddenly the battle opened, and the tremendous pounding of the cannon showed that a hard struggle was going on within 2 or 3 miles. The furious discharges of the musketry could plainly be heard, and evidently there was hot work in front. A silence fell upon us as we sat all unconscious of the setting sun's glare and listened to the sounds of a struggle upon which hung such momentous issues. The firing never faltered until the sun sank beneath the horizon and twilight made each object misty and indistinct. Even when the stars came out, the sullen guns boomed upon the night, as if loath to leave their inhuman work. Once or twice the cannonading swelled into a volume, brightening the edge of the sky by its glare like the faint flashing of lightning after a storm. The shells were beautiful as they exploded against the dark background of the sky, seeming as if a Titan's hand with his giant brush had illuminated the vast opaque with a sudden crimson streak. It was 9 o'clock before the firing died entirely away. Friday is an unlucky day, they tell us. Sailors say so, and doubtless the young Napoleon thought it, for it was for him a day fruitful of disasters. Be that as it may, every private was of that opinion before another sun set in the heavens. Hours before the morning dawned, the First Brigade was in motion, and marching by way of the pike toward the battlefield. The men were yawning pretty generally, yet the excitement kept them thoroughly awake. The stars shone out with all their radiance from an unclouded sky. As we moved along the road, we saw some score or more of our soldiers lying asleep, with their blankets well drawn up over their heads, not at all disturbed by the moving troops. One of our number, in a spirit of mischief, fell out of the ranks and went up to the sleeping figures. 4 or 5 lay under one blanket, and this he selected as the fittest one for his purpose. He seized it by a corner and gave a jerk. Though it flew off, not one that it had covered roused up or changed his posture. Wondering at the stillness instead of the wrath for which he was prepared, he struck a match, held it over a face. It was the sleep that knows no waking. Killed in last evening's battle, they had been brought and laid together by loving comrades for identification and private burial. It was not a pleasant memory to carry into action, not a happy augury, one would think, and perhaps the saddened group had gathered around thought so. After marching about an hour, we were halted in the road, or rather causeway, that crossed the Chickahominy, the swamp being on either side. It was yet dark, and the order was given to break ranks, so the soldiers spread their blankets upon each side of the narrow road, and in less time than it takes to tell it, were lying unconscious. Suddenly there came a cry of "Cavalry!" In a second the whole line went over like a set of water rats right into the swamp, and reappeared, some hundreds of them, with a handsome coating of Chickahominy mud, that remained with them through the whole campaign. It was a false alarm, and as the men crawled back into the road out of the black pools, the cursing on the eve of battle was not edifying. Well, the swamp was rather damp and foggy, and we shivered and waited for His Majesty, the sun, who never hurries himself by so much as a second. At last he sent his slanting beams across the road, as much as to say, "Here I am, you would have me, but you may be sick enough of me before I go to rest across the way." Roll call soon after showed full ranks and no stragglers, and then after having performed the dainty duties of the toilet by scraping the mud off with a pocket knife, we were prepared for breakfast, which consisted of a cracker, a piece of raw bacon, and swamp water. Strict orders had been issued to build no fires, and from this we knew our blue neighbors were not far away. A signal gun went off. Beginning early, the soldiers said, and the line was formed, the ranks dressed. As we stood at ease, a horseman, followed by a single aide, rode slowly by, touching his hat to the ranks. It was the man with the iron-gray beard and the slouch hat, General Robert E. Lee. The sun that rose at Austerlitz was no brighter than the one now circling full in sight. Nor was the army of Italy more devoted to their little corporal than were these troops, destined to be to him. "Right dress! Right face! Forward, march!" The order was quick and decisive as it came from the colonel's lips, and the head of the column soon neared Mechanicsville. When we reached the village, it needed no tongue to tell us that it was here a battle had been fought the evening before. Awful evidences of the conflict lay scattered everywhere. The dead and dying were stretched out all around, horses torn to pieces by bursting shells, overturned wagons, empty ammunition boxes, bayonet scabbards, hats, tin cups, playing cards, and all the debris that helped to mark the footprints of dread Mars. Wounded men lay moaning on the ground. Others were sitting bandaging their own hurts and waiting for the relief. Ambulances moved about the field, and surgeons gave direction and helped to fill each vehicle with its pale, wan burden. Even hacks and barouches from Richmond were there, with groups of citizens moving about, doing what good they could, and removing in their kindness a wounded man here and there to be taken back to their own homes. Through all these sights so eloquent of the misery of war we passed, seeing all around us the dead in every attitude in which death can lay the human form. Many of our soldiers were killed by grape and canister, as they charged up the hillside upon the enemy's batteries, and so torn and mangled were they by the iron projectiles that the women who loved them best would scarce have recognized them, poor shapeless masses of crushed bones, scattered flesh, and lacerated limbs that they were. Into the fort, which had been stormed and taken by our men with such fearful sacrifice, our brigade was halted for an hour or more. Soon many of us, filling canteens from the branch that ran near by, went among the wounded who, blue and gray, lay mixed together, and tried to alleviate, as far as we could, the world of agony around us. Uniforms made no difference in such an hour. Common suffering reduced all to an equal. Common anguish humanized the bitterest partisan. Our route then lay along a succession of sloping hills interspersed here and there with groupings of trees. The sound of cannon borne by the breeze gave token that our advance was pressing the enemy's rear guard, and we caught sight of their blue uniforms on a lofty hill some 2 miles off. Our march was now becoming exciting, for like fox hunters on the trail, we had warmed up to the work and were following with the quarry in full view. Our way was through the enemy's camp, which they had abandoned. Great piles of hardtack, coffee, bacon, and other stores lay roasting and burning and charring, and as far as the eye could reach, the hills seemed a mass of flames. Such immense amounts of commissary stores surely never greeted a rebel's gaze before. There were piles of pure ground coffee, hundreds of bushels, stacked fully 12 feet high, that, consuming slowly, made the whole atmosphere everywhere redolent with the rich aroma. Barrels and hogsheads of new pork were piled and built upon each other, roaring in very ecstasy of flames, and contending with the fumes of coffee every inch of the way as to which should yield the most appetizing of odors. Our very path was lit with flame. Oh, the fire had a good jolly old feast of its own, and it crackled and snapped in its unshackled mirth, as if to say, "Who can stop me?" It mocked, taunted, and fairly roared as it curled up in defiant wreaths of fragrant smoke. A blind man, consulting his nose, might have sworn that both armies had laid down arms and gone to cooking, and we know they might have been worse employed. As it was, we who looked upon the waste could do nothing but step from ranks and pause long enough to load our haversacks with choice rations, then with a slow, long, lingering, loving sniff, march sadly on. The First Brigade was in the advance, and we kept close to the heels of the bluecoats. Right ahead of us was our battery of artillery, and every time the enemy made a show of halting, the guns would be unlimbered and the shells sent screaming toward them by way of gentle reminder to hurry up. Of course they would fire back, but only to gain time when too closely pressed. After a few compliments of the sort, both would limber up and keep on the way. In the afternoon, when we had halted and were eating our bacon and crackers, we heard the sound of a gun far away in the enemy's rear. Not only one, but 2, 3, 4, and then they came so fast we could not count them. What could it mean? We did not know, we could not guess. At last, as the sound of the reports kept gathering in intensity, an aide passed us who stopped long enough to give an answer. "Stonewall Jackson has arrived from the valley and effected a junction with Lee." Could it be true? A deafening shout burst from our men. Thousands of throats took it up and rent the very air. It died away only to be repeated in greater emphasis and volume. The news ran along the lines like an electric flash, to other regiments, and the whole brigade, now fairly ablaze, put its whole soul in a shout that expressed the wild enthusiasm of the hour. Stonewall Jackson here! The genius of our Southern cause, its very soul, what could he know of failure? Every soldier in the ranks felt safe. The magic of that name, the prestige of his corps, was such that the most doubting Thomas had no longer any fears, but gave himself over with a sigh of relief to perfect faith and peaceful assurance. We halted early in the evening and kept position while other brigades continued the pursuit. McClellan, having been defeated on his extreme right, and knowing Jackson was in his rear, drew in his wing and massed his army about a mile from us at Gaines' Mill, 6 miles from Mechanicsville, awaiting our onset. The First Brigade, located in a strip of woods, could not see what was going on around, could only hear the tramp of the troops and the clatter of artillery. Where the enemy were or what they were doing was only a matter of conjecture. In fact, every one in the brigade thought the fighting over for the day. It was about 6 o'clock in the evening, and the fiery rays of the sun had become more tempered as he sank slowly in the west. The men had obtained permission to make a fire and prepare some coffee, the first in 2 days. A heavy picket firing had sprung up some 600 yards away, but it attracted no attention. The men had stacked arms and were sitting around the fires that were nearly hidden by the regiments of tin cups in which the coffee had slowly begun to boil. Just at this time, when each one was watching his cup, or searching in his haversack for a cracker, or cutting off a slice of meat preparatory to a supper, they were thrilled through the depths of their pulsating hearts to the very ends of their fingers by an awful tempest of musketry which burst not half a mile away. It opened like a hailstorm, and the firing came in showers. So close were we that the bullets hit among the trees. The ranks were formed in a second. Our rations, our bubbling coffee, was left on the fire. Hunger and thirst alike forgotten. Who could eat when probably it might prove the last meal ever taken on this earth? Heavens! What furious musketry! Like the rattling of trains of a dozen cars commingled, so loud and so close, so deafening that one had need to raise his voice to a loud pitch in order to be heard. The fearful work was going on in the field over yonder, and men must have fallen by hundreds before the death-dealing hurricane of lead and iron. No living man would care to face such destruction unless he wearied of his life, yet each felt he would have to enter it, and reserves always had hotter times than the advance. And so the men stood pale and still, but with clenched jaws, waiting for the command to march. None came, but the bullets began to hit among us and the whole line lay flat down, while the balls and solid shells ricocheted through the woods. It was the one hard thing that veterans had to stand, that of remaining motionless under fire. Not a man moved in the line. The green of the forest was aglow with one last gleam of sunlight when the order was given to form ranks. In a double quick we neared the scene of action. The brigade was forced to reduce its speed to a slow walk, for the road was filled with long streams of wounded men making their way to a place of safety. One of the wounded wore a major's star on his collar, and he sat his horse as easily and gracefully as if indulging in a pleasant evening's ride, though his arm just below the shoulder had been cut clean off by a solid shell and was kept from dropping only by a fragment of his coat sleeve. The severed arm swung dangling and turning round with every motion of his horse, yet he gave no moan. The man, whoever he was a hero, grand in his suffering. No hackneyed tale of mischance and reverse came from his lips, but dropping the rein upon his horse's neck, and saluting the advancing reserve, he cried out, in clear, unfaltering tones, "Forward, boys! We are driving them, and the Virginians are in front!" A hero? The man was sublime. A ringing cheer answered him, for the soldier's superb courage inspired the heart and soul of every man who saw and heard him. A few steps brought us to the old grinding meal and flour edifice known as Gaines' Mill, where the road takes an abrupt turn. It was just here that the fighting began, and the mill, in consequence, looked like a sieve, ready to fall any second at a breath. Splinters, planks, bricks lay tumbled in heaps, while the huge fissures and rents made in its walls evidenced the severity of the fire. The ground all around was absolutely covered with dead. Keeping on and picking our steps so as not to tread on the fallen, the brigade marched up the hill on the right, where were situated those breastworks of the enemy which Hood's Texans had stormed and carried a short time ago. Reaching the crest, we halted behind our artillery, which vomited forth a stream of fire upon the plain below. Nothing could be seen, the thick smoke nearly choking and blinding the men. The guns were served with a will, and the very ground appeared to tremble with the force of the concussion. The gunners were so blackened and begrimed by the sulphurous vapor that they looked like blackest chimney sweeps. The fighting was indeed heavy in the plateau below, and the Rebel yell and the Yankee hurrah clearly distinguishable. The batteries ceased their fire so as to allow us to advance. Darkness was near at hand. The line was formed and the order given to "charge bayonets." Then the speed changed into a double quick and the rush was made. The line reached the contestants. One volley and all was over. An officer rode along the front, slightly wounded. "Boys," he exclaimed, "you came too late. We drove them without the reserves." And such was the fact. They had carried by assault the enemy's works, strong positions, strongly fortified, without reserves. No wonder Stonewall Jackson, when he viewed that hill, said to the officers with him, "The men who stormed those forts were soldiers indeed." The stars were in the sky by this time, and the brigade was marched to the woods about 100 yards away and orders given to bivouac for the night. Many started over the field to pick up such spoil as they could find. Others, not quite so fond of plunder, and worn out with the excitement of the day, threw themselves on the ground and slumbered. Captain Smith called my name. I was sent for water and carried fully a dozen canteens to be filled from the stream that ran through the battlefield at the bottom of the hill. Scrambling down as best I could in the dark, I filled the canteens from the running brook and took a long, steady drink. The taste was somewhat brackish, but then I was not fastidious. So what mattered it? Carrying the water, I distributed to the owners each his canteen. No sooner did the obliged and grateful party proceed to drink out their thirst than they, with one accord, spat out the fluid and asked, where in the name of all creation did it come from? The water bearer was not by nature a patient man, while black ingratitude is ever distasteful to the generous soul. Therefore he answered rather curtly and in the worst of humors that he never knew a branch to run with but one thing and that was water. They were at liberty to drink it or not as suited them. "Water!" exclaimed one faithful soul, while another, of a quietly investigating turn of mind, had gone to the campfire and poured the liquid in a cup. It was of a deep crimson hue. He smelled it and pronounced it blood. And blood it was. Hundreds, in their mad craving for water, had crawled down to this stream to drink and bathe their wounds in its cool running current which accounted for the blood. But their Ganymede had suddenly collapsed. His spirit was quite broken for a day or two. His words were few. Indeed, he said, when affectionately questioned of the cause, that he was ill; then dropped the subject most mysteriously, and no after inquiries gained an answer. From this time on, he examined with a private microscope every drop of water that passed his lips. 1 hour before day we formed ranks and leisurely took up the line of march, bearing toward the right about a mile away, where as stubborn a defense and as determined a storming had been made as we had witnessed at the old mills. About 10 in the forenoon the brigade halted at a hastily thrown up breastworks, which had been a part of the Yankee defenses, and from which they had been driven with much loss. These rifle pits were constructed, not at the top, but at the foot of a steep hill. Directly in front of this work and running its entire length was a deep chasm or natural ditch that had been formed by the flow of water when heavy rains had swollen the streams to a high mark. This fosse of nature's own making was about 20 feet wide and nearly 12 feet deep, imposing a most formidable barrier to any Rebel assault. The enemy's right was defended by thick woods 100 yards deep and made secure by rifle pits on its edge. It will be seen that their position had been strongly chosen, for all in their front was open ground, half a mile across which the Rebel advance would have to be made. Yet it was a bad place for the Federals in case of retreat. To cross a level meadow of a mile in extent and obtain the shelter of the woods away back would have been equivalent to running amuck. These works were heavily garrisoned, and an attack as confidently expected. To Pickett's Virginia Brigade was given this task of storming and capturing the line. Pickett did not charge it in front. Well for him he did not, for the situation was simply impregnable, and any attempt to take it by direct assault would have eventually ended in a bloody repulse, but formed his line behind the brow of the hill, marched left oblique, and carried the woods on the right in a run, then swung his line by right wheel and struck the enemy in reverse and rear. A heavy fight occurred here and the Virginians lost many men. But when the enemy broke, and instead of surrendering undertook to escape by running through this meadow, as level as a billiard table, and in which were no trees, nor anything to serve for protection save a ditch through its center, the loss was simply frightful, and the men were picked off by hundreds. Some of the 17th went over the field afterwards and counted between 600 and 700 dead on the ground. Most of the wounded had all been taken by our ambulances in the night and early morning and sent to the hospitals in Richmond. The battle of Gaines's Mill, though ending in our favor and practically relieving Richmond by sending McClellan back to the shelter of his gunboats, cost us heavily. Our loss exceeded that of the enemy, for in the whole battle we had been the attacking force, our opponents fighting behind their breastworks. Their loss was killed and wounded 6,500 men, prisoners 2,500, making a total of 9,000. They lost by capture 2 guns, besides thousands of small arms and munitions of war. The Rebel loss was 9,500 men killed and wounded. The moral effect of the battle was great. On one side it had demoralized an overconfident army, causing him to retreat and burn his stores, while on the other it had inspired exultation, and had given us the prestige of having defeated the enemy and compelled his withdrawal from the field. The brigade spent all day in these works, very pleasantly engaged, many of them reading the letters which were to be had by the thousands for the mere picking up. They were of every style under the sun, for human nature is much the same all over the world. But the love letters, the tender effusions, interested us most, especially those love-lorn Rebs who had none of their own. The plunder left by our friend Billy Yank was calculated to gladden the heart of every poverty-stricken Johnny, and of such abundance as satisfied even the rapacity of the professional camp follower. The ground in the vicinity was plentifully strewn with knapsacks. All around in the greatest profusion lay new Minnie and Enfield rifles, which our soldiers gladly exchanged for their old Springfield smooth-bore muskets, altered from the ancient flintlock to the percussion cap style. Nearly every man in the brigade furnished himself with these new arms of approved pattern, together with the accoutrements, and there was hardly a soldier in Longstreet's division who did not obtain a complete outfit of clothes, besides knapsacks, haversacks, blankets, oilcloths, and all those munitions which add to a soldier's efficiency and comfort, and which now lay on the ground just ready for the men to help themselves. And they surely did. The Yankee knapsacks were a revelation to our impecunious Confederates, whose entire outfit was nothing to draw forth a single brag from the army itself. Each Federal had a good blanket, oilcloth, and overcoat rolled up and carried across his shoulder. Strapped on the top of his knapsack outside, he had an extra suit of blue clothes for dress parade, 2 suits of underclothing, an extra hat, and a case containing needles, thread, buttons, etc. Then there were razors in nearly every knapsack. There was hardly one in our 17th. Besides soap, brushes, comb, portfolio containing writing paper, stamps, flash novels, pens, song books, while several daguerreotypes generally completed the inventory. Many canteens were filled with whiskey, which was confiscated in the most satisfactory manner without loss of time. Haversacks held sugar, pork, dried beef, rice, and beans, with hardtack, of course. The brigade that occupied the works proved to be from the Empire State. The regiment in the breastworks immediately in the front opposite the ditch was the 44th New York. Its men made a gallant fight, but must have lost nearly 1/3 their number. There are men in every regiment totally callous and brutal, who go over the battlefield and search the pockets of the fallen for money and watches. Nearly every one of the dead had his pockets turned inside out. They lay, stricken by every kind of wound. Some rested as calmly and serenely as if asleep, others had their bodies twisted, and fingers clutched and sunk in the blood-stained ground, showing the agony of their dying. Many lay with eyes wide open to the sky, their feet to the foe, and jaws clenched tightly with desperate determination. Here was an old man with his arm extended at full length above his head, ramming the cartridge home when the bullet made that ugly hole in his forehead. Not a rod away was a little drummer boy who had fallen on his face. A ball had struck him in the side and he had died a hard death, evidently having lived hours after he was wounded, for the ground showed where he had tried to crawl toward his lines, leaving a bloody trail. Death might well have spared him. Another body, that of a young Union soldier, was calculated to interest and touch the hardest heart. He had been shot while endeavoring to reach the shelter of the woods beyond, the flying ball having overtaken the fleeing form, and struck him in the small of the back, going clear through the body. It had not been an immediately fatal wound, for the earth bore evidence of his death struggles. His last effort had been to pray, for he had gotten on his knees, and his hands were clasped when nature yielded up the strife. He had evidently died with a prayer on his lips. Out of his breast pocket protruded a photograph, which proved to be that of a lady, so obscured by his life blood, and so torn by the passing bullet, that the features were obliterated. Some woman, watching and waiting for him, loving and praying for him, we said, and gently put it back upon the blood-stained breast, just where she would have had it stay. Then again there lay a pale, slender boy who could scarcely have numbered 16 years. The azure veins beat no longer beneath the skin that had all the fairness of a maiden's. Light hair was curling upon the brow in short, crisp, wavy ringlets. The eyes that gazed so blankly upward seemed as if heaven's own blue was mirrored in them. The face was infantile in its grace and touching in its rare beauty and sweetness of expression. No sign of pain, but a smile instead, lingering on the lips. The hands and feet were well-shaped and small, the form almost dainty in its symmetry. A grape shot had done the fell work, and he had simply bled to death. But tender hands, either of friend or foe, what matters it, had performed some last kindly office. A blanket had been spread over him, while another formed a pillow beneath the head. A canteen half filled with water lay beside him, and some hasty efforts had been made to bind the gaping wound. Vindictive feelings toward a foe pass away at sight of the battlefield. None with a human breast can see the agony, the pools of gore, the dead without being profoundly stirred, without stopping to ponder over the hearts that are riven, the hopes that are crushed, the firesides made desolate, North and South. Many a bullet, after it had done its deadly work, has stricken friends as well as foe. Many a ball that sped from Southern ranks has rebounded into Southern homes. Many a Northern missile has found its aftermark in Northern hearts. A mother had a son who bore the blue and another who wore the gray. Father and son have fought on either side. The dearest ties of blood and friendship stand suddenly separated and arranged in deadliest enmity. And yet nature will assert her sway at last, and should death intervene to lay one low, as passionate, tender tears are shed as if the war had been a dream. Strange, in a land whose people name themselves for Christ the Merciful, this should be so. The commandment from the Mount, "Love one's enemy," finds strange translation in bursting shells and tearing shot, and screaming bullets and gaping wounds, and holocausts of precious lives, and bleeding hearts and broken homes and fiercest hatred. However, to the end of time there shall be wars and rumors of war. But in all the range of creation, from the shore of the world's beginning until the angel with one foot on sea and one foot on the land shall proclaim time's ending, has there ever existed, or ever shall exist, aught so ruthlessly, utterly, hopelessly cruel as civil and internecine war? End of chapter 21. Part 1, Chapter 22, of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank, by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, The Battle of Frazier's Farm. On the morning of the 29th of June, the brigade started on the back track for Richmond, following the same road and repassing the same one it had traversed 2 or 3 days previously. Not a trace remained of the abandoned munitions or of the vast stores left by the enemy. Quartermasters and commissaries had taken the lion's share, while the camp followers, country people, and the ubiquitous darkies, acting the part of jackals, had swept away the last vestige of everything that could be put to any use. Not a tin cup, a battered canteen, a useless musket, nor even an old torn rag had been overlooked. Indeed, it seemed as if a vast army of chiffoniers and gutter snipes had passed over the field like so many Egyptian locusts, and made a clean gathering of pickings and sweepings in general. The only thing they had not carried away was Virginia's soil. That the movements of the army may be better understood, a brief outline of the campaign is given. In the first place, it may be well to state just here that when General Lee assumed command of the army, he had, all told, Smith's division, Longstreet's, Magruder's, and D. H. Hill's, one cavalry brigade, and one regiment of reserve artillery; in all an effective force of 53,688 men. Just before the 7 days' battle, he had been reinforced by Ripley's brigade, numbering 2,366 men; Holmes' command, 10,000 strong; Lawton's Georgia brigade, of 3,400, and Jackson's 2 divisions, 8,284, making a total of reinforcements received 24,150 altogether; 80,760 men as the effective force of General Lee. Opposed to this force we have from the official returns of the Army of the Potomac, as given by Mr. Swinton in his history of that army, that on the 20th of June, 1862, General McClellan had present for duty 150,000 men. At this time Lee had driven McClellan in 2 battles from his strongest positions, and the prestige of a great victory rested with the Southern army. But Lee had placed himself in a perilous position. Nearly 2/3 of his original force of less than 54,000 men were east of the Chickahominy, while the remaining third were on its west, of which latter number 7,000 were across the James. Between them lay McClellan with his 115,000, a third of which could easily have guarded the river, for the nature of the ground rendered any attack upon him extremely difficult; while with the remainder of his forces, say some 76,000 strong, he might have marched into Richmond in a few hours. We had then but few troops in the city, and it was only a question whether they could have held the defenses sufficiently long to have enabled Lee to throw in reinforcements. The citizens of Richmond, at least those who appreciated the dangers of the situation, were terribly alarmed at this juncture, fearing just such a result, and breathed freer when all possibility of an attack had passed. McClellan, for the strongest reasons, of which he no doubt was the best judge, determined on retreating to the James. The movement called the change of base means in reality a retreat. It was a very simple thing to accomplish on this occasion, however, and merely involved a march of 15 miles with no enemy in front, but with one, supposed to be superior, on one flank and possibly in the rear. White Oak Creek falls into the Chickahominy rather south of the Federal left, in their position at Seven Pines. It is bordered by White Oak Swamp, which near Richmond is many yards wide, and slopes up into a wooded track extending to the James. The main roads, the Charles City, Darbytown, and New Market, starting from near Richmond, diverge southward toward the Chickahominy, skirting the swamp on its southern side. The whole region near is intersected by obscure crossroads, upon which was here and there a clearing. The roads were ankle deep with dust, which rose in clouds in the air as it was stirred up by the movement of troops. Lee's plan of action was simple. Magruder and Huger, with their divisions, were ordered to move down the Charles City and New Market roads, to take part in the flank attack. They were to be assisted by Holmes's and Wise's brigades from Fort Darling. In this attack, intended to cut McClellan off from retreating to the James and so surround him, the entire Southern army was to take part. Early on the morning of the 29th, the divisions of A. P. Hill and Longstreet crossed the Chickahominy by the new bridge, which had only been partially destroyed on the 26th, passed through the deserted Union lines almost to Richmond, turned eastward, and heading for the White Oak Swamp, moved down the Darbytown road, and at nightfall encamped not far from the center of McClellan's retreating army. The northern line was 8 miles long, one end almost touching Malvern Hill, while the other rested at the crossing of White Oak Creek. The bridges over the Chickahominy were down in front of Jackson, and he was unable to repair them until the morning of the 30th, having no organized sapper and mining corps; and to this fact, more than all others combined, we attributed the miscarriage of Lee's plans, and the failure of his device to envelop the Federal army in his toils. The inability of Jackson to cross in time was the hole in the web that was being spun around the Hornet. Had it been woven intact, whether the Hornet could have broken through is a problem that will never be solved. As it was, Jackson, finding the bridges down, had to sit on the opposite side of the river all that afternoon and listen to the heavy battle taking place not 2 miles distant from him, in which he was expected to have been chief actor, and which his corps could in all probability have decided in our favor. Holmes and Wise had come in sight of the head of McClellan's column, upon whom they had opened a distant fire, but a few rounds from the gunboats and heavy fire from the enemy's batteries scattered their force of raw levies, and they took no further part in the operations that ensued. Longstreet and A. B. Hill resumed their march down the Darbytown road, and at noon came in sight of the Union line drawn up at Frazier's Farm near a point where a road leading from the James crosses those from Richmond. Huger was supposed to be moving by the Charles City road to the same point, but he "mistook the way," so he said, and did not make his appearance all that day; and for this weak and unsoldierlike ignorance, to use no harsher term, he was removed from command by General Lee within 24 hours, and relegated to an obscure post where his proven incapacity could work no further harm. The enemy's line invited an attack, for it was so long, owing to the retreat and the topography of the country, of which they were ignorant, that its continuation was broken into great gaps. The Federal forces were placed: McCall with his Pennsylvania division at Frazier's Farm; on his right was Hooker's division; on his left Kearny's, while on Kearny's left was a strong force. Sumner's corps was held back in the center behind McCall, as reserves. Keyes's and Porter's corps were nearly within reach of Malvern Hill. Franklin's corps was in the rear at White Oak Creek. At 4 o'clock the attack was begun by Kemper's brigade upon McCall's division. It was driven back with a loss of 250 killed and 200 prisoners, 1/4 of the whole number. Other divisions were sent in, and forced McCall to retire; but reserves from Sumner's coming up, the contest was prolonged until night put a stop to the conflict. The enemy's loss was 560 killed and 450 wounded, and several hundred prisoners. On the morning of July 1st the Union army was strongly posted on Malvern Hill, an elevated plateau a mile and a half long and half as broad. Its flanks were well covered by woods, and the front protected by a gully, rendering any hostile approach difficult, except by the roads that crossed them. At the crest of the hill 7 siege guns were placed in position, and the artillery so posted that the fire of 60 guns could be concentrated on any point that might chance to be assailed. Of course such a position could easily be held against any triple force brought to bear against it. Clearly, all along, the force of the foe, as seen in the light of history, was vastly underrated in this whole campaign. When General Lee crossed the Chickahominy on the 26th, he supposed the greater force of the enemy to be on the east side, but at Gaines's Mill he, having a preponderance of numbers, fairly assumed that the Yankees were weak on the other side, otherwise they would have brought more men upon the field. At Frazier's Farm the 2 divisions of Hill and Longstreet were inferior to the force opposed to them, but the dispositions made by Lee in the attack clearly evidenced that he did not suppose himself to have been confronted by an effective force of more than 50,000 men. At 9 in the morning Jackson received orders to attack. Including D. H. Hill's division he had, after deducting all losses, about 30,000 men. Hill, being on the Confederate right, was opposed to the Union left where Hooker was posted. The attack was commenced, but Jackson found the heights so strongly fortified as to make the attempt one of sheer madness, consequently the assault was suspended. But he was ordered to make the trial, and of course was beaten back. Magruder, with his splendid division, next advanced, and met the same inevitable result. Nevertheless, these mad, hopeless charges were kept up until sundown brought the sanguinary scene to a close. In this battle every advantage remained with the enemy, for every attack upon him had been defeated with great slaughter. Our loss was 900 killed and 3,500 wounded, against 375 killed and 1,500 wounded on their side, a proportion of nearly 3 to 1 against us. The result of the week's battles, taken as a whole, were very gratifying, for Lee in 1 week had raised the siege of Richmond. The whole Confederate loss was some 9,500 men, that of the Union army 6,500, besides 2,500 prisoners, 22 cannon, and a vast quantity of small arms. After this synopsis of military events, the thread of the narrative is resumed just where the brigade on the morning of the 29th had taken up the line of march. After a short halt, the column was put in motion following hard on the heels of the foe. Then the brigade bore to the right and crossed the Chickahominy by the pontoons known as New Bridge, which the enemy had built and only half burned. It was the first thing of the kind our troops had ever seen, and it excited our admiration by the simple yet effectual manner in which a deep, sluggish stream and an apparently impassable morass could be crossed by long lines of soldiery, crossed without even so much as the wetting of a shoe. We had here before our eyes another proof of a hurried retreat, in the shape of a long brass 48-pounder, half submerged in the slime of the swamp, which had slipped from the bridge and been there abandoned. Lie there, old broadside, we thought, better there than shuffling off our mortal coils. Would that the rest of your Yankee fraternity were sleeping peacefully by your side. After we had crossed the pontoons, reached the highlands, and defiled into a meadow beyond, a sight met our eyes that caused the boldest to shrink back. About half a mile away was a perfectly constructed chain of breastworks, redoubts, and rifle pits, and in the embrasure of the former we could see the dull muzzles of the cannon pointing in our direction, while from the latter the bristling bayonets gave proof that the fortifications were filled with men. The brigade was formed in line of battle in the center of the meadow, and then came a halt while several officers rode away to reconnoiter. The men's faces were decidedly blank, and some 100 Testaments and Bibles were openly taken from pockets and conned with the same zeal that a schoolboy crams for the holiday commencement. "They are not going to make us charge those works," remarked one of the men. "We will be wiped out clean," responded another. "Not a man left alive," ejaculated a third, sadly shaking his head in all the solemnity of prophecy. "I am going to take a last chew of tobacco," said A.D. Saunders of Company A, close by, a long, slab-sided fellow, made so by attack of camp fever. "Pass that plug around, then," answered Connie Johnson. "You'll have no more need of it." "No, I'll be damned if I do," A.D. replied, returning the plug to his pocket decidedly. "I might get wounded. I might be taken prisoner. Anyway, it is a handy thing to have around." "You need not be afraid," remarked Mark Price, another of the crowd, a short, broad, thick-set boy. "You just turn yourself sideways and no Yankee can see you to take aim at you. The only danger is that the wind of a cannon ball might blow you away. You're about as fat as a match, anyhow. As for me," he continued, "they might as well try to miss a barn as not hit me." "Boys," said Walter Addison, of the same rank and file, in most solemn accents, "I am not going to set the example, but the first man I see runnin', I hope I may die if I don't follow him." "Well," soliloquized John Zimmerman, of a philosophical turn, "a man can't die but once, and we are all bound to get killed before this war's ended, so what's the odds?" Just then I saw a fine rifle, of the latest pattern, lying near, so I slipped out of the ranks to exchange it for an old Springfield musket, and it so happened that precisely at that moment our colonel came riding by. Seeing a man out of his place, his wrath knew no bounds, and he shouted out in such stentorian tones that the whole regiment heard him. "Fire and brimstone! What are you doing out of ranks? Fall in there instantly, do you hear? And Alex Hunter, if I catch you at it again, I will send you straight back home." "I hope you will, Colonel," I responded. "I hope you will, for though I never want to be drummed out of the army, there's no place like home now, I'm thinking." A roar of laughter followed this remark, for there was not a man present who did not feel at this hour that home had never before held such charms, such allurements. Soon the officers returned and reported that they were our men and not Yankees who were garrisoning the works. A smile illuminated each face that broadened into a full broadside of a grin. The playing cards so repentantly thrown aside were carefully and painstakingly gathered up. Bibles sought their wonted retreats, and a most genial feeling of relief was felt. As we approached the works abandoned by the foe, now manned by our own men, cheers greeted us instead of shot and shell. We kept up a steady tramp, and as the day advanced the rays of the sun became more and more ardent, while the marching was beginning to tell upon the men. No halt at all was allowed, not even to give us time to eat or drink. Toward the afternoon the gait became almost a run, and with scattered ranks we went at a sling trot, almost blinded with the dust, which lay nearly 10 inches deep, and had been so trodden and ground down by the wheels of the artillery and the feet of thousands that it was ready now to fly out at the slightest breath of air. Like the patient worm, it turned under the foot that crushed it, rose aloft in wrath, filled our eyes, noses, and mouths with an impalpable powder, and whitened our clothes as much as the meal dust does the miller's. It was simply impossible to keep in close ranks. That would have resulted in nothing short of suffocation. Every now and then the men spread out like an opened fan into a field to get fresh, unburdened air. To add to our troubles, we were tortured with thirst. Water was very scarce, not a full canteen in the whole brigade, and when we passed a house that had a well, hundreds of soldiers would rush toward it, and such a scene would then ensue as made the good people of the domicile hold up their hands in holy horror. A frenzied crowd, struggling, pushing, fighting, cursing, trying in mad efforts to reach the brink. And when the bucket was drawn up, 50 hands holding 50 tin cups extended, and in their eagerness spilling half the precious water. Fortunately we passed a running stream, and in a moment a line extended for half a mile up and down its banks, many throwing themselves down at full length and, like animals, lapping the grateful, cooling liquid. But not one soldier in a dozen got a mouthful. I know I did not, and I almost went mad. I thought with Sheridan, all that I have, all that I am, all that I hope for, my property here, my interest in heaven, all would I give for a full drink of water. What queer, yet most painful, tantalizing pictures flit through the brain of a man who hungers or is athirst. I thought of the enticing pictures of the gardens of the faithful, as told in the Koran, and of the fountains running with frozen sherbet. I recalled that exquisite ode from Horace, wherein Neaera, with ruddy glowing arm, holds out the earthen cup of freezing, snowy goat milk, while on the other hand Lydia extends with a Ciceronian smile a silver flagon filled to the brim with old Valerian wine chilled with snow. All that afternoon our speed was not relaxed, and we kept on at the same rate, the officers urging the men forward. It proved too great a task for many. The clouds of dust, the difficulty of walking, the impeded breath, the exquisite heat began to tell. Many, completely exhausted, began to fall out of ranks. The thermometer was over 90 in the shade. Satan only knows what it was in the open air. Some staggered and fell with sunstroke, and were laid out on the roadside and left with the doctors. About 4 o'clock scores of men lined the highway, while some had even fallen dead. Later on in the evening there were hundreds reclining under the shadow of friendly trees, utterly prostrated and unable to move a foot farther. It was not that the men were shirking or straggling, there was very little of that, but they had simply given out, and nature had rebelled against the inexorable task. The sun set, blazing defiance as it did so, and the sultriness did not seem to decrease. Darkness came on, but still the cry was "Forward!" The men who had not so far succumbed, with jackets off, wet with perspiration, their waists girded tightly, did their best and dog-trotted at the rate of 6 miles an hour. They had reached a state of sulkiness, and each man determined to keep up if it should kill him. But nearly a third fell from exhaustion, and the rest of the soldiers staggered down the road like drunken men, before the order to halt was heard. But at last, about 11 o'clock that night, the welcome cry was given. Footsore and with chafed limbs, the soldiers, too tired to eat, fell in their tracks, lying on both sides of the road for a mile or more, motionless as if they had been slain in battle. No sound came from the inert mass except the panting, like hounds broken down, with the scent cold and the quarry lost. We were up at the earliest dawn, and after eating our crackers and a slice of raw meat, prepared to move. It was a lovely morning, the 30th of June, 1862, and a day to be remembered by all. We kept our onward march very leisurely now, frequently halting. The scene was enlivening. Long columns of infantry, in the vicinity of Frazier's Farm, could be seen wending their way to take up their positions. Batteries of artillery went by at a gallop. the horses white with foam. Stragglers were beginning to drop into line and the ranks were pretty full. This was optional with them, for then we had no provost guard to hurry the men up from the rear. The troops were in good spirits. It is astonishing what magic power for recuperation there is in a good sleep and a humble breakfast. No one would have recognized these serried, solid lines of infantry as the same hurrying, jaded-looking stream of men that seemed last night more like fugitives than anything else. On the road which we were so leisurely pursuing were many cherry and mulberry trees in full bearing. Against the most stringent orders, the soldiers would break ranks and fill the branches with a struggling, clamorous crowd, cramming the fruit by the handfuls into their mouths, breaking the boughs and pitching them down to comrades below, for whom there was no room above, while they made the welkin ring with their shouts of laughter. And the trees, one moment vigorous with growing life, rich in shade-giving leaves and brilliant in their red-hued fruit, the next, a stump with a few stick twigs extending therefrom, and a leaf only here and there, that rather displayed its poverty than served to cover its nakedness. About 3 o'clock we halted on the verge of a large swamp and lay on our arms. We failed to hear the echo of a distant gun, whose music had so filled our ears for the past week that we had come to miss it when it stopped. All nature seemed asleep, and many of the soldiers had followed her illustrious example. Nature and soldiers both suddenly awoke, and stayed awake, it is needless to say, for the rest of that day. Cannonading had begun on our left and increased with every moment. Battery after battery along our line, to the right and to the left, merged and intermingled until not one seemed wanting in the chorus, as in one of Sebastian Bach's fugues, where the first violin leads off alone and then one by one each instrument joins in until there comes the grand crash of the whole orchestra. We had had no idea that the enemy was so close to us until they had began to compliment us in such wise, saluting us with messages of cannon whose shells sang joyful sounds to the far off as they sailed through the air. Now there is something honest, rough and straightforward about solid shot. It goes straight to the mark and scorns anything crooked. There is nothing mean about it. It is open and blunt and turns neither to the right nor left for anything. If it hits you, it does so squarely, after a timely warning of the wrath in store, and then only because you get into its way. It likes a clear, rich, full, parabolic sweep. All its methods are lofty in scope and big in execution. So too with a Minié bullet. It follows the solid on general principles, and is as independent as the 4th of July, and as cool as an iceberg. It has the most killing ways about it. There is something rascally low and mean about a shell. It never goes straight. It is never reliable. It always starts so high and ends so low, and then again it is a born spy. If there chances to be a dark wood a half mile away, a shell is sent there to try to find out whether or not anybody is lurking within. If a half dozen scared, harmless men are running to the rear, what is it but a cowardly shell which flies after them and fairly bursts itself to stop them? If there be an ambulance skulking along the road, the shell must go across to see what it is doing there. It has a sardonic way of screaming as it approaches you, the bully that it is, to frighten the heart into your mouth and induce you to run, for it has no notion of letting you up if it can help it, any more than a cat with a mouse. It loves to strike a man who is down, and it will not prove a good stroke either, not straight from the shoulder, but piecemeal. It will tear the body from the soul and lacerate the flesh and mangle the bones. Like a fiend possessed, it will not only aim for you, but for your friends also. In fine, it is sneaking, tyrannical, and cruel, and if there is any dirty work to be performed, the shell is ready for the task. On our left the musketry began to play, and soon the battle raged. The shells flew and burst around, and then followed an hour of torturing suspense. The same scene that we passed through at Gaines's Mill was reenacted here. At last, a little after 4 o'clock, the whole brigade, in line of battle, swept forward. It passed through a narrow swamp, nearly dry from the excessive drought, and entered on a broad meadow beyond. The men advanced on a run, one straight, unbroken line, with the guns before them at a charge, the bayonets like lances projecting forward and fencing off the rays of the sun, the colors waving proudly, while thousands of feet beat the earth in rhythmical time, the officers well in front with their unsheathed swords in hand. It was indeed a gallant array for the moment, and many eyes brightened at the glorious spectacle. Across the fields, with ranks as perfectly dressed as in review, the brigade was double quicking, and not a shot was fired upon it. Across the field, into the dark, gloomy recesses of the swamp, the line entered. The trees were not close, but the vegetation was rank, the trailing vines were thick and barred the view. We could only see a few paces distant. We lost sight of our proud line and struggled to keep in dressed order, but it was impossible. A fence broke the formation as we climbed over it zigzag, and then in somewhat loose fashion the 17th reached the other side of the swamp and entered into a border of thick wood. Here a full volley of musketry came in our faces. "Too high, messieurs." The balls skimmed the branches and perforated the leaves, but not a man fell. Not a gun answered from our ranks, the officers shouting to us to hold our fire. Reducing our pace, we straightened the line instinctively as each shoulder touched that of his next comrade. "Guide center to the colors," was always understood in battle. We crossed the woods, not 50 feet wide, and entered into an apparently impassable swamp overshadowed by lofty oak and gum trees, whose tops so interlaced as to shut out the light. The ground was seamed with ditches and gullies, and miry to the feet, the black ooze in some places permitting us to sink to the knees. It was right in front of the enemy, and well did they choose their position, for no troops could charge in any order across that stretch of brambles, trees, and mire. The regiment kept as even ranks as was possible under such untoward circumstances, but some of the men would tumble into the ditches and climb out, while others would sink into the mud. Many dashing, reckless soldiers surged ahead in spite of all order, for the bullets were now striking in our midst and doing execution. Consequently, the line was rendered most uneven and irregular. After struggling along in this manner we came to a fence. Across this each man swung himself and then stopped a moment to reform. That line was destined to dress by neither the center nor the right for some time afterwards, for no sooner were we across than a column of fire opened upon us. A battery of 6 guns vomited its grape and canister into our midst at pistol-shot distance, and the noise of the balls cutting their way through all obstacles was incessant and most fearful. The men fell on their knees and held their muskets at ready. We could not see 10 yards before us, but the enemy had our range and were making the situation unusually hot. "Fire! Aim low, men!" And at the command flames streamed from the musket barrels. Then we stood, and it was give and take for a quarter of an hour. The officers gave but one order, one single one: "Aim low, men, aim low." We were outnumbered, we saw that, but none knew how great the odds were. Had we possessed the knowledge which we gained afterwards, our soldiers at this juncture would have struck for the rear without pulling trigger. But the heavy rolling volleys from their line, and the light rattling ones from ours by way of simple contrast, were not long in disclosing to the most ignorant the unvarnished, unpalatable truth. Our salvation was only due to the elevation of their fire. Most of us were either crouching down and firing, or were protected by the trees. Fortunately also, our line occupied a slight dip in the ground about a foot or two deep, and this saved many from the stream of iron and lead coming vengefully toward us. Besides, it became such hard work, firing and loading, that we had but little time to look around or think upon the odds. The Yankees had been reinforced. A heavy musket fire then opened, while their aim became truer and more dangerous. Evidently the flash of our guns had shown clearly our position, for the opposing lines were not over 75 yards apart. Men began to drop fast, some remaining where they had fallen, others limping or hopping away to the rear. Just as we were fighting and dying our gamest and best, we heard the Yankee hurrah on both our flanks, their fire enfilading us from 3 quarters of the compass. But firing from the front was just as much as our patience could be induced to stand, inasmuch as we had but one pair of hands in front, no side arms, and so the game was up. The order came, "Retreat!" and to those who heard it, it was sauve qui peut. Regimental officers and men broke and scattered. Some sought the rear, others rushed about, too excited to know exactly what course to follow. The fire of the enemy was now at its height, and our soldiers were dropping by 5s and 10s. A few still kept up the contest. Concealing themselves in the fissures and chasms, they would load, rise, deliver their fire, and disappear again into their hidden security. No man could take note of the movements of the regiment about this time, for each individual was acting under his own orders. General, colonel, captain, and private all combined in their own consciousness. The timid were striking for the rear, The cautious were snugly ensconced in the ditches awaiting developments, the reckless and the bulldogs ramming home their cartridges with unrelenting ardor and aiming carefully along the lay of the land before they pulled their triggers, for no enemy was visible. The finale was near at hand. In a very short time, a few moments it seemed, a Yankee line of battle in close order came trailing through the woods. 4 of us, Boyer, Ballinger, Hector Etches, and myself, threw our muskets into the ditches and tumbled in after them just in time to have the bluecoats spring over our heads. Then rising in the rear of their line of battle and perceiving a great group of Yankees not 10 feet off, we scrambled out and helloed. "Billy Yank, we surrender." "All right, Johnny, come along." And we trotted after them contentedly. "Are you badly hurt?" one of them inquired of me. I looked and found my trousers covered with blood. Thereupon I proceeded to find out, pulled up my breeches, rolled up my drawers, and "No, not a scratch," I answered. In truth, it was the blood of some unfortunate, splashed over me. Whose I did not remember, nor would I ever know, nor did I waste much time in thinking over it. I felt that the battle was over and I was not dead, neither was I in heaven, nor yet the other place. End of chapter 22. Part 1, Chapter 23 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sights and Scenes in Prison. With 2 guards apiece we made our way to the rear, seeing at a glance what madness it had been to send a brigade against such a force as this. A 6-gun battery in our front, 1 on each flank, with McCall's whole Pennsylvania division in the advance, backed by a heavy reserve. Another mistake, with a heavy slaughter, of course, for us. It was an exciting time. This wide road was filled with marching soldiers. Batteries of artillery dashed by, hardly discernible in the huge clouds of dust which they raised. Brigade after brigade was taking position, going in a double quick, as if they had no time to spare. How martial and soldier-like they looked, too. How distinguished in their uniforms. Used as we had been to the varying variegated shades of homespun and butternut, which were as ugly as unpretending, the spectacle of those bluecoats, their gleaming arms, together with their bold warlike appearance, their high discipline, struck us with admiration, a little mixed with wonder. The struggle was at its height. A vast volume of firing swelled up in a grand refrain. The field was filled with stragglers, and the slightly wounded were coming out of the fight by hundreds. A brigade passed us on a run to the front, each man with a spade strapped to his left hip. At the time we did not know the exact use of those implements so carried, unless it was to bury their dead. It never occurred to our minds that they were used to throw up rifle pits in case of need. After a retreat of about a mile, our conductors halted where there were some prisoners seated on the ground, surrounded by a heavy guard. We were then turned in amongst the throng, and to our delight found others, 10 or 12 of the 17th Regiment. Misery certainly does love company. No one can deny that sentiment in the unregenerate heart of man. To our eager questionings they could make no reply, having been, like ourselves, scattered from the main body and gathered up singly or in groups of 2 or 3 by the enemy, who took them in just as a crack sportsman would pick up the dispersed partridges after the covey had been flushed. The uproar by this time was fairly deafening, while the mingled clouds of smoke and dust hung like a pall over where the blue and gray had locked horns. It was a great fight that was raging, and momentous issues were at stake, so we sat there most absorbingly interested. We did all that our individual efforts could do. All now that remained of duty was to take matters as quietly as possible. It soon becomes a soldier's philosophy to waste no time in vain longing or fruitless regrets, so we watched the denouement. An hour had passed and still the firing had not lessened. It appeared to be a dogged, persistent, face-to-face, foot-to-foot, stand-up conflict. Would their reserves never give out? We asked each other as brigades and divisions flowed onward to the woods. And can we ever face such a force as they have massed in column? The answer came sooner than had been expected, for in one supreme moment the noise of the artillery and musketry reached such an infernal clamor that it seemed that the last day on earth had come and the sleepers were to be awakened from their graves. Every face was pale, both of prisoners and guards. 1,000 stragglers were rushing frantically to the rear, and the battle's thunder came closer. The bluecoats were falling back. No one could doubt that, but there was nothing of a rout in those serried lines, only a giving of the ground, inch by inch. More closely yet sounded the roaring of the guns, and a stream of wounded now broke through the solid ranks, some without their knapsacks and bareheaded, some panic-stricken. But there was nothing in that. Even veterans would tremble as they entered into or retired from the mouth of such a fire-smitten hell. We were forced to make still another retrograde movement of several hundred yards, for the Rebel shells were bursting uncomfortably close, and the Yankee batteries were taking position immediately in front of us. The dust was blinding. It settled over everything. It covered horses and men with a dry coating. It stung our faces like so many gnats. We breathed it, we swallowed it. It lined our throats and inflamed our lungs. It made our eyes bloodshot. It parched our tongues. It was impalpable, ubiquitous, and almost maddening. Withal, there was no water to be had. Just as the sun was sinking behind the woods, quiet settled over the front of the battleground. Even the skirmishers had stopped their firing, when a brigadier general with his staff rode up to our squad and opened conversation. "What brigade do you belong to?" he asked. "Kemper's," someone answered. "Where is Jackson's force?" "In your rear, I reckon." "Is Longstreet commanding in our front in person?" "Reckon so. Haven't seen him." "Is it true that General Lee is killed?" "No, it's a damn lie." Just as he was about to ride off, one of his aides, a spruce young fellow in a natty uniform, said to me, "What are you Rebels fighting for, anyway?" The question struck me there and then as supremely ludicrous. Here were we Virginians standing on our own soil, fighting on our native heath against an invading army, defending what every man holds dear, his home and fireside. As well ask a gamecock why he crows and bears his spurs on his own dunghill. So I replied, "We are fighting to protect our mint beds." There was an Irishman on the staff and he nearly fell off his saddle. He spurred his horse forward and slapped me on the shoulder and said, "True for ye, me boy. There's not a lad in old Ireland that wouldn't do the same for his poteen." Even the brigadier smiled, and said that he had heard often of a Virginia julep but never had tasted one, and the group clattered away laughing. Again, for the last time, the approaching storm of battle forced both guards and prisoners back. It was dusk when this occurred, and the sounds of the battle died away with remarkable suddenness. Only one rattling volley, then silence. The same story over again, we thought, a desperate struggle, blood flowing like water, and nothing decisive. The night was lovely. A full moon slowly rose from the horizon, and its resplendent light made the scene almost as bright as day. The soft rays covered the earth with a mantle of charity, hiding what was rough and unseemly and bringing out in greater beauty all that was fair and lovely before. They made a fairyland of fallow fields, they touched the woods with mellow radiance. They entered the soldier's heart and softened it with thoughts of home. They breathed upon the air, so lately rent with the mad sounds of vengeful strife, a holy peace, be still. They calmed the fierce passions of contending armies into a lull that had the solemn quiet of cathedral aisles fragrant with the incense of ascending prayer. They rested as softly and solemnly on the faces of the dead as would some farewell kiss, dedicating them to their future rest, lovingly, like the benediction of God. The prisoners could not sleep, but sat in a circle and talked over the events of the day. The Yankees around us had claimed a victory, but we knew better than that. At the very best for them it could have been only a drawn battle. Our sole anxiety, therefore, was for our regiment and brigade. We knew the loss must have been heavy, charging with a single line such a heavy force in front. So we waited and watched anxiously for news. Prisoners, singly and in squads, were being brought in every few minutes now. Here we had conclusive evidence before our eyes that the accounts of the demoralization of the Yankees, which had been told and believed by our troops, had not the slightest truth or the barest foundation. These soldiers around us were full of enthusiasm. They actually claimed every engagement that had taken place within the last few days. When asked why McClellan was retreating and burning his stores behind him, they replied that he was merely consolidating his forces with the intention of taking Richmond in the rear. That it was, in other words, only a voluntary change of base. Never was an army in better plight than the Army of the Potomac on that evening of the 30th of June, 1862. A murmuring sound way off in the distance attracted our attention. It came nearer, rising louder every minute, until it swelled into a mighty shout as thousands upon thousands of voices rang out their enthusiastic cheers. Asking the meaning of this demonstration, a soldier, in answer, pointed out a group of passing horsemen, which he said were Little Mac and his staff. It was not quite light enough to distinguish the features of the commanding general, nor was he sufficiently near, but we could see that he held his hat above his head in acknowledgment of the tribute his soldiers paid him. At last, overcome by fatigue, we lay down in the middle of the road in the dust, for we had neither blankets nor overcoats, and like a litter of pigs, nestled closely for comfort. Hardly had we fallen asleep before the cry of "Here comes the cavalry!" scattered guards and prisoners right and left. It was a false alarm, but it was some time before everything was serene again. How easy to have escaped during that stampede, especially as the dust had made it hard to distinguish between friend and foe. None of us thought of it till afterwards, except one, a member of the 17th, who had quietly stolen away. Coolness and self-possession are not always inherent. They are faculties that need training well and long in the rough school of experience ere they stand one in good stead. About 10 o'clock the prisoners were formed into line for a long march. The officer in command told us that we should observe perfect silence en route, that our lives depended on a strict obedience to this order, as the guard would bayonet any prisoner who might venture to offend by so much as a word. It is needless to say that the most talkative man in the squad soon became remarkably mute. Our faces were then turned toward the James River and we commenced our silent march. Not a syllable was even whispered, nor did we stop at all, except to let troops pass and repass every now and then, which they did without so much as the rasping of a gun or the jingle of a canteen against a bayonet resting within the scabbard. It was a weird scene, the moving of that noiseless host through the shadows which the pine trees cast beneath the moon. Almost as if the disembodied souls from the 7 days' battles had taken form again and were marching phantom-like to the sound of spirit music through the woods, joining forces and moving in one vast procession into the unseen world. We could easily see that this road was the open line of their retreat, which they were fearful might be closed, hence all this secrecy and silence. This looked more as if the Yankees were escaping from a trap set by the Rebels than a victorious army taking a new position. The march became wearisome after a while, and both guards and prisoners had hard work to keep their eyes open. A few of us started to escape several times, but wanted the nerve. It looked so easy to jump by the weary, unsuspecting guards into the dark recesses of the woods before they could fire. Indeed, it is not certain whether, under the circumstances, they would have fired. Every prisoner there could have gotten away that night had he only made a rush. The small procession was halted about 1 o'clock, in a small field on the edge of the swamp, and were asleep, all of them, before they could have been introduced to that ambiguous Mr. Jack Robinson had he come along for that special honor. But a dozen times were we roused from our sleep and made to fall into line and then drop down overcome, only to be aroused again and tortured until we prayed for the light, destruction, anything, rather than the darkness and disturbance. The dawn came at last, faintly tingling the fog, and resting on the swamp like a dark veil, heavy, opaque, and damp. The mist seemed determined to contest the advance of the day god, but when the sun rose above the tree tops, it swept away its phantom foe with a few glancing beams, and soon set the earth simmering in a sickly heat. Falling in line, hungry, unwashed, and unrested, still keeping the road, we soon overtook another squad of prisoners belonging to the 17th. Hector Etches was limping painfully along with them, a buckshot having lodged in his knee-pan. After about 3 hours' march our captors came in sight of the James River and there halted for a time. The sun's beams poured down, the river shone like burnished silver. Before us lay broad sloping meadows, reaching away for miles, with not so much as a grove to intercept the view. On this immense plateau were 2 corps of McClellan's army, looking as fresh as if they had never fired a gun or marched a mile. One of our number said that he tried to count the regiments by the flags, and had reached as high as 25 when he lost the tally. There could not have been less than 20,000 men. Keeping on, we soon reached Harrison's Landing, and to our surprise and universal satisfaction, saw sitting under the trees about 70 of the 17th Regiment, with Colonel Marye at their head. There were 3 captains, nearly a dozen lieutenants, and the balance rank and file. They were busily engaged in some discussion, and when we perceived each familiar face, a mutual shout went up and handshakings were liberally indulged in all around. Now for the first time we learned all about the battle and the extent of our loss. Nearly 500 men were killed, captured, and wounded in the brigade, fully one-fourth of the whole number. The 17th had lost one-third of its fighting strength. Company A suffered severely. 4 killed outright, 9 wounded badly, 13 prisoners. Conrad Johnson was seen lying at the foot of a tree, dead. A staunch friend and as fearless as any soldier who ever sighted a musket. Brave, true heart. That band of captives resolved themselves into an indignation meeting, in which the blame of the present disaster to the brigade was laid at the door of the brigadier. A second time had that crack organization been rushed into the jaws of destruction through his gross mismanagement. It seemed he had ordered his command to advance into an unfamiliar, interminable swamp for the purpose of capturing a battery on the other side. How many supports that battery had, or just where the battery was, he had not the slightest conception. Nor did he send skirmishers before attacking. Instead, he formed the line, with no reserves, no supports in the rear. With what results? Just what might have been anticipated. The brigade dashed like incoming waves upon a rock, in the form of McCall's division with its heavy reserve force, and in place of a single battery, as it had been assumed they would attack and capture, they found a whole battalion of artillery. When we charged in such poor strength, the reserve division flanked our limited line, and took the troop by flank and front. The other regiments made their escape, but only by running the gauntlet and incurring heavy loss. Comment was not wanting, and conjectures upon the, well, say mistake if you will, were severe among the rank and file. Good God! To think of 1,000 of the very flower of the Old Dominion, sacrificed by the incompetence of a man who surely should have known better, caused the privates of the 17th to use language strong, indignant, and to the point. The color bearers of the command had gotten out safely with their flags, which was all the consolation we could manage to extract from such an accumulation of woes. We remained in this cool, shady grove all day, for which we were duly thankful. We had rations issued, crackers, coffee, sugar, and meat of good quality and fair quantity. The rumbling of artillery in the vicinity of Richmond became more frequent as twilight grew toward night, and as we lay stretched at ease, enjoying the glories of that exquisite summer evening, we could not help but remember that the contest of the Titans was being now enacted, and that yonder setting sun was sinking behind a sea of blood. The next morning it commenced raining, and we were ordered into ranks and marched 1 or 2 miles, only stopping when we had reached the marshiest bottom possible to find. There a square was marked out on the ground, and around the edges of which the sentinels were posted, and we learned for the first time the meaning of a dead line. It was simply a line drawn upon the ground, a step beyond which was death. All that day we had literally to stand it, for the ground was too wet to sit upon, and the rainfall which always follows a great battle now came down in a continuous stream, just as if nature had many ugly stains to wash away from earth, or else weeping for her children, for their wrath, their wounds, their dead, with great splashes of tears which knew no stint or comfort. The space in which we were confined was very limited, indeed not larger than a moderate-sized sheepfold, and the mud trodden by many feet was soon a mire. It was tiresome rather, standing first on one foot, then on another, like an old rooster. The hours dragged by, and then came the evening, but with no diminution of the rain nor of our misery. Our faces were well washed by this time. The hope of being removed to some place of shelter, a hope which we had fondly cherished, was doomed to disappointment, for the painful truth forced itself upon the mind that we were to spend the night in this worse than hog pen. Our officers, field and staff, fared better, having been put as a single mark of favor in a corn house near by. The Federal rank and file of the Army of the Potomac were not held in the estimation of their officers as in the Army of Northern Virginia. It was a rare thing for men of great wealth or high social standing to be found carrying a musket or swinging a saber. At the beginning of the war, when brimming over with patriotism, all classes rushed to volunteer, but when war became a business, any man with any degree of prestige or influence sought and obtained shoulder straps. In our army it was different. There was not a company, in the Virginia forces at least, where the privates were not the social equal of their officers. When the son of the commander-in-chief, Robert E. Lee, served as a private, he made an example that all were proud to follow. The women of the South made it a point to honor the private in the ranks above all others. Dark, yes, pitch dark, the essence of blackness and a flood coming down at the same time. The question we ruefully asked each other was, where are we to sleep? What are we going to do? As we stood shivering, with water above our army brogans, the situation was deplorable. Not one of us had a blanket, much less an overcoat, nothing but our simple jackets, which had become thoroughly soaked during the first 5 minutes of rain. We shouted to the sentinels. We appealed to the officer of the day when he came to relieve guard, but a rough answer was all he vouchsafed. Huddled close together like cattle, some stood in sullen silence, others cursed and swore, a few in a desperate effort chanted a social glee, while Hartley, the best singer in the regiment, and like poor Yorick, a fellow of infinite jest, caused a spasmodic grin to pass over the faces of the most miserable as he sang the sea song, "I'm afloat." Then he ended by ringing out, as it seemed in mockery, that gay camp song, "A soldier's the life for me, boys." Some of the Billy Yanks showed us most disinterested kindness by sharing with us their hot coffee and doing all in their power to alleviate our woes, but they were not at liberty to carry us to shelter nor to give us blankets. However, we thanked them in our hearts for what they had done and would have done. It was very chilly, and our teeth were chattering so we could scarcely eat our crackers, for we knew the rain would saturate them in the thin haversacks, and a soldier eats by instinct. How stiff, aching, and numbed were our poor legs. The voices so lately chanting their songs now sank to a dismal howl, then to a savage muttering, and soon even that was stilled. In this manner we passed the greater part of the night, and when at last fatigue had made us insensible to the mud, the water, and the rain, we crept close together, and lying down with caps drawn over our faces, forgot our misery in the oblivion of sleep. The drum, beating the guard mounting, awoke the prisoners to a scene which was not enlivening. It was still raining, and the men were numbed and stiffened by the exposure of sleeping on the ground, their features wearing a look of dumb misery. The rain it raineth every day. It came down when it was time that any reasonable pour would have held up, but the leaden-hued sky did not show a rift in the clouds. The men were not allowed to move out of the narrow limits, not even to get water to drink. What they used was obtained from the little holes or miniature wells which they hollowed out with their hands in the mire. It was so muddy, brackish, and filthy that nothing but the sternest necessity compelled them to drink it. Imagine water out of the puddles in a barnyard, and some idea may be gained of what this form of suffering was, of what we had to endure. We now beheld the strict discipline that prevailed in the ranks of the regular army of the United States, and in what low consideration the soldiers were held by the shoulder-strapped officers. On one occasion during the guard mounting of the regiment, which was the 8th United States Regulars, as the officer of the day was going through the routine of inspecting muskets of the men detailed for guard duty, he came across one weapon which was slightly rusty. Taking it out of the bearer's hands, he deliberately drew back and drove the butt end of the musket full in the soldier's face, knocking him backward and mangling his features terribly. No notice was taken of the cowardly act, and the brute kept on down the line. Had one of the officers so treated a private in the Confederate Army, he would have been bayoneted on the spot. Had the overseer of a Virginia plantation so punished a slave, the master, had he been a gentleman, would have shot him in an instant. Our pen was now changed from mud into a liquid slime. It was impossible for the men to become any muddier, dirtier, or more thoroughly soaked, so they lay down in the filth that even a hog might reject. But where was the remedy? The Yankee guard and soldiers cried shame at our treatment, and noble fellows that they were, did the only thing that was in their power to mitigate the wretchedness, shared their hot coffee. But the officers took no notice of our complaints. Toward evening the prisoners became reckless and desperate, for they saw it was impossible to spend another night in that quagmire already up to the knees, and in which none could have laid down without sinking beneath the surface. We shouted so long and loud for our colonel that he came to us under guard, and when he saw our condition, so dirty, muddy, and swinish indeed, that it hardly needed the touch of Circe's wand to convert us into hogs, a more angry man it would have been hard to find in the two armies. He had to swallow his wrath, but he went to the officer in command and painted our woeful condition in such strong colors that it had a beneficial effect, inasmuch as in an hour or two a large squad of men came, bringing arms full of hay, which they distributed lavishly to the prisoners. Then they brought rails and sticks of wood, which served as foundations for the beds. Though it rained hard all night, we managed to sleep through it comfortably. The faint beams of the sun, striving to dispel the mists, showed us the worst was now past. Under his warm rays we dried our clothes, and the blood was sent circulating through the erstwhile numbed limbs. In the afternoon we were formed in rank, and leaving our wallow, though we carried away plenty of mud by way of mementos, we were marched up the river and bivouacked for the night in a grove of trees. It was not until late in the evening of the next day that we stepped on the wharf at Harrison's Landing, prepared to take passage on the steamboat, en route for a most compulsory visit north. Marching single file across the gangway plank, then to the upper deck, we scattered in groups. The whistle blew, the ropes were cast off, the paddles revolved slowly, and the boat, sluggishly turning prow in the direction of Old Point, steamed swiftly down the river. Each man now received a blanket, also full rations, and as the shades of night fell on the scene, the songs of the 17th Glee Club, or what was left of it, floated through the air, and they sang as men only can who have light hearts and full stomachs. Well, soldiers are but children at best. For them the past was gone, the future was hidden, the present only was theirs. The foe in our immediate front in this battle was the 16th Massachusetts and 2nd New York, the latter capturing our battle flag, on which was inscribed Williamsburg and Seven Pines, and the 17th charged in their ignorance the 1st Brigade of Hooker's division. General Grover, commanding, says in his official report, "About 3:00 p.m. the army moved upon General McCall's lines in our front, and having broken them, came down in great force upon our position. The 16th Massachusetts Volunteers, being in position and on the immediate left of the road along which the advance was made, received and repulsed the heaviest and most persistent attempts of the enemy to break the lines. The 26th Pennsylvania Volunteers, on the left of the 16th, were not hard pressed, and had not an opportunity to deliver its whole fire upon the enemy. The 11th Massachusetts was thrown upon the extreme left of our division lines in anticipation of an attempt to turn our flank. As no such attempt, however, was made in force, this regiment did not become engaged during the day. The 1st Massachusetts and 2nd New Hampshire occupied a line in rear of the 16th Massachusetts and the 26th Pennsylvania Volunteers. But the steadiness and determination with which the first line met the enemy, not only checking his advance, but causing him to withdraw from his position on the field, rendered any assistance at this time unnecessary from the second line." Reb. Records, Volume 2, page 123. Colonel Kirk of the 10th Pennsylvania also had a hand in our defeat. He says, Reb. Records, Volume 10, page 425, "The enemy charged boldly upon the breastworks occupied by the 12th Pennsylvania, when I charged successfully upon their flanks, completely routing the enemy, killing many and capturing about 60 prisoners. The 17th Virginia, by their extreme losses in killed, wounded, and prisoners, were almost wholly annihilated." The official loss of the 17th Virginia was 18 killed, 23 wounded, and 73 taken prisoners. As in Seven Pines, the 17th lost more in killed than all the rest of the brigade put together. Now just read what our brigade commander says about this fight. "About 5 p.m. an order was received from General Longstreet to advance by line. Advance continued to be conducted in good order until very soon, coming upon the pickets of the enemy, the men seemed to be possessed of the idea that they were upon the enemy's main line. The whole brigade charged forward in double quick time and with loud cheers. Nothing could have been more chivalrously done, and nothing could have been more unfortunate, as the cheering of the men not only served to direct the fire of the enemy's batteries, and the movement in double quick time through dense woods, over rough ground encumbered with matted undergrowth and crossed by a swamp, had the effect of producing more or less confusion and breaking the continuity of the line, which, however, was preserved as well as it possibly could have been under the circumstances. But a single idea seemed to control the minds of the men, which was to reach the enemy's line by the directest route and in the shortest time, and no earthly power could have availed to arrest or restrain the impetuosity with which they rushed toward them. For my orders, previously given with great care and emphasis to assembled officers of the brigade, forbade any movement in double quick time over such ground when the enemy were not in view. The obstructions were such as to make it impossible for any officer to see more than a few files of his men at one view, and it was apparent that any effort to halt and reform the entire brigade would be futile, and would only serve to produce increased confusion. But whatever the error of the men advancing too rapidly in disregard of previous orders to the contrary, it was an error upon the side of bravery. After advancing in this way probably 1,000 or 1,200 yards, crossing two bodies of woods and a small intermediate field, the line suddenly emerged into another field, facing a battery of the enemy, consisting of not less than 8 pieces, distant but a few hundred yards, while the enemy's infantry were found protected by an imperfect and hastily constructed breastwork and a house near by. At the same time, it became apparent that another battery of the enemy was posted a considerable distance to our left. These two batteries and the enemy's infantry poured an incessant fire of shell, grape, canister, and lead upon our line, and did much execution. Still there was no perceptible faltering in the advance of these brave men, who rushed across the open field, pouring a well-directed fire into the enemy, driving him from his breastworks and the battery in our front. The guns of the battery were abandoned to us for the time being, and my command was virtually in possession of the chosen position of the enemy. A more impetuous and desperate charge was never made than that of my small command against the sheltered and greatly superior forces of the enemy. The ground which they gained from the enemy is marked by the graves of some of my veterans who were buried where they fell, and those graves marked with the names of the occupants, situated at and near the position of the enemy, show the points at which they dashed against the strongholds of the retreating foe. The idea of this brigade rushing blindly forward was preposterous. A mob might have done so, but this command was splendidly drilled, was commanded by educated officers, and the discipline was perfect; and when General Kemper writes that these veteran soldiers broke into a wild fool rush over hill and dale, ignoring their officers' commands, and he too being present in person, he simply states a fact that military men cannot credit. Some officers lose their nerve, their brains refuse to act, their judgment becomes numbed in times of great peril. It is not a question of bravery, it is simply a matter of temperament. End of chapter 23. Part 1, Chapter 24, Part A, of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank, by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Prison Life at Fort Warren, Part A. The "glorious Fourth" was clear and warm. No one ever saw a wet or cool Independence Day. It is always the sultriest, dirtiest day of the whole year. In old antebellum anniversaries it was a time full of loyal excitement, a time of firecrackers and of noise, a day of patriotic speeches wherein the American eagle flapped his wings and crowed like a rooster, and the orator took drinks between whiles to cool his burning patriotism and wipe the perspiration from his glowing brow. For ourselves, we did not hail the dawn with many loyal thoughts whose eloquence might find no tongue. Nor did any of us try a speech or apostrophize the American flag, except Hartley, who stood on a stool and commenced: "When Freedom from her mountain height unfurled her banner to the air, she—" A voice here interrupted: "She took a julep and got tight." The orator was somewhat daunted by the irreverence of his audience, and lost the cue of his peroration. However, he began again: "The glorious eagle soared in pride, far up o'er reach of mountain peak." "He caught old Freedom in his beak," suggested another. "She gave one piercing, yelling shriek," exclaimed a third, with violent gesticulations. "He picked her bones and so she died," pathetically put in a fourth, when— "Say there, Johnny Reb," said one of the guards, "you just shut up. If you don't, I'll make you." "I always like to oblige a gentleman," responded Hartley, bowing politely. And so, baffled at every point, the only poetical inspiration of the occasion came to a sudden halt. About 9 in the morning we arrived in sight of Fortress Monroe. The water shone beneath the sun like gold, and broke into diamond sparkles at his touch, while its burnished surface gently rose and fell with long, quiet, lazy swells that scarcely rippled the water. Hundreds of vessels, from the stately man-of-war down to the little fishing smacks, lay at anchor, every one of which was decorated with streamers, flags, and bunting in honor of the day. Our steamer rounded the point swiftly, her prow seeming scarcely to cut the clear blue water. We passed the line of battleship Cumberland, where it had been sunk by the Merrimac not many months before, its lofty masts appearing above the water, a splendid monument of American valor, whose crew went to the bottom sighting the guns. The Monitor Ericsson, that gained a world wide celebrity in her contest with the ironclad, was anchored not far off, an object of great interest. We were disappointed in the half sunken canal boat of a looking craft with a turret in the center, having had an idea that she was an immense structure. It was difficult to believe that this insignificant little vessel before us had fought to a standstill the mighty Merrimac. The steamer was made fast to the wharf, and the prisoners marched into the fort. To us it was a splendid pageantry. The waving flags, the mounted guns, the fine, showily dressed garrison, the officers in full uniform, the bands playing and the booming cannons firing salutes. Our squad was halted at the barracks, and for the first time in many days we had the eating of a good dinner, to which we did full justice. As we were about reforming, a Yankee lieutenant, who had been drinking heavily, came out with a canteen of whiskey. "Boys," said he, "I will give you a pull if you will drink success to the Union." A silence fell upon us. We wanted a drink, but could we indulge in a toast whose sentiments were so repugnant to our feelings? And yet we were so thirsty, so very thirsty. Not a drop of old rye had we touched for many a long day. It smelled delightfully fragrant, and it kept on smelling, well, Esau was not such a wretch after all. We blushed to recall it. As many as could grasp that tin cup took the liquor and repeated the toast. Success to the Union! A doctor was called to see an Irishman whose native drink was whiskey. Water was prescribed as the only cure. Pat demurred. He said he never could drink it. Then milk was sent for and Pat promised to get well on that. The doctor was soon summoned again. Near the bed where the sick man lay was a table on which rested a large bowl of milk strongly flavored with whiskey. "What have you there?" inquired the doctor. "Milk, doctor, just what you ordered." "But there's whiskey in it. I smell it." "Well, doctor," sighed the patient, "there may be whiskey in it, but milk's my object." A parallel case was ours. Union was in the drink, but whiskey was our object. Some of our officers began to jibe and taunt us, but they were soon silenced with the reminder that they had been sleeping in a corn house while we had paddled in a puddle. The warning of the steam whistle hurried us to the wharf, and instead of our steamboat there was a large steamship, called the Ocean Queen, which was to carry us to New York. Just as the sun went down the steamer started, and soon the last glimpse of old Virginia faded from our view. The steamship carried no passengers except deadheads, for with the exception of the crew, prisoners and guards, there were no others on board. Our quarters were good. Yet men will rarely ever consent to let well enough alone, for within 6 hours of the time of starting, a plot had been started by one of the officers, Lieutenant Slaughter of Company K, to overpower the guard, seize the steamer, turn her prow toward Virginia, then beach the vessel on shore and make our way to Richmond. It would have been a comparatively easy task, fraught with but little danger. The guards were not many, and scattered all about the boat, each one generally surrounded by a group of prisoners conversing on the theme of war or kindred subjects. Really no attempt had been made to show us that we were under surveillance, for each man could roam at will all over the vessel, even climb the shrouds and up the mainmast if he chose. The prisoners numbered some 75 or 80, the guards all told were 16, under charge of one officer. The privates, with 3 exceptions, anxious for any excitement, eagerly joined the conspiracy and faithfully promised to obey all orders and run all risks. And they would have done it. The plan only needed the sanction of our colonel to be put in instant execution. The plot was laid before Colonel Mayer, who after careful consideration vetoed the whole scheme for the following reasons. "In the first place," he said, "there is no engineer or pilot on board who can take charge of the boat in case the present crew shall refuse to serve. Then the supply of coal is limited, while the gravest obstacle lies in the fact that it will be impossible to get beyond Fortress Monroe, either to go up the James or the Potomac. The steamer will be required by the gunboats to show her papers, and success will be almost impossible. "It is true," he continued, "that the prisoners can probably escape by going to New York and overpowering the guard as the boat steams up the harbor, but then no one has any money, and the risk will be too great. Besides," the Colonel reasoned, "we will soon be exchanged, and so what will be the use of taking all this trouble, incurring all this risk, without a particle of necessity for such a step? We will get back home very soon in the natural course of events." In concluding, he added, "If I were not very sure of my own mind that we would be exchanged without delay, I would head the movement myself." These words, so full of sound sense, put the matter in a new light. Some reckless, hot-headed fellows wanted to go ahead notwithstanding, but the men held back, having confidence in Colonel Mayer, well knowing how fearless and gallant he was. Just here Billy Harmon, of Company A, one of the most popular soldiers in the regiment, came forward with a new plan. "Why can't we take the steamer to the North Carolina coast and beach her? Then we can make our way to our lines without any trouble." A majority of the men agreed to this and started for the door, with Billy at their head. Up sprang Colonel Marye and commenced talking at the rate of 150 words a minute, and at last persuaded them to have a ballot taken. A poll was then taken, and it was found that a majority of one was in favor of standing by their head officer, so the matter ended. But it was as Hartley expressed it, "a damned close shave." A view of the sun rising from old Ocean was a spectacle that many of the squad had never before witnessed, and great was the wonder thereat. We were on the Atlantic, with not the slightest trace of land. A school of porpoises sported around the vessel and introduced themselves to landsmen. But Mother Carey's chickens were objects of greater interest. Indeed, everything we saw served to amuse and fill the hours with a pleasant excitement. The breeze began to freshen up a little, for Neptune had no idea of letting us go by without giving him the customary tribute. Every prisoner had eaten a hearty breakfast, but 2/3 of these Rebels had no appetite for dinner. Their cheeks began to turn white, their noses cold, and then one by one they would disappear. A roar of laughter followed each receding figure as a slight token of sympathy. They were all to be seen in the evening, however, lying around the deck or in the saloon in a state of hopeless woe. The guards were in as bad a plight as the prisoners, there being scarcely 2 of them out of the whole number who could hold their heads up. Some of the healthy ones played cruel jokes on their languishing sea-sick comrades thuswise: they took a piece of rancid pork and tied it to the end of a string attached to a pole. Much as if intent on a fishing expedition, the angler would steal up to his victim, some limp, almost lifeless form, and suspend the rank, strong-smelling meat right under his nose. A shudder of disgust would thrill the sufferer, his eyes would unclose, and the whole inner man, revolting against the procedure, would yield to fresh spasms of misery that knew no stint nor mercy. It was mean, it was heathenish, but we thought it irresistibly funny. At least it served to illustrate the saying of Rochefoucauld, that the greatest enjoyment a man can feel is in witnessing the suffering of others. In the evening, when the stars had jeweled the sky, those few of the 17th who were well enough assembled on deck and passed hours in singing strains, now martial and now sentimental. That chorus of well-trained voices sounding on the steamer's deck and floating away over the wide expanse of water, with no roof above it but the dome of heaven, seemed to us the sweetest music that ever fell on our listening ears. We could not break the charm by so much as a word, and hence were silent as the holy calm around us, while song after song rose and died away upon the air. The morning of the second day the boat passed Sandy Hook and made her way up the harbor amid a forest of shipping, steering her path toward Governor's Island. The steamship stopped at the wharf and the prisoners were marched ashore, where the garrison under arms received us. We were the first Rebel prisoners to land there, and such was our appearance that it failed to make a favorable impression on our Northern friends. In truth, we were a cross between a scarecrow and a chimney sweep. After standing several hours in the sun, going through roll call and arranging preliminaries until our patience was threadbare, we were marched to a demi-castle which stands on the edge of the island, to a large row of tents that were pitched alongside of the beach. Rations were then distributed, consisting of crackers, coffee, rice, meat, and potatoes. Better indeed than we had ever received at home. Then the deadline having been marked and a guard stationed, we were left to our own devices. That evening we enjoyed a surf bath, and for the first time had a chance to wash off the Chickahominy mud that had stuck to us through all adventures and travel closer than a brother. We were sadly in need of underclothing, not one of us having had a change for nearly 3 weeks. Those we wore were grimy and black, but we washed them that evening after a fashion, and at night some 50 men could have been seen hovering over the campfire, their backs shining in the glare, while each pair of hands held up before the blaze the wet, streaming articles of wearing apparel. Lights were out at 9, and then followed the first perfectly restful slumber that had visited us since the 24th of the past month. Our stay at Governor's Island only lasted 2 or 3 days, during which we were in a high state of enjoyment, with as much rest, exercise, bathing, and good rations as were consistent with our position. The only thing of which we had reason to complain was the brutality of our guards, militia, of course. Veteran soldiers never ill-treated their prisoners, such was the experience on both sides. It was only those dressed in a little brief authority, only those whose sole acquaintance with war was gathered from the daily papers, who carried on the only warfare they knew anything about, and at the same time gratified their malice by insulting defenseless men under their charge. You see, it was so safe. Some men of the 17th were knocked down by musket stocks in these valiant hands. On the evening of the 9th of July our squad, composed of the 17th Virginia, was started again on the tramp. A small steam tug carried us over to New York, from whence we were transferred to the deck of one of the superb steamers that ply between the Empire City and Fall River, Massachusetts. "Where the mischief are they going to carry us?" asked one of our captains of the officer of the guard. "Turn us loose in Canada, or send us to some watering place to improve our health?" "You fellows ought to be very glad that you are going where you are," he answered, "instead of being sent to Fort Delaware. I have orders to carry you all to Fort Warren in Boston Harbor, and a fine place it is." "Do you think we will be well treated there?" one of us asked. "Yes, for there are no prisoners except political ones." The steamer was filled with a gay company going to Saratoga, Canada, and Niagara Falls. "Not much secesh in them," remarked one of the guards to us confidentially. "See how spiteful they look." So they did. Their pretty noses went up and their red lips curled disdainfully as they passed our ranks on the way to the saloon. At this point one of the fair ones dropped her handkerchief, and I, who loved the sex to a weakness, was only too willing to pick up the dainty article and restore it to the owner, which I did with a sweeping Sir Charles Grandison bow. The gentle dame received the handkerchief, but a fixed stony stare rewarded the bow, and chilled it to the bone, while her escort, a little slim-waisted, dainty-looking fellow, perfumed and yellow-kidded, scowled like the humped-back Richard when he ordered the princely Buckingham off to execution. We had left the island in such a hurry that the commissary either forgot or neglected to issue the rations. At any rate, we did not receive them. And after the steamer had gotten under way, we awoke to the fact that we were ravenously hungry. It happened that we were placed in an upper saloon with steps leading down in the front and rear, or rather in the bow and stern. In the center of the saloon was an open oval space some 20 feet long, around which ran a railing, and which, being directly over the dining room, commanded a most complete view of all that passed therein. An appetizing odor, the clattering of knives and forks, brought us to our feet, and looking down all sleep was banished from our famished eyes, while the pangs of hunger became intolerable. We reminded ourselves of poor Dives looking up from his place of torment upon Lazarus who was being comforted. It was a long, luxuriously furnished apartment. In the center the long table was laid with snowy damask, glittering with cut glass and plate, and decorated with brilliant-hued flowers. Why attempt to particularize the viands, the fish, the fruits, and all the dainties which passed before our eyes like the distempered visions of a dream? Bowls of crimson strawberries, piles of luscious raspberries, whose rich coloring grew more intense, contrasted with the powdered sugar, the rich cream, and sparkling crystal ice. Malaga grapes, whose looks suggested a cool touch to the parched tongue. Jellies, ices, cakes, salmon, mutton, ham, fried chicken, deviled crabs, salads, vegetables, 100 dishes it seemed, we did not know, but whose combined odor filled our souls with longing unspeakable. We heard the popping of champagne corks. We recognized the long, slender bottles of Chamberlain, the St. Julien, the Medoc, while the steaming coffee rose as incense. We watched each mouthful that passed between blessed lips. We grudged every dish. Nay, we could have fought over every cooling drop. It was a sight to awaken appetite in the satiated epicure, to make the eyes of the bon vivant brighten. Then imagine what pangs it caused the rationless, empty crowd above, whose eyes were burning down upon it, yet whose clutching hands were all impotent to grasp a single glass or touch a single dish. Poor Johnnies! We sat there for 2 mortal hours, our jaws working spasmodically as we fathomed the very depth of a punishment which only Dante could have conceived for the souls of his Inferno. The scene had its fascinations, though, and chained us to the spot. There were beautiful women whose eyes outshone the diamonds which sparkled on their hands. Sitting near the center of the table was, so a negro waiter informed us, a bridal couple, whom we watched. The groom, an old fellow with the love light in his ancient eyes, and well gotten up; she, fair as a lily and young enough to be his grandchild. The same old story, so many charms for so much money in Vanity Fair. You need not shrink, my lady, from those obtrusive attentions. You were fairly bought. Bargain and sale. Another bridal couple not far off, going to Niagara, where all the newly married go. Both were young, both bashful, both radiantly happy. Indeed, they were too ecstatic to eat. He, however, poured wineglass after wineglass of champagne down his throat, but love and champagne go together. There sat a wounded officer with his arm in a sling. Nobody seemed to take much notice of him. Indeed, one of the servants cut up his food and attended him. Ah, old fellow, we thought, if you only wore the gray and were in the South, every woman at that table would deem it an honor to wait upon you. At the head of the board was a general, of what especial rank and name we could not learn. He was exclusive, and it showed how great people gravitate toward each other, when the portly butler stood by him and paid him the most distinguished consideration. The butler, we must not pass him over, for though last, he was by no means least, was a venerable gentleman of color, so stuffed and bloated by rich living and good liquor and a sense of his own importance, he could only waddle slowly across the floor. He never condescended to do any service except to pour out a glass of wine for some individual as high in the world as himself. He was evidently what we would call down South an aristocratic nigger. Attending in full dress, broadcloth, and white vest, his big hands encased in white gloves, with marvelous studs of massive gold chain hanging from his neck, he felt as great as mighty Caesar. With a lofty wave of the hand, he signalized his pleasure to a sable servitor, who flew to do his bidding. Indeed, surrounded by his crowd of satellites, he was a very son of a system, and the air with which he gave them brief directions proved him to be a prince of deportment. But even watching these different types of humanity failed to stifle the gnawing pangs of hunger which were growing every moment more intense. So several of us held a council of war and resolved to get something to eat by hook or crook. We counted funds. All told they amounted to $26, a goodly sum enough, but woe the day, it was Confederate money, worth just about as much here as the old Continental. One of the rebels, tall, gaunt Jack Ballinger, took the money, determined to try anyhow, and slipped down 2 flights of steps to the dining room. There, calling a waiter, he offered him the amount if he would manage to provide a supper for 6. He seemed undecided, said he would go and see. Approaching the old fat bloated butler, he asked his consent, but that mass of flesh hated a rebel with every pound of his swelled carcass, and gave the waiter such overwhelming, withering rebuke that he slunk away and never came near us again. However, 1 or 2 hands on the boat took compassion on us and brought us a dish of cold tripe and bread. Ah, that tripe! It hung as heavy on our souls as Meg Merrilees's curse. It was true Union tripe, and refused to give any aid or comfort to the enemy whatsoever. Instead, many pains and many qualms. It is probable that not a man in that lot has ever eaten tripe since. End of Part 1, Chapter 24, Part A. Part 1, Chapter 24, Part B, of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank, by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Prison Life at Fort Warren, Part B. Early in the morning the steamer reached Fall River, where, leaving the boat, we were marched to the depot and took the train, a whole car having been allotted to us alone. Had we wished to escape, the guards allowed every opportunity. We were at liberty to stand on the platform of the cars by obtaining permission of the officer of the day, who was disposed to be very friendly toward us. Passing through a long tunnel, where the train went very slowly, it was debated among a few of us whether or not it were better to slip off, but we thought that in our gray uniforms and without a cent in our pockets and in the midst of bitter enemies it would be only avoiding Charybdis to fall into Scylla, and so the idea was dismissed. Boston and its suburbs, with its villas, stylish country seats, and neat farmhouses, was a revelation to our Southern eyes. The houses and grounds seemed spick span and new, so different from the let things go and take it easy style to which we had been accustomed. To be sure, there was nothing of age to be met with anywhere, not even as much as of the 100 years, to which, as a new country, we were entitled, but on the other hand, there were no hanging gates, no tumble-down porches, no veteran pumps, nothing but what showed promptness of repair and energy, opposed to our put-off lazy plantation principle. The Southerner takes pride in his old house and will keep it intact as in the days of his grandfather or great-grandfather. The same old portraits hanging on the wall, the same old furniture. He may add wings to the building and a porch here and there, but the old parental roof remains like a hen with her brood around her. The spirit of decay is not kept down on his grounds and rolling acres. He is in no hurry to improve things. He will tie and prop up where a nail should go. Paint he does not hanker after. His very equipage is often wheezy, and so a flavor of age tinges his home as it does the hair on his head and his wine. "What was good enough for my father before me is good enough for me," becomes a maxim on his lips to be handed down to his son after him. The Northern spirit is essentially progressive, if not reverential. When the patrimonial mansion descends to a younger generation, and increasing coffers are the reward of thrift, he says, "I will put down my house and my barns and build greater." And on the site of the old foundation stone arises a structure whose elegance and comfort is only limited by the length of purse. Where money is no consideration, palatial residences are built fit for the nobles of the old world. Everything is modern, the more modern the better. His carriages are all glaze and shine, his furniture changes with the fashion, his grounds are laid out with mathematical exactness, the very trees are grown to shape, the hedges are cut according to pattern, the lawns are sown and rolled to velvet precision, and nature is made to step back and yield to the aesthetic as it may be apprehended at the time. The Northern characteristic, however, is essentially that of cleanliness. He is obtrusively neat. He hates dust and dirt more than anything else, snakes and sin not excepted. In soap and scrubbing is his national faith. If he had his mother-in-law cremated, and the sacred dust were by accident to escape from the precious urn, a servant with soap and mop would wipe her up. Early in the forenoon we left the cars and found ourselves in the spacious depot in the ultra-Union city of Boston. The first rebels that ever pressed with sacrilegious feet its loyal streets. The first rebels who walked under the shadow of Faneuil Hall. No, now that we think of it, a large gang of them passed its doors about 100 years or so ago on their way to burn some British tea that a loyal tax had been placed upon. It was rebellion, of course, but all New England gloried in the name rebel then. Boston, that city of furors, the Athens of America, the hub of the universe, the city of many titles, rarely enjoyed in those war times a greater sensation than was caused by the appearance of 100 live, genuine rebels captured on the battlefields. The great sea serpent taken off the coast, the walking giant, nay, even a grand circus parade of wild animals, with a hippopotamus and a giraffe headed up the thoroughfare, would not have collected a larger crowd in a shorter time. Had Bunker Hill Monument stepped down from its stately perch and walked away on feet, decorously wrapped in the American flag, bowing right and left to the multitude, they could hardly have excited more curiosity than did that line of simple gray jackets. A mob followed us up the street, a good-natured mob, though, that only used its eyes. After having passed a square or two, the crowd became so dense, the pressure upon us so great, that further progress became impossible. The guards could not keep off the throng that hemmed them in, so we were halted while a heavy detachment of police formed an outer cordon and another squad in front opened the way. Then we slowly made our progress through the streets. The pavements, the balconies, the very housetops were filled with an inquisitive, gazing multitude, while the little street Arabs swung like monkeys from the trees. Shops were suddenly emptied of clerks and purchasers. Windows sprung open, shutters flew wide. Heads were thrust out and eyes stared us in the face whichever way we looked. The newsboys neglected to call their papers. The hackman pulled up on one side of the street, forgetting for a moment to lash his bony, lean horses. Carriages came to a sudden halt. In fact, all business was so effectually suspended as on that day when Jack Cade rode through London, announcing the arrival of the millennium, ordering all work to cease, and promising that quartern bread should be halfpenny a loaf, and that conduits should run wine. Old men peered at us through spectacles, women stopped to watch us, boys gazed, and the children, bless their innocent hearts, there is no knowing what tales those infant Bostonians had heard about the rebels that brought that look of fright into their young eyes. It was the same expression with which they gazed upon the man-eating lion in the menagerie, and they clung to their mothers and nurses as if they had been brought face to face with just so many monsters. What the citizens thought of us we had no means of finding out, yet it must have been rather a disappointment. Each one of us, to accord with the popular idea, should have been at least 7 feet high, with a villainous countenance overshadowed by a wide-brimmed hat. We should have had a shock of unkempt flowing hair, and a beard like that of the giant in the fairy tale, who wore 7-leagued boots and ate a child at every meal. Bowie knives should have been our chief personal adornment and scowling our pastime. As it was, we were rather too commonplace, though our procession was quite imposing. First the police at our head, next followed our officers, with our colonel leading, and a handsomer, more distinguished-looking man to serve for our frontispiece would have been hard to find north or south. Last came the privates strung out in twos, with the guards on each side, the police escorting. Altogether the train stretched out for fully a whole square. A more reckless, daredevil set of boys, for nearly all those privates were no more than boys, were never before brought together by the fortunes of war. It may be safely surmised that they kept no decorous silence as befitted les miserables on the way to prison. They scattered greetings right and left, they bowed to every pretty girl, they complimented every handsome woman in the same manner. So we went, making slow but steady progress. Not one rudeness nor insult was offered us during the whole route, which spoke well for the charity, the refinement, and good taste of the Bostonians. Many onlookers tried to get inside the line to talk but were repulsed by the police, the soldiers not caring one way or the other. Only the newspaper men joined our ranks. They can get anywhere. As they talked with us they asked question after question, and it must be feared the papers next morning recorded strangely contradictory stories and some right hard tales that required much faith for digesting, inasmuch as none of the privates so interviewed had any serious fears of the fate of Ananias, or rather they were not disposed to talk as if they had, and though from the same state as the youthful Washington, living almost under the shadow of his tomb, well, they would not have compromised that good little hatchet as he did. It was an hour before we reached the wharf where a steam tug lay in waiting. Going aboard and bidding our police escort a polite farewell, the little boat picked her way down the river, reaching Fort Warren at the mouth of the bay after a pleasant ride. This fortification was an elaborate and massive work, commanding all of the approaches to the city. From the upper tiers of guns a plunging fire of 45 degrees could have sunk any vessel, ironclad or otherwise. Fort Warren, well garrisoned, was to our eyes simply impregnable. After we landed a guard took us in charge, our former sentinels returning in the boat. We were led within the parade grounds, where we remained until arrangements were made for our comfort. We were soon surrounded by the political prisoners, who were of influence and had been incarcerated for their outspoken Southern sentiments, or for some acts considered by the authorities as disloyal, but whether justly or unjustly so, remained to be proven. There were also some of our officers high in rank. Generals Buckner and Tilghman, captured at Fort Donaldson; Commodore Barron of the Confederate Navy; Marshal Kane and Dr. McGill of Maryland, and some other citizens of less note. There were none of the rank and file other than ourselves, and we blessed our stars that we had fallen into such a soft place. The political prisoners had a splendid dinner ready for us, such a dinner as the Confederacy in all its length and breadth could not have given us, a dinner that we had dreamed of in our days of short rations. It is needless to say that our onslaught was a heavy one. Indeed, the amount of food that we consumed and the bottles of wine which we emptied in that one meal would seem incredible to any one not informed as to the expansive power of the Rebel soldiers' digestive apparatus. The donors watched our efforts with the keenest delight. After a good smoke, the prisoners were assigned their quarters, consisting of two long casemated apartments, one for sleeping, the other the mess room. In the former, bunks were built one above the other like berths in a ship. A blanket per man was issued, while the political prisoners presented each of us with a suit of underclothing. No rations were given, but instead the storeroom was open, to the contents of which the messes could help themselves as it might please them. Certainly no prisoners of war had ever been treated so luxuriously before, nor were they ever afterwards. Breakfast consisted of coffee, real, not ground rye or corn, fresh loaf bread, mess beef, hominy, boiled ham, and eggs ad libitum. Dinner was proportionately good. The mess room was a large vaulted apartment, cool even in the hottest part of the day, the casements allowing a refreshing ocean breeze to pass through. A large cooking stove was at one end, around which were hanging all the necessary utensils, and on one side was the temporary storeroom with barrels of hard bread, flour, mess pork, beef, and groceries of various kinds. Later in the day a few of us visited the Maryland prisoners. Their quarters were luxuriously fitted up with Brussels carpets on the floors, mahogany furniture, and a fine library. At the same time they had their own servants and attendants. The officers and citizens, with one exception, were not prisoners except in name, inasmuch as they had no guard placed over them. They had the freedom of the fort and were on terms of cordial intimacy with the family of the commandant. With such a pleasant mess, theirs must have been a regular clubhouse life, very enjoyable to look back upon in after years. The authorities in Washington evidently entertained against our officer in rank, General Buckner, some bitter feeling, for by the explicit and positive orders of Mr. Stanton, Secretary of War, he was kept in close and solitary confinement, the parole extended to all of his comrades in arms having been denied him, with the exception of a short walk every evening, which he took for exercise between two armed sentries. The commander of the fort was not responsible for this, for a kinder and truer gentleman, a more gallant or chivalrous officer never lived than Colonel Dimmock. He was an old army officer and had commanded at Old Point several years before, when that place was a fashionable pleasure resort. Some of us having met him in those happier days, found no difficulty in recalling the erect, soldierly figure, the benevolent looking face, and the kindly voice. In that large heart of his, no bitterness, no malice, no sectional hate could find an abiding place. There was not a prisoner under his charge who did not learn to respect and love him before a week had rolled over their heads. While doing his duty as a soldier he did not sacrifice his humanity as a man. It was the brave Archduke Charles who once said, "The flattery of friends I think nothing of, but the praise of the foe I value indeed." Most of the first day our men spent in writing home to relations and friends who lived within the Union lines. In their letters they were confined to business and family affairs, all political and war themes having been strictly forbidden. These communications were read by the garrison officers, and if there were found in them the slightest allusion to those subjects, the effusion was destroyed or handed back to the writer, with an admonition to be more careful in the future. A good many men were taken sick a day or two after reaching the fort. Several nearly shuffled off their mortal coil. Too much indulgence in rich food was the cause of it, though there were some who traced the primary cause back to that tripe, eaten on the Fall River boat. Nothing but skill and unremitting watchfulness of one of the political prisoners, Dr. McGill, of Hagerstown, saved the lives of those who were so very ill that it was but a touch and go with them. What a noble specimen of humanity that man was! Of Herculean stature, outspoken and fearless as a lion, yet with a heart and touch for the sick as gentle as he was brave. Generally speaking, a private's life was considered by the outside world as comparatively nothing, only valued as so much finger power to pull a trigger or as good for powder. This good man sat up with these gray jackets through the long hours of the night, watched the flickering pulse, and nursed the wavering powers with just the same fidelity and untiring devotion as if those poor soldiers had more than thanks with which to repay him. A few days after our arrival, innumerable baskets, barrels, boxes, and packages of all sizes came pouring in for the prisoners, filled with clothes of all kinds, books, luxuries, indeed everything that could be worn or eaten by man. Most of the freight was from Alexandria, Virginia, where the majority of the 17th had lived, though Baltimore, New York, and even Boston added a quota. We were overwhelmed with presents and were made the recipients of clothes sufficient to supply a brigade. All the fine citizen suits and underclothing left by the volunteers when they made their hasty exit from Alexandria were boxed up and forwarded promptly to Fort Warren. Several Dutchmen who had been taken prisoners found themselves apparelled in broadcloth and fine linen such as they had never worn before. In fact, there was so much the men could not use that they gave the garrison guards a good deal of clothing. Not only clothes, but money was sent, and some of us found our pockets full for the first time in many a long day. The better class of prisoners who had funds formed a mess, and as there was a sutler at the fort, we lived like fighting cocks. The consequence was soon seen. As thin faces commenced to round out, stout figures began to change into fat ones, and in 3 weeks the difference between the hungry, gaunt crowd which made its way over the drawbridge and the well-dressed, lazy men sauntering about the fort was as marked as that between Pharaoh's 7 lean kine and his well-favored and fat-fleshed cattle that fed in a meadow. We find tares in all wheat. Nothing is quite perfect in this world, and so in the Union-loving, Hail Columbia, super-loyal city of Boston there were actually Rebel sympathizers. They came on the steamer to visit us, but as such a procedure would have been contrary to military discipline, which permitted no visitors to enter the fort, their kind wishes took a more practical form in presenting each prisoner with a handsome gray uniform. Those were halcyon days, those days of July, 1862, light spots in a generally dark life. Our soldier prisoners, so inured to hardship, want and suffering, had now not a care on their minds, not a trouble in their hearts. They drew in long breaths of content and could only sigh sometimes at the thought of the dark future which was doomed to hold so marked a contrast to that perfect rest and satisfaction. It was too good to last long, that life of ours. Roll call in the morning at 7, breakfast at 8, cards, chess, conversation or reading until dinner, just as fancy listed. Dinner at 3, coffee and cigars at 4, then came the post-prandial nap. At 6 an hour's stroll around the ramparts and parole, or if preferred a bath in the briny deep. Supper at 8, music until 10, then taps. Such had been the order of our lives for 3 weeks, when the command was given to prepare to leave the next morning for Virginia. Well, of course we were glad to go, and yet sorry. 2 dry crackers a day washed down with parched corn coffee did not present quite an enlivening prospect. Then, too, everybody seemed to regret our departure. Our citizen prisoners would miss us dreadfully, for we stirred up the monotony of their quiet lives. The garrison guards would feel our absence, for many were the flasks of whiskey we had given them, and clothes. The sutler who absorbed our money would gaze wistfully after our receding pockets, all that was left of them, while the Dutch girls employed by the garrison to do our washing and mending would cry their blue eyes out, we feared. They came to see us once more, poor Gretchens, and told us in broken English they would think of us when we were across the rivers in that strange, dreadful country of Virginia. We swore that just as soon as the cruel war was over, we would return and marry every one of them, make them mistresses of 100 slaves to do their bidding, and so they smiled through their tears. Then the idea arose to celebrate the last night by giving those girls a dance. Colonel Dimmock's consent was good-humoredly accorded, with the proviso that the frolic should end at 12. The mess room was selected for the scene of action. Word was sent to the Dutch maidens to come at 8 exactly. The men were placed upon various committees, some to see the sutler and arrange about the supper, others to take down the stove and clear up the room, while others attended to the music. All worked with a will, and promptly at the minute the fun began. It was the famous Lanigan's Ball over again. At 10 supper was served, and in half an hour the dancing was resumed and kept up with a vim. Whiskey flowed like water, and the Dutch and English language became so entwined thereby that it was an impossibility to distinguish one from the other. Everyone talked enough and to spare, but no one understood anyone else. As the fated hour approached, the revelry was at its height. The fiddlers played as only drunken fiddlers can, the dancers shouted and swung each other, the onlookers in excited tones urging them to renewed vigor, while the uproar made the rafters of the vaulted chamber fairly ring again. Then the drum beat. "Lights out!" shouted the guard. The Cinderellas of the evening had touched the magic hour. The prince's ball was over. Not a moment's delay. Sad, tearful, and hurried partings and protestations were sworn to in English and whispered in Dutch, when presto, more quickly than the change of scene in a pantomime, the hall so brilliant in lights, so animated with moving figures, so resonant with music and joyous voices, was still, dark, and empty, the banquet hall deserted. Next day came the leave-takings. The quartette club serenaded by sunlight Colonel Dimmock and his family in that sweet farewell song of Schiller's, and afterwards every man of the Rebel line went up to the colonel, and out of a full heart and with dewy eyes, thanked him for his undeviating kindness and generous consideration. He was touched by this sense of gratitude and showed that he felt it. His sleep that night was none the less sweet, doubtless, that so many Southern hearts held him in kindliest remembrance, and had never the memory of one harsh act to bring against him in this world or the next. Soon the farewell words were spoken, and we went aboard the Osceola, a fine ocean steamship. The last we saw of the fort, the daughters of Dutchland, like so many black-eyed Susans, were still standing on the ramparts waving their handkerchiefs. Gradually their figures faded away in the distance and became invisible. And as the powerful strokes of the engine sent the boat surging ahead through the blue waters, Fort Warren looked like a speck in the horizon and then faded utterly away. End of chapter 24. Part 1, chapters 25 and 26 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. Back in Old Virginia. The voyage to Virginia was pleasant but uneventful. After arriving at Old Point, the prisoners were transferred to a steamboat, which carried its human freight to Aiken's Landing on the James. This place we reached in the early morning. Then the steamer anchored in the middle of the river, where it swung in the current all day. It was emphatically a hot morning, hotter noon, and hottest evening, with not a breath of air stirring through the long hours. The sultriness inside the boat became almost insupportable, while the memory of the cool casements of Fort Warren and the refreshing breezes of old ocean were quite too recent to permit the change to salamander heat to be other than absolute suffering. So it happened that several of the guard who had come from the cool ramparts of Fort Warren were utterly prostrated and would have died but for the energetic efforts of a surgeon who chanced to be aboard. 3 other steamboats were anchored near us, crammed to excess with prisoners from Fort Delaware. If the torrid night was made bearable to us who were comparatively few in numbers, and who could lie on deck and go to sleep counting the stars, what must it have been to them, packed in the saloons, upper and lower decks like sardines in a box with only room to lie in rows. Yet another blazing day was passed on board while the commissioners of exchange were arranging tedious details. Several more of our guards became ill, and we nursed them carefully and tendered all the comfort and attention it was in our power to bestow. So, good actions are not lost in this world. The bread cast upon the waters returns. The kindness they had meted out to us was not wanting when nothing but the careful attendance of Rebel soldiers and the prescriptions of a Rebel surgeon saved their lives. Like us, they were very grateful. As the day advanced and the glowing sun rose higher in the unsullied blue arch, the impatience and anxiety of the men were intensified. It looked so cool under the shadow of the trees which lined the river banks. The grass was so inviting in its velvety greenness that our officers had to assert all their authority to prevent the prisoners from jumping overboard and swimming ashore. On board the other steamers the suffering had become terrible. The men were standing huddled together in a close, contracted space like chickens in a coop, gasping for breath. And to make it worse, the water had given out entirely, the men drinking the almost hot river water, which so far from alleviating only intensified their thirst. Night had come, and yet the tantalization was kept up. The men were beginning to swear rather roundly that under any circumstances they would go ashore the next day. That the guards might have something to say on that subject never entered into their calculations, for these worthies had never so much as tried to keep us together, but sat on the deck in the lightest possible costumes, their clothes thrown one way and their arms and accoutrements another. "If this is a specimen of a Virginia summer," they said, "we have had enough of it. Never will we go south again of our own free wills." After breakfast the longed-for order was given: "Prepare to go ashore." The steamer jarred heavily against the wooden pier, and without waiting for the gangplank to be put in position, and despite the orders of the officers, the expostulations of the guards, the prisoners jumped on the rails, and springing on shore touched old Virginia soil once more, prisoners no longer. Some of our simple-minded ones, fearing from the difficulty they had in landing that they might even then be carried back to prison, and to a much worse captivity than it had been their good fortune to know, took to their heels and struck manfully for the woods. Our boat, having discharged its cargo, backed down the stream, while first one and then the other of the waiting steamers came to the wharf. Those prisoners that trooped slowly over the gangplank, looking like the vanguard of the resurrection, were from Fort Delaware. Scores seemed to be ill. Many were suffering from the scurvy, while all bore marks of severe treatment in their thin faces and wasted forms. They were in the dirtiest, filthiest condition imaginable. Not a face there looked as if it had been washed for weeks. Their clothes were torn and ragged. In fact, some had not enough tatters to cover their nakedness. Take it all in all, it was the saddest sight that our eyes had ever looked upon, and made the heart ache to witness it. Some of the men were now being carried ashore on stretchers, so enfeebled by illness that they could not walk. Several died a few hours after they had landed. There were brought off also the bodies of those few who had died on the voyage. A large portion of these men had been languishing in the gloomy Fort Delaware for over a year. It was curious to watch their delight as they touched Southern soil again. They would throw their caps in the air and dance about in an excitement of feeling that seemed impossible to control. Strong men, whose nerves were all unstrung by their long confinement and harrowing trials, burst into tears. A few, a very few, took matters coolly, and sauntered quietly away, or stood meditatively looking upon the scene with feelings, perhaps, that were only deeper in that they found no expression. Scores of ambulances, wagons, hacks, carriages, and buggies stood waiting at the landing, their drivers anticipating a rich reward in greenbacks, which commanded a high premium, for carrying the returned soldiers to Richmond. Nor were such speculations vain. No man of the whole crowd but was anxious to reach the city to secure passports and have his furlough made out to visit home. In a single rush every vehicle was jammed as close as a street car, with not even room for one more. Not one half were accommodated. Many started to walk, hoping to reach Richmond, 15 miles distant, by night. Others again preferred to sleep at Aiken's, and next morning ride back in the carriages which were expected to return. One of the 17th, Hector Eaches, who had been separated from us on account of his wound and sent to Governor's Island, had been removed to Fort Delaware. One boat still remained in the stream, whose prisoners would be landed in the night. I waited, hoping to find him in the last cargo. Lying on the shore on a bed of fragrant clover, I waited for my true and tried friend and messmate. After all, it was sweet to be free again, sweeter still to be at home. No sentinel in blue standing guard, no prison bars. Even though captivity be of the most pleasant kind, it is captivity after all. On the faces of those so lately prisoners, but who were now lying on the grass smoking their pipes in an abandon of liberty, there rested expressions of unmasked satisfaction, which were but the index of a grateful feeling within. Close by lay the bodies of 4 soldiers who had died on the boat from Fort Delaware, whose last wishes, that they might be buried in the land they loved so well, were to be gratified. On their faces, too, marble white in death as they were, rested a look of deeper rest, a rest no earth troubles would ever break. The hand which released them from their suffering and set their souls at liberty could have been no unfriendly one, albeit death's. My comrade joined me that night. His residence in Fort Delaware had sadly changed him, for gone was the rich color of his once round face, now thin and attenuated and pale to ghastliness. His eyes stared strangely and were sunken. 2 crutches enabled him to hobble along. His voice, formerly so ringing in its sweetness — he had the sweetest voice in conversation and in song one ever listened to — was weak and faltering. I never again heard the laugh that once was ever ready to break from his lips. In short, a month's residence in Fort Delaware had changed him from the very picture of health and strength, of robust manhood, into a lame, halting invalid, whose body and mind seemed to have received some great shock. By his actions, feeble as they were, and by his words he expressed most extravagant joy of getting back alive. I made him as comfortable as I could, and soon both were dreaming. Next morning he related all the horrors of his prison experience at Fort Delaware, to which his appearance, made all the sadder looking by bright sunlight, gave full emphasis. He told a plain, unvarnished tale, in which nothing was exaggerated and naught set down in malice. A recital that every man who had crossed that gangway the day before would corroborate, for they all had but one story to tell, a summary of facts to which those rigid forms lying yonder bore silent and eloquent witness. With the smoke of our pipes curling about our heads in concentric circles, we heard him tell his experience. And it is one I do not care to repeat, for what was Fort Delaware to us, or we to Fort Delaware? The Federal Government had treated us royally. Why the 75 men of the 17th Virginia had been chosen above all others to be sent to Fort Warren we could never tell. Our officers said that it was admiration of our reckless bravery in so small a force charging, all unsupported, the center of McClellan's army. If so, the Federals did not know the facts. It was the very last thing we wanted to do, and there would have been many stragglers in our ranks if the regiment had known what work was cut out for us to do. Certainly, never during the war was such an instance ever known. It stands solitary and alone. Later on it would have been impossible, but the passions, the sectional hate of the people, North and South, had not been fully aroused in the summer of 1862. In truth, our captivity was but a summer jaunt north, an ocean voyage and several weeks at a watering place, where we were treated more as honored guests than as prisoners. The difference between Fort Warren, Elmira, Point Lookout, and Camp Chase was that of paradise and purgatory. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26. The Advance. After a furlough of 2 weeks, the exchanged prisoners who arrived at Aiken's Landing were ordered to report to their regiments immediately. The 75 men of the 17th, then enjoying those warmer summer days in cool, shady country homes, were to repair at once to Gordonsville and there join the First Brigade. We were loath to break the charm of ease and comfort which the past 6 weeks had thrown around us, but needs must when the devil drives, as the old saying has it, and military orders are not like either pie crust or a politician's promises, made to be broken. So with full haversacks, if not with full satisfaction, we started for our destination. A passing outline of the state of the armies during the past month and a rapid horoscope of the future will enable the reader to understand more clearly the movements of the troops at that time, and the great climax to which they were tending, viz., the Second Battle of Manassas. After McClellan's change of base from the front of Richmond to the banks of the James River, both armies, like two gladiators in the arena, took a long breathing time preparatory to closing in mortal combat once more. About the 1st of August the military authorities in Washington had begun to make preparations for the campaign they knew must soon commence, to guard the national capital against a sudden flank attack by Jackson, whose name had now become a household word and synonymous with rear attacks, flank approaches, and all sorts of unexpected advances. The War Department had gathered, as Mr. Swinton characterized it, all the fag ends of armies in Northern Virginia, lately under McDowell, Banks, and Fremont, and consolidated them into the Army of Virginia. The command of this force was entrusted to Major General John Pope, whose appointment had been made out as far back as the 26th of June, the day before the Battle of Gaines's Mill, but was not delivered until a month after. General Pope now found himself in command of three corps. McDowell, commanding the 3rd Infantry Corps, 18,575; cavalry, 8,738; Banks, commanding the 2nd Infantry Corps and artillery, 14,567; Sigel, commanding the 1st Infantry Corps and artillery, 11,498; total, 53,378. These figures are from the official returns of the Army of Virginia, July 31st, 1862, General Pope's report. General Halleck had been recalled from the West and appointed by the War Department in Washington general in chief of all the armies in the field. Pope assumed command of his army in fine spirits. He evidently had perfect confidence in his own powers, and from the certainty and strength of his convictions impressed others with a like assurance. He was the typical new broom which the department had secured to sweep clean, and he proposed not only to sweep the Confederacy out of existence, but the very cobwebs from the sky. We all remember the nursery song. His method of conducting the campaign was certainly simple in design and according to strict mathematical rule. A straight line being the shortest distance between 2 points, that line he proposed taking. Though his first duty was to protect Washington, his avowed intention was to capture the Rebel capital by the untried way of an overland advance in this straight line. By aid of his eloquence he convinced the United States Committee of the Conduct of the War that this route would be the safest and best of all others. "Give me," he said, "such an army as McClellan had, and I will march straight to New Orleans." When Pope assumed command, he issued a proclamation to his troops which will stand alone for its amazing grandiloquence, charming simplicity, and its sententious bombast through all the tides of time. Caesar had his Veni, Vidi, Vici. Napoleon reminded his soldiers that 40 centuries were looking down upon them, but General Pope wrote this: "Soldiers, I have come to you from the West, where we have always seen the backs of our enemies, from an army whose business it is to seek the enemy and beat him wherever found, whose policy has been attack and not defense. Disaster and shame lurk in the rear. John Pope, Major General Commanding." Prophetic words! Wonderful seer! How the grim old veterans of McClellan's splendid army, who had come back from the jaws of death, must have smiled, sardonically smiled, when that order was read. It might have seemed easy enough to Pope to whip the Rebel army, but to them it had been so far rather a tough job. Pope evidently looked upon it in much the same light as the Irishman did the playing of the fiddle. When asked if he could play, "I never played before," quoth Pat, "but it has the looks o' bein' easy, and by me soul I thinks I kin do it if I thried." In the meanwhile, McClellan, the best organizer in America, had gotten his army in good condition, despite the sickness prevailing in his ranks. Every day the skies in the North were brightening, and every day the clouds in the South were darkening. General Lee, resting with his forces around Richmond, perceived that without some steps taken on his part the combination being formed against him meant ruin and disaster. There was McClellan near the Southern capital in an unassailable position, able with ease and celerity to transfer his army across James River and operate on the south side, threatening the city in reverse and rear, and compelling the Rebel general to remain where he was, locking him up, as it were, in his own fortifications. At the same time another Federal army of over 50,000 were preparing to launch themselves directly in his front. Hence, unless some steps looking to extrication were soon taken, General Lee knew that the game would be ended and his checkmate given. When contemplating any great undertaking or a vast strategic combination, General Lee had an abstracted manner that was altogether unlike his usual one. He would seek some level sward and pace mechanically up and down with the regularity of a sentinel on his beat. His head would be bent as if in deep meditation, while his left hand unconsciously stroked his thick iron gray beard. In such a manner did his brain evolve and shape the plans upon which hung the lives and destinies of thousands, the weal or woe of the people. This was the man quietly pacing up and down, upon whom rested the responsibility of baffling these two invading armies of a vast nation. A nation rich in treasure, rich in resources, fertile in expedients, and with the world at large from which to fill its overflowing ranks. When General Lee was in one of these moods, his staff and orderlies, aware of the momentous results depending on these deliberations, never approached him themselves nor allowed any one else to interrupt him. Like General Jackson's old darky, by these signs they felt the battle in their bones. For whenever de master's wakeful, and whenever he prays and groans, why dem that lies by his campfire feel battle in der bones. Jackson, Stonewall Jackson! What a magnetism there is in that name even now. Bravest warrior, truest Christian, knightliest soul, he was the one strong arm upon which Lee in all his trials and difficulties could always count. He was the mailed hand to strike the stunning blow. He was the ripest counsel that advised and knew just when to strike and where. "My right hand," Lee called him. So in this emergency Jackson was summoned and came. Sitting under the shadow of a tree in the cool of the evening, Lee unfolded to his lieutenant his plans, which were as follows. Jackson with his corps were to proceed northward to engage General Pope, while Lee stood ready to strike McClellan should he advance on Richmond, or join Jackson by a forced march should General McClellan see fit to combine his forces with Pope. It was General Lee's great hope that McClellan might evacuate his base at Harrison's Landing and transfer the war to Piedmont, Virginia, for Lee well knew that his opponent across the James threatened the most vulnerable point in his defenses, and that it was there that true military policy dictated the base of an advancing army. He knew also that an attack on his communications was what McClellan most dreaded, and that he therefore would very likely decide upon the route as affording the greatest safety and facility in that respect. Hence he trusted that the alarm awakened at Washington by Jackson's advance against Pope would cause a withdrawal of McClellan's army and a change in his whole plan of campaign. General Halleck, Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Army, fell into that trap, and urged the retiring of McClellan's army. Therefore, on the 3rd of August, the young Napoleon commenced his retreat from the peninsula to Aquia Creek, there to make a junction with Pope. When Lee saw this false movement of the enemy, he must have been greatly relieved, for it gave him the chance of neutralizing numbers by strategical combinations on a broad area. About the 15th of July, Jackson started for Gordonsville, which he reached on the 19th. There he halted, hearing of the large force under Pope, and sent to Lee for reinforcements. A. P. Hill's division, in response, was forwarded to him, reaching Gordonsville on the 2nd of August. At this time Pope's army was along the turnpike extending from Culpeper to Sperryville, while his cavalry did picket duty on the Rapidan. On the 18th of August, Jackson began to start things in earnest. Breaking camp with his troops in light marching order, he moved down the road to Culpeper Courthouse. 8 miles south of the courthouse he ran into Banks's corps, which had taken position on Cedar Mountain. A hard-fought action occurred, which, though indecisive in its immediate results, yet caused Jackson to establish his base at Gordonsville and created in the minds of the authorities at Washington the liveliest apprehension for the safety of the national capital. Halleck sent urgent telegrams to McClellan to hasten and join Pope as the danger was imminent. McClellan was doing his best, but it required time and infinite labor to change one base for another, and to transfer a large army across several rivers or carry them by steam to the desired point. He had marched his army from Harrison's Landing on the James River to Fortress Monroe, and by transports and steamers forwarded his troops by installments to Aquia Creek. Watching with a cool and critical eye these different movements unfold themselves, Lee now determined on his course of action. It was so simple, so plain that every private soldier in his ranks could understand its workings. Relieved from the menacing presence of McClellan, he intended moving his entire army northward to join Jackson, and together destroy Pope before McClellan could reinforce him. On the 12th of August Lee broke camp around Richmond and put his columns in motion. On the 15th the van of his army, Longstreet's division and Stuart's cavalry, united with Jackson's forces at Gordonsville. As soon as Pope discovered that this dangerous bolt had been forged to hurl upon him, he drew his army back behind the Rappahannock and shouted lustily for help. This retreat was in good sense, but Pope did not lie off the flanks of the Rebel army, as he had promised the War Department to do, but decided upon the more sensible thing of concentrating his army in a compact space where it could be easily handled. Lee now determined on acting on one of his bold conceptions: to send Jackson around in Pope's rear and cut him off from Washington, while he would attack in front. Such a step was rash and fraught with many dangers, for Pope, by turning his whole army on Jackson, might overwhelm him before Lee could assist. It was a game full of nice calculations as well as chances, and if the Rebel general had not entertained a rather poor opinion of his adversary's military talent, he would hardly have dared to divide his army into two parts, with a chain of mountains between in which there were but few gaps. At all events, a great deal of danger was incurred, not to speak of the difficulty and doubt of reaching his lieutenant in time had an emergency arisen calling for a junction of forces. However, he decided, and Jackson, with 17,300 rank and file, set off on the morning of the 25th of August and moved up the western side of the Bull Run Mountains, lying between him and the Yankee posts. A forced march of 20 miles brought him to Thoroughfare Gap, by marching through which he would gain the Union rear. This pass, which by the commonest instinct of military prudence should have been guarded by General Pope, was left open to his enemy. Early in the morning of the 27th Jackson slipped through, and that night struck Bristow Station on the Orange and Alexandria Railroad, from which depot Pope drew a large portion of his supplies. Of course Jackson's men filled their haversacks and themselves, and around their campfires that night feasted on potted game and canned preserves washed down with Rhine wine and champagne. On the morning of the 28th Jackson's foot cavalry reached Manassas Junction, where there was a town such as one sees in the mining camps on the Pacific slope. The sutlers had brought along liberal supplies, and judging from the neat frame buildings erected by them, they had come to stay. Here it was that Pope's quartermasters had collected a vast depot of supplies for the army. In about 15 minutes the sutlers' stores were sacked. Then, as the drum beat for falling in, the match was applied, and soon the flames from these buildings were mingling with those shot toward the sky from the burning camp supplies. In a couple of hours the town of Canvas and Pines was a smoldering waste. Lee had remained in front of Pope, but on the other side of the Bull Run Mountains. On the 26th Longstreet's division set out to reinforce Jackson. Pope, suspecting the intent of this movement, began to fall back toward Manassas, where half of Jackson's troops were standing upon their arms. Ewell's division was still at Bristow Station, at which place they were attacked on the morning of the 27th by Hooker, who did not, however, press the advance. This slight engagement convinced Jackson that he was in danger of being himself surrounded by the enemy, who were even then closing upon him. His only chance was to fall back to Thoroughfare Gap and effect a junction with Longstreet, who was hastening to his relief. As a feint to this movement, he moved off toward Centerville, then turned abruptly to the west, crossed Bull Run, and took position about a mile northwest of last year's battlefields. The position was selected with great care and judgment, the abandoned cutting and the embankments of the railroad forming the best kind of rifle pits. Pope was close behind, and now felt that the great opportunity of his life had arrived. On the morning of the 29th he commenced to throw his whole army against Jackson, proposing to crush him before Longstreet could come with succor. Sigel and McDowell hurled their separate corps against the Rebel line and were driven back with great loss. Jackson, by hard work, held his own, and late in the evening received the welcome news that Longstreet would join him in the morning, the van of the approaching division being seen filing through the gap as the sun went down. At nightfall Jackson's extreme left was considerably drawn in toward the left center, a movement which had the aspect of a retreat. On the morning of the 30th, neither party, it seems, was anxious to begin the fray, but at noon Pope, thinking that Jackson was in full retreat, ordered his whole line to advance. Never was a greater mistake. Longstreet's corps had now arrived and were taking position. Lee massed his forces in the form of an irregular L, Jackson's command forming the longer line, and about half of Longstreet's the shorter, the balance being held in reserve. So, stripped to the waist, both parties commenced the fight, eager for the fray. On the morning of the 30th of August, the decisive day, after deducting the losses in the engagements of the 27th, 28th, and 29th, General Pope reports his effective strength, including reinforcements, as follows: McDowell's corps, including Reynolds' division, 12,000; Sigel's corps, 7,000; Renault's corps, 7,000; Heintzelman's corps, 7,000; Porter's corps, 12,000; Banks's corps, 5,000. Total, 50,000. In addition to these troops there were in reserve the divisions of Sturgis and Cox and the corps of Sumner and Franklin. These two corps together, numbering 30,000 men, were only a day's march distant from Pope, but did not join him until after his retreat to Centerville. Sturgis's division was 10,000 strong, and Cox's 7,000, so that from first to last there were assembled in front of Washington, as shown by official reports, not less than 120,000 men, though not half were brought into action. Pope put his strength the day after the battle at 63,000 men. Lee's fighting force all told, comprising both Jackson's and Longstreet's corps, amounted to 49,700 men. Pope, having made the fatal military blunder of advancing his forces before he knew to a certainty Longstreet's position and at what time and place to expect him, paid dearly for his folly. The corps of Reno and Heintzelman, making the attack, were driven back with much loss. Fitz-John Porter's corps, which up to this time had taken no part in the events of the campaign, was ordered to move upon Jackson's right, their line of march, all unknown to them, passing by Longstreet's division, which thus lay upon its flanks. Porter's assault was so vigorous and determined that Jackson called for aid, but Longstreet, perceiving his advantage, instead of reinforcing Jackson, opened by order of Lee all his batteries upon Porter, and in a few moments advanced his infantry. Porter, outnumbered, was hurled back straight across the plateau toward Bull Run. Jackson now received a courier from Lee and simultaneously advanced his line, pressing back Heintzelman and McDowell. The angle between the Rebel wings gradually lessened, and the sides seemed to enclose Pope's army like a vise. The Yankee retreat threatened to become a general rout, more disastrous than that on the same battlefield a little over a year before. The man to save the Grand Army of the Potomac was on the spot, Colonel Warren, who was then commanding a small brigade. He, seeing the threatened disintegration of the Federal host, with one of those happy inspirations born of the occasion, threw his brigade, without waiting for orders, upon an eminence west of the Henry House called Bald Hill, and held it until surrounded on three sides for just that space of time, keeping the Rebels in check. His men fought unyieldingly and with the savage tenacity of bulldogs. Never was bravery more signally acknowledged, for it saved the army. Out of 1,090 men with whom Warren maintained this position, he lost in about 15 minutes 400 killed and wounded. This check enabled Porter's corps to retire across Bull Run by the stone bridge, and forced the Rebels to halt and reform their lines. It was nearly dark by that time, but Longstreet's corps carried Bald Hill by an impetuous attack, and the battle was ended. Under cover of the night, the wearied, beaten Federal army retired to Centerville and took position on its heights. Owing to the darkness and the uncertainty of the fords of Bull Run, General Lee attempted no pursuit. At Centerville, Pope united with the corps of Sumner and Franklin, there remaining during the whole of the 31st. Lee had not given up the pursuit, for leaving Longstreet leisurely advancing northward, he sent Jackson by a detour on Pope's right to strike the Little River Turnpike, and by that route to intercept, if possible, Pope's retreat to Washington. Jackson did strike Pope's right at Ox Hill near Germantown, and close to Chantilly engaged the enemy with Ewell's and Hill's divisions, beating them back. Pope had his troops massed. Jackson, seeing no chance of succeeding in his task, halted and awaited orders from Lee. So ended the great Second Battle of Manassas, which came near being the Federal Waterloo, through the military blunderer and vain pretender, General John A. Pope. There is no account of the losses in this bloody battle, but they must have been terrible. Lee's general reports put the Rebel loss at 1,090 killed and 6,514 wounded; total 7,604. Only partial reports of the Federal loss were given, and these indicated a loss of 11,000 killed and wounded and 7,500 taken prisoners, in all nearly 20,000 men. General Pope, who hitherto had only seen the backs of his enemies, whose business it had been to seek the enemy and beat him wherever found, whose policy had been attack and not defense, fell back to Washington and resigned his command. Disaster and shame had lurked in the rear. End of chapter 26. Part 1, Chapter 27, Part A, of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank, by Alexander Hunter. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27, The Second Manassas. Having outlined the main events of the present campaign in the preceding chapter, we return again to the 17th, which we unceremoniously left at Gordonsville, cleaning muskets and cooking 3 days' rations preparatory to the march. Saturday night, August 16th, the brigade camped at Orange Court House. On Sunday the drum beat the long roll and the men fell into line. The troops were all in light marching order. A blanket or oilcloth, a single shirt, a pair of drawers and a pair of socks rolled tightly therein, was swung on the right shoulder while the haversack hung on the left. These, with a cartridge box suspended from the belt and a musket carried at will, made up Johnny Reb's entire equipment. As for uniforms, there were not 2 men clothed alike in the whole regiment, brigade, or division. Some had caps, some wore hats of every imaginable shape and in every stage of dilapidation, varied in tint by the different shades of hair which protruded through the holes and stuck out like quills upon the fretful porcupine. The jackets were also of different shades, ranging from light gray with gilt buttons to black with wooden ones. The pants were for the most part of the nondescript hue which time and all weathers give to ruins, and if with the eye of an artist you still sought to name the color, you would be apt to find it with a strange fatality like that of the soil. White shirts there were none. Shirts of darker shade were scarce, owing to the stringency of the market. Some of the men wore boots, others the army brogans, but many were barefooted. All were dusty and dirty, for no clothes had been issued since the commencement of the early spring campaign. This accounted for the rags and tatters, though the cones and pins of white pine must be held responsible for some of the holes. Human looks did not count for much in this crowd, with whom, though everything else were dull, eyes and gun barrels yet flashed brightly. Neither had the hopes which loomed in their breasts become dimmed, and all else was subservient. In marching, the troops had learned how to get over the ground without raising such clouds of dust and choking themselves with the flying particles. The ranks of 4s would split, one half to the right and the other to the left, and then choosing untrod ground, they would proceed with infinitely less trouble and annoyance than in the old way of marching in solid column. Of course the ubiquitous camp darky, with cooking utensils piled high on his back, brought up the rear of each company. Our rations were doled out in sparring quantities. 3 crackers per man and a half pound of fat pork was the daily allowance. The cravings of hunger were hardly satisfied by the dole, but soon we were to get nothing from the commissary. Every soldier in the army knew by these measures that they were on the way to meet our old enemy who had left the vicinity of Richmond only to appear somewhere in our front between the Rappahannock and the Potomac. The men were becoming veteran soldiers rapidly, and began to understand their work. They were no longer found burdening themselves with useless articles. They ceased to brood over the possible or probable results of the war, its length and its hardships. They had acquired the habit of implicit obedience to superior officers. They had learned how to make a pound of meat and bread go a long way by eating at stated times. They had become adepts in the art of foraging, and they knew how to practice self-denial as a virtue when it had become, in fact, a necessity. They had learned, too, 100 little ways of adding to their comfort. For instance, taking off their shoes on a level stretch of sandy road, of bathing their feet in every running brook, of carrying leaves in their hats as protection against the sun, or lying stretched out at full length at every halt instead of sitting down. Indeed, the devices to make the best of each opportunity filled every spare crack and crevice of the soldier's brain and were too numerous to record. They were little things, it is true, but in the aggregate they amounted to much and were such as marked the difference in a personal combat between the strong, unskilled man and the trained athlete. When a soldier had learned how to take care of himself in this manner, he rarely broke down, never grumbled, never straggled, unless he had a positive cause, and with enough to eat was bound to answer to his name at the evening tattoo. In this march the Sibley tents, those abominations, those breeders of disease, were forever discarded, and the troops ever bivouacked in the woods or strung themselves out along the road, anywhere, in fact, where there was a rail fence and water. Many of us carried a little thin cotton tent, sufficient to shelter 4 men from rain, miniature affairs about the size of a sheet, that only weighed about 2 pounds, and buttoning together answered every purpose. This was a Yankee invention, our government not issuing them, but nearly every soldier had one, confiscated from our obliging friends across the way, upon whose patent we infringed without the slightest compunction. For over a week the column tramped steadily along, passing Kelly's Ford, where the old familiar scream of the Yankee shells greeted our ears. It was only a retiring battery, which limbered up before any reply could be dispatched. A whole day's rest was vouchsafed us at Stevensburg, which place in commence and population consisted of only one house. On the 23rd the division halted at Brandy Station, and marched to the edge of Rappahannock Run, across which could be seen the long line of Yankee infantry marching off while their artillery crowned the hills ready to pour a rain of iron upon any who should attempt to advance. In the evening, as the brigade was resting on the ground, there came one of those sudden violent thunderstorms so common during a hot midsummer term. The sky grew dark, the air became heavy, the wind died away, and then the tornado burst in all its fury. The men were strongly averse to getting their clothes wet, and wishing at the same time to take a shower bath fresh from the sky itself, they disrobed speedily. Placing their clothes under oilskins, they sat or danced around with as much glee as if the storm had gotten up for their benefit, and much in the same way that Adam must have done. It was rather an amusing spectacle, and if our well-dressed enemy had burst among us with a sudden flank attack, they would probably have run in very amazement, thinking a world of bedlamites had broken loose, or that the storm had rained down beings from another world who were performing weird and mystic rites. The clouds emptied themselves at the right time, for it had been weeks since the men had bathed, and this great shower bath of nature's was therefore as kindly in its offices as it was refreshing. After the rain had washed men and earth, had bathed the trees and grass until they glistened, had started 100 rivulets flowing on a long journey oceanward, had laid and exorcised for a time the demon dust, had revived and refurbished up all nature, the clouds rolled back, the sun came out and dried the bodies of our dripping warriors, and that night the division bivouacked at Waterloo. On the 25th of August, 1862, to the sound of random cannon shots, the soldiers stepped out briskly, crossing the Rappahannock River by a ford at Waterloo. Just before noon, when we were on the opposite side, the brigade witnessed the destruction by the enemy of Warrenton Springs, whose 2 splendid hotels were burned to the ground. The large and lofty ballroom, wide passages and spacious corridors with lofty columns were soon crumbling masses of ruins. On the 27th the division reached Salem late at night, after a forced march of many miles which broke down a good many of the men. The little village was occupied by the Yankees, but they suddenly concluded to leave us as Longstreet's vanguard filed in. Wearied and prostrated by the heat, and fatigued as were our troops, they were called into ranks again after a short rest, and did not stop until they had reached the Plains, a little hamlet close to Thoroughfare Gap. It was long after midnight when about one-fourth of the original force limped into a field and stacked their arms. The balance were strung out along the road, but they soon began to come in by twos and threes, and before sunrise nearly every absentee was in ranks. In the morning no hurry was manifested by the leaders to advance, though the booming of the cannon came at intervals from across the mountains. A squad of the regiment, a few choice spirits who could never let well enough alone, who, if they could not find trouble or danger ready at hand, always went out of their way to seek them, obtained permission from our colonel to proceed in the advance and await the arrival of the brigade at the Gap. So Walter Addison, Harmon, and myself started on ahead, leaving the division resting in a large field right at the base of the uprearing mountain. We were soon at the Gap, which was found to be strongly guarded by the enemy. Here was a go, as Joe would say, a precious go, for our picket refused to let us approach any closer. An hour or two passed, when suddenly there was a commotion at the Gap. A rattling volley came from the rear, and the enemy broke and ran, leaving behind some 50 killed and wounded. One of our brigades had crossed the mountain higher up at Hopewell's Gap and stormed the enemy in the rear, while our troops menaced the front. Of course, the foe had to strike for his home and his country, especially the former. The van of Longstreet was now passing through the Gap and Jackson was safe. Keeping along the railroad track and impelled by that spirit of adventure which urges an advance in a strange country, not knowing what to expect, we continued our way. About a mile farther a picket on our side halted us, saying he was the last vidette and that the enemy held possession only a few hundred yards up the track. Turning to retrace our steps, we heard the sound of rapid cannon firing on our left, and proceeded in that direction until the scene of action was nearly reached. Close enough for those who were not obliged to go into battle, for the shells were hitting around rather carelessly, and the purplish rim of smoke demonstrated that the musketry, not a half mile away, was engaged in its deadly work. We halted and held a council of war wherein all had equal voice, for all were high privates, whether 'twere better. But just here a noise was heard up the road, and two batteries of the Washington artillery went by at a gallop, half hidden by the cloud of dust that was raised. The men were hanging on as best they could, and were keeping alongside at the top of their speed, while the drivers were lashing their horses unmercifully. "Where are you bound?" shouted one of the party to an officer who reined up to let the caissons pass. "To the front," was the reply. "The Yankees are pressing us hard." This settled the rising discussion, and the council quickly passed a unanimous resolution to see the fun out. We kept on in the rear of their artillery until it took position on a high crest. There we seceded and started in the direction of the musketry firing, passing on the way Pickett's Virginians lying on the ground drawn up in a line of battle in a strip of woods. Most of the men were asleep, though the artillery was thundering and the volume of musketry was growing greater every minute. They had become used to these sounds, and as the turning wheels in the mill is to the miller, as the lullaby of the nurse to the fretful child, so was the music of cannonading to these veterans, only lulling them to a deeper sleep. Not far in the advance we came to a group of general officers, who, mounted on their horses, were intently studying the field through glasses. Seeing us wandering aimlessly about, one of the number ordered us back to our regiments, so we had to retrace our steps. Every man of us had come out to see something at any price, consequently we flanked the officers and bore to the left, where there was a hill covered with trees. Selecting the tallest, we climbed it, though as the shells went by from the enemy's batteries, not 2,000 yards distant, one of us slid down in a hurry. From the top of a tree a glorious view unfolded itself, a panorama of hill and vale far off in the distance. Right in a valley, a little over a mile away, were the combatants nearly hidden by the opaque curtain of smoke that had fallen upon the scene like a heavy fog upon a river. Through the slate-covered vapor, the vivid flashing of the guns and the blaze of musketry would burst as lightning from a cloudy sky. Then the smoke would lift from one part of the field and give a passing glimpse of irregular lines advancing or retreating, of men falling, of glittering arms, and then dense volumes of smoke from the cannon would roll over the scene once more and hide it from our gaze. For hours we kept on our perches, entranced by the spectacle of a great battle raging before our eyes, and did not move until night put an end to the conflict. I thought then that if it were possible to build lofty seats where we were, with tickets placed on sale, what an enormous price they would bring. What were the combats of the gladiators in the Colosseum of Rome in the days of Nero to the grand spectacle of two of the bravest armies in the world contending for mastery, where, in the space of a mile, 40,000 men in plain view were engaged? There was not a charge upon Jackson's position that was not plainly in view. There was not a battery vomiting their death missiles that was not distinct. Individual suffering none could see, but the glorious panoply of war was all there. Yes, the box office receipts would have been immense, and there was not an emperor, a king, or sultan that would not have graced the occasion by his presence. When years afterwards I gazed on scenes of mimic warfare, I always thought of that spectacle, the like of which but few eyes ever beheld. Collecting some faggots, we broiled our meat, discussed the chances of tomorrow's battle over our pipes, and solaced ourselves with the hope, fortified by a strong determination, that if our lives were spared, by this time the next night we would each have a Yankee haversack lined with a little bag of pure coffee, ditto one of sugar. The 29th of August was a sultry, hot day, and we expected every moment to hear a renewal of the battle just where it had left off the night before. Everything, on the contrary, was most serene, and as our scout returned with the information that the 17th had not yet filed through the Gap, we determined to visit the battlefield of yesterday. Burial parties had been at work at the earliest dawn, and long trenches were seen, which marked the place where scores of brave men were lying, coffinless, side by side. The wounded had all been removed in the night. Hence there were but few shocking scenes to revolt the mind. Only an overturned caisson, a few mangled horses, the blackened grass, bloody rags, and that was all. A large number of Rebel and Yankee wounded lay together, cheek by jowl, in blankets under the shade of the trees. They were treated impartially, no difference of any kind being made. Many of the wounded were only slightly hurt, and the blue and gray jackets mixed with one another with the utmost fraternity, joked, sang songs, bantered each upon the other the length of the war, told camp stories, while some were drinking coffee from the same cup. Men at whose hearts each had aimed the deadly rifle only a few hours before. How the Yankees did enjoy smoking the Rebel tobacco! At the North they sold the soldiers a vile compound made of chicory, cabbage, and sumac leaves ground together and christened tobacco. It burned the tongue, parched the throat, and almost salivated the consumer. It was a subject for meditation to a politician of the extreme type to watch Johnny Reb and Billy Yank smoke the pipe of temporary peace. The privates of both armies never personally disliked one another. They were the best friends in the world as soon as they met on neutral ground. The rapid pounding of the artillery caused us to hurry through the morning meal, almost before the sun rose above the hill, and we pushed for Thoroughfare Gap to rejoin the regiment. We knew by instinct that there would be a battle that day, for there was blood upon the moon. We fancied we could perceive, with another sense, the marshalling in mid-air of cohorts from the unseen world, preparing to take their part in the coming struggle, guiding a bullet home here, interposing to save a life there, taking charge of disembodied souls after the mortal had been put on sudden immortality and stood shivering on the borders of the unknown shore. The air was coming from the mountains, every breath so pure and fresh, odorous with the scent of ripening fruit and clover blossoms. Clean, sweet air, so soon to be tainted with corruption and putrescence. The mountains were looking down upon the plains with patience infinite it seemed, not stolidly as the pyramids watched the French squares, and the Mameluke cavalry arranged themselves for war, but as sad, pitying witnesses of a coming scene their holy presence would fain have calmed. Never had life seemed more worth living than on a morning such as this, never existence sweeter, never death so loathed the dying. Long streams of soldiers were wending their way to the front. The troops seemed everywhere. They filled the railroad track as far as the eye could reach. They emerged from the narrow gap in the mountain, and spread out over the fields and meadows. They wound along the base of the hills and marched in a steady tramp over the dusty highways, following a dozen different routes, but each face turned directly and obliquely northward. Ordnance wagons were being pushed rapidly ahead, batteries were taking position, staff officers were riding at a gallop, as if seconds and minutes were golden. In short, all fighting material was pushing to the van, and all the peacefully inclined were valiantly seeking the rear. By a law as fixed as that which bound the Stoics, as unalterable as those which govern the affinities of the chemical world, this separation of the two types ever occurred on the eve of battle. An instant sifting of wheat from the tares took place quietly but surely in every company, and the mass of men so lately mingled became as incapable of mixture as oil and water. The great receding tide at full ebb sank back toward the gap. The mighty army of the backsliders, whom naught could hinder, non-combatants, camp darkies, shirking soldiers playing possum, and camp followers. Warm work was expected, and all this genus, like war horses, sniffed danger from afar. Some were on foot, carrying arms full of muskets, which the ordnance officer was sending to the rear. Others were loaded with accoutrements and blankets, which they were transferring to a secure place, watched and guarded by a sentry, for this riffraff of the army was not noted for its honesty. A few were the possessors, for the time, of a broken-down horse or spavined mule, and were urging these poor animals to their fastest speed. It was this crowd belonging to the wagon train, or detailed for work such as blacksmithing, using every artifice to avoid the marching and the fighting, which hung on the army like barnacles on a staunch ship's bottom, impeding its course and weighting it down. It was the impedimenta that flocked to the battlefield as soon as the shot and shell ceased firing, and despoiled and stripped friend and foe alike, dead or wounded, it mattered not, though they never killed or ill-treated the injured or maimed. Reaching the gap, we found that the brigade had passed through. Following hard upon the track, our little squad, after an hour's march, caught up and took its place in rank. The men were in a fearful humor, grumbling at their luck and cursing the commissary. They had ample cause. Not a single ration had been issued to the troops for several days, and the soldiers were savage from hunger. The brigade halted in line of battle about half a mile this side of the famous Chin House, on the outskirts of a large cornfield. There it was that the lines were broken, and the brigade dispersed in a second. The officers, tired of shouting themselves hoarse, joined the men in the rush for roasting ears, which were now in full ripeness, and never was a field gleaned so completely and in such a short time. 3,000 men made onslaught. There was a confused noise of breaking stalks, the tops and weaving tassels of the whole field were shaken violently as if a sudden tornado had passed over them, and each soldier returned lugging in his arms a pile of succulent, juicy corn. No fires were allowed to be built, so the ears were devoured raw. We secured more than our share, for the other brigade commanders sent details with wagons all over the county, taking all the corn they could lay their hands on, and issuing daily rations to the troops of 3 ears of corn to a man and nothing more. It is a solemn fact that Longstreet's corps had received no rations for 4 days, and lived on daily allowances of green corn, fighting and winning a great battle on empty stomachs. End of chapter 27, part A. Part 1, Chapter 27, Part B, of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank, by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27, Part B. The forenoon had passed, and the sound of hostile cannon was breaking the silence in our front while a battle was being fought on our left. At this dread hour, when the human mind becomes alive to the awful problem of its final abiding place, and hope, fear, and wonder pass through the preternaturally excited brain, then it is that the devout soldiers look resigned, the thoughtless grave, and the scoffers solemnly silent. The Christian soldier's Bible is in brisk demand, and as that type of manhood was now rare in the old brigade, the good book was very popular, and a score of famishing Rebs were waiting to read a chapter before the signal to commence the fight was given. It would have been pathetic to watch the erstwhile laughing, reckless, jeering infantryman waiting his turn to cram several chapters of the Bible so as to increase his chance of salvation, had it not been so humorous to hear the exclamations of the impatient throng. "Hurry up there, Ned. We'll all get killed before you get through," one remarked earnestly. A second soldier on the outside of the circle chimed in. "What does Ned care if we all are damned, so he is saved?" "That's Ned all over," responded Walter Addison, his bosom friend. "Make haste there, Ned Sangster. They're firing like hell over yonder." And so on, until a vast cloud of dust began to ascend toward the sky, evidence that great bodies of men were in motion. "Fall in!" the officers shouted, and the men sprang to their feet, the line was dressed, and the brigade headed to the front to take position. On the way we were halted, and every soldier was compelled to strip for the fight by discarding his blanket, if he had one, which was not often, oilcloth, or overcoat. All these were deposited in a large pile and guards set over them, looking very much as if we did not intend to retreat. Cartridge boxes were filled with 40 rounds, and in our haversacks we carried 20 more, making 60 rounds per man. Soon the crack of the skirmishers' rifles were heard. Then the artillery opened, and the purple-colored smoke drifted like mist from lowland marshes across the valley. "Forward! Guide to the colors! March!" Across that level plateau the First Brigade moved, the flower of Virginia in its ranks, the warm blood rushing in its veins as it did in warrior ancestors centuries ago. It was a glorious and magnificent display, the line keeping perfect time, the colors showing red against the azure sky. There was no cheering, only the rattling of the equipments and the steady footfalls of the men who trod the earth with regular beat. As the brigade swept across the plain, it was stopped by a high Virginia snake fence. Hundreds of willing hands caught the rails, tossed them aside, and then instinctively touching each other's elbows, the ranks were dressed as if by magic. The first shell now streaked over us. Another burst not 10 feet from the ground directly over the heads of our forces. The long chain kept intact, though close to the spot where the explosion occurred. The links vibrated and oscillated for a moment, then grew firm again and pressed onward. How the shells rained upon us now! A Yankee 6-gun battery, on a hill about a half a mile off, turned its undivided attention upon us and essayed to shatter the advancing line. It did knock a gap here and there, but the break was mended almost as soon as broken, and the living wall kept on. Shells were bursting everywhere, until it seemed as if we were walking on torpedoes. They crackled, split, and exploded all around, throwing dirt and ejected little spurts of smoke that for a moment dimmed the sky. Colonel Marye dismounted, drew his sword from the scabbard, and looking the beau ideal of a splendid soldier, placed himself at the head of his men. He stopped for a moment and pointed his sword with an eloquent and vivid gesture toward the battery on the hill. A cheer answered him, and the line instinctively quickened its pace. Though the shells were tearing through the ranks, the men did not falter. One man's resonant voice was sounding above the din, exercising a magical influence. One man's figure strode on in front, and where he led, his men kept close behind. We followed unwaveringly our colonel over the hill, down the declivity, up the slope, straight across the plain toward the battery, with even ranks, though the balls were tearing a way through flesh and blood. The brigade stretched out for several hundred yards, forming, as they marched, a bow with concave toward the enemy. The 17th was on the right of the line, and the other regiments dressed by our colors as we bore right oblique toward the battery, which was now hidden by a volleying fume that settled upon the crest. Still the advance was not stayed nor the ranks broken. We neared the Chin House, when suddenly a long line of the enemy rose from behind an old stone wall and poured straight in our breast a withering volley at point-blank distance. It was so unexpected, this attack, that it struck the long line of men like an electric shock. Many were falling killed or wounded, and but for the intrepid coolness of its colonel, the 17th would have retired from the field in disorder. His clear, ringing voice was heard and the wavering line reformed. A rattling volley answered the foe, and for a minute or two the contest was fiercely waged. Then the colonel fell with his knee frightfully shattered by a Minnie ball. Once down, the calm, reassuring tones heard no longer, the line broke. Now individual bravery made up for the disaster. The officers surged ahead with their swords waving in the air, cheering on the men, who kept close to their heels, loading and firing as they ran. The line of blue was not 50 yards distant, and every man took a sure, close aim before his finger pressed the trigger. It was a decisive fight of about 10 minutes, and both sides stood up gamely to their work. Our foes were a Western regiment from Ohio, who gave and received and asked no odds. The left of our brigade, having struck the enemy's right and doubled it up, now sent one volley into their flank. In a moment the blue line quivered and then went to pieces. Officers and men broke for the rear, one regimental colors captured by John Coleman of the 17th. In a few moments there were none left except the dead and the wounded. There was hardly a breathing spell, only time indeed to take a full draught from the canteen, transfer the cartridges from the haversacks to the cartridge box, and the enemy was upon us with a fresh line. We were now loading and firing at the swiftly approaching enemy, who were about 200 yards distant, advancing straight toward us and yelling with their steady hurrah, so different from the Rebel yell. It was a trying moment, and proved the mettle of the individual man. Some ran, or white with fear cowered behind the Chin House, while others hid in a long gully near by. Others yet stood in an irregular form and loaded and fired, unmindful of the dust and noise of the hurtling shell and screaming shot. On what small trifles hang a man's life in battle! Not a soldier in the army but can recall some incident, some trivial event that kept the vital spark within his frame. A stumble, a step to the right or left, a mere turn of the head, the raising of a musket, a book in the pocket, a handkerchief, a button. Such slight things save hundreds of lives, and what is harder to contemplate, lose them. A half inch here or there, the tenth part of an inch it may be, and lo, the result is as widely different from what it might have been as time is from eternity. No wonder that so many soldiers are fatalists. I was capping my gun in desperate haste to fire, when Frank Ballinger, gallant soldier he ever was, jumped directly in front of me and fired. At that very instant, before his finger could have left the trigger, a Yankee bullet, speeding invisibly through the air, bent on its deadly purpose of passing through my body, struck him, and he fell back into my arms, nerveless and almost pulseless. I heard him cry out, and then came from his throat the horrible sound of the death rattle, which smote my ear for the first time. I placed my canteen to his lips. He tried to swallow, and then his glazing eyes showed that he was dead. Tearing open his jacket in frantic haste, I found that the bullet had struck him below the heart, passing clear through, the bullet meant for me. There was no time to indulge in feelings there. It is only around the campfire that we can afford to do that. The brigade was scattered everywhere now. For an hour they had fired as fast as the cartridges could be rammed home. When the Union troops came up to retake the Chin House, our men began to give ground. On came the Yankees in splendid style, with the stars and stripes waving and their line capitally dressed. It was a perfect advance, and some of us forgot to fire our muskets while watching them. In their front was a little drummer beating a pas de charge, the only time we ever heard the inspiring sound on the battlefield. The dauntless little fellow was handling his sticks lustily, too, for the roll of the drum was heard above the noise of the guns. It was high time to be leaving, we thought, and now our men were turning to fire one good shot before heeling it to the rear, when right behind us there came with a rush and a vim a fresh Rebel brigade aiming straight for the Yankees. They ran over us and we joined their lines. Not a shot was fired by them in response to the fusillade of musketry that was raining lead all around. Every man with his head bent sideways and down, like people breasting a hailstorm, for soldiers always charged so, and the gray and the blue met with a mighty shock. A tremendous sheet of flame burst from our line. The weaker side went to the ground in a flash, and with a wild yell the gray swept on toward the 6-gun battery that had been sending forth a stream of death for the past hour. We could only see the flashes of light through the dense smoke. The line stopped a moment at the foot of the hill to allow itself to catch up. It was late in the evening and the battle was raging in all its deadliest fury. On our right, on our left, in the front, in the rear, from all directions came the warring sound of cannon and musketry. We could see nothing but smoke, breathe nothing except the fumes of burning powder, feel nothing save the earth jarred by the concussion of the guns, hear nothing but the dire, tremendous clamor and blare of sound swelling up into a vast volume of fire. How hot it was! the cloths damped with perspiration, the canteens empty, throats parched with thirst, faces blackened by powder, the men mad with excitement. The left of the line came up, and then someone asked, "Whose brigade is this?" "Hood's," was the answer. Then burst a ringing cry, "Forward, Texans!" The line sprang up like a tightly bent bow suddenly loosened, and rushed up the hill in a wild, eager dash, a frenzied, maddening onset up the hill through the smoke, nearer and nearer to the guns. When about 100 yards from them the dense veil lifted, floated upward and softly aside, and discovered to us that the battery had ceased firing. We could see the muzzles of the guns, their sullen black mouths pointing at us, and behind them the gunners, while from the center of the battery was a flag that lay drooping upon its staff. It was for a second only, like the rising of the curtain for a moment on a hideous tableau, only to be dropped as the eye took in the scene in all its horrors. Yet it impressed itself, like vivid picture, brief as it was, upon mind, heart, and brain. At once came a noise like a thunder shock, that seemed as if an earthquake had riven the place. The ground trembled with the concussion. The appalling sound was heard of iron grape shot tearing its way through space and through bodies of bone, flesh, and blood. Mercifully for us, but not intended by our foes, the guns were elevated too high, or it would have been simply annihilation. For when those 6 guns poured their volley into the charging lines, they were loaded to the muzzle with grape, and the distance was only about pistol shot. Of course the execution was fearful, and for a second the line was stupefied and nearly senseless from the blow. The ground was covered with victims, and the screams of the wounded rose high above the din and were awful to hear. The advance was not stayed long. "Forward, boys! Don't stop now! Forward, Texans!" And with a cry from every throat, the Southerners kept on, officers and men together without form or order, the swiftest runners ahead, the slowest behind, 'tis true, but struggling desperately to better their time. Up, still up, until we reached the crest. As the Yankees pulled the lanyards of the loaded pieces, our men were among them. A terrific shock. A lane of dead in front. Those standing before the muzzles were blown to pieces like captured sepoy rebels. I had my hand on the wheel of one cannon just as it was fired, and I fell like one dead from the concussion. There was a frenzied struggle in the semi-darkness around the guns, so violent and tempestuous, so mad and brain-reeling, that to recall it is like fixing the memory of a horrible, blood-curdling dream. Every one was wild with uncontrollable delirium. Then the mist dissolved, and the panting, gasping soldiers could see the picture as it was. The battery had been captured by the Texans, and every man at the pieces taken prisoner. Many were killed by a volley that we had poured into them when only a few paces distant, and a large proportion wounded. The few who escaped unhurt stood in a group, so blackened with powder that they ceased to look like white men. These soldiers had nobly worked their guns and had nothing to be ashamed of. All that men could do they had done. The voices of the officers now called the men to rally. The grass was blackened, indeed the very ground beneath our feet was burnt to a cinder and still smoking. From the top of the hill we could see dark masses of the enemy about a mile off, rushing to the front, while on the right and left the reek and fog of the field hid the combatants from view. Not a dozen of the 17th could be seen in one place. They were scattered everywhere, mixed up and absorbed for the time in the reserves which ran over them. As for myself, I had the fight taken out of me by a bullet through the arm. It was but a flesh wound, but it hurt and prevented me from firing. In the valley below the Chin House, where the dust was dense and blinding, the smoke heavy and stifling, it was hard for the brigade and the division to keep intact, and so the different organizations were all mingled, but maintained no less a heavy and deadly fire on that account. Occasional glimpses of the enemy were discernible, and as the evening wore on, it was discovered that they were giving ground. This yielding was only temporary, for about a half an hour before the sun went down their reserves were brought up, and then the fire increased in volume until the detonations were something to make one shudder. In the line with which we were, the men lay flat on their breasts, firing more accurately and coolly than could have been done standing, delivering their pieces without calculation or aim. Just as the day was drawing to a close, a mighty yell arose, a cry from twice 10,000 throats as the Rebel reserves, fresh from the rear, rushed resistlessly to the front. Never did mortal eyes behold a grander sight, not even when MacDonald put his columns in motion at Wagram, nor Ney charged the Russian center at Borodino. It was an extended line, reaching as far as the eye could see, crescent in form, and composed of many thousand men. It was, in fact, a greater part of Longstreet's corps. The onset was thrilling in the extreme, as the men swept grandly forward, the little battle flags with the Southern Cross in the center fluttering saucily and jauntily aloft, while the setting sun made of each bayonet and musket barrel a literal gleam of fire that ran along the chain of steel in a scintillating flame. As they swept over the plain they took up all the scattered fighting material, and nothing was left but the wounded which had sifted through and the dead. Then ensued the death struggle, a last fearful grappling in mortal combat. The enemy threw forward all their reserves to meet the shock, and for a space of 15 minutes the commotion was terrible. Bursts of sound surpassed everything that was ever heard or could be conceived. The baleful flashes of the cannon, darting out against the dusky horizon, played on the surface of the evening clouds like sharp, vivid lightning. Long lines of musketry vomited through the plain their furious volleys of pestilential lead, sweeping scores of brave soldiers into the valley of the shadow of death. And now, while 100,000 men were battling for supremacy, men gathered from ocean to ocean, from Maine to San Francisco, from north to south, east to west, from every hamlet and town, from every mountain and plain, while Ate and her attendant furies stalked over the field, their swords reddened with the slaughter, the sun, as if glad to put an end to such frightful carnage, himself blood red, sank below the top of a wooded hill. At last the enemy staggered, wavered, broke, and fled in utter rout. Where Longstreet was dealing his heavy blows they were throwing away their knapsacks and rushing madly for the rear. Only one final stand was made by a brigade in the woods close by, but as the long gray line closed in on each flank they threw down their arms and surrendered but with few exceptions. Those few, as they ran, turned and fired. On the hill, which had been occupied by the Washington artillery of 18 guns in the earlier part of the day, the eye took in a dim and fast fading yet extended view of the whole surrounding country. A vast panorama stretched out on an open plain with patches of wood here and there on its surface, and with but 2 or 3 hills in the whole range of sight to break the expanded level. It was unutterably grand. Jackson could be seen swinging his left on his right as a pivot, and Longstreet with his entire corps in the reverse method. The whole Yankee army was in retreat, and certainly nothing but darkness prevented it from being une affaire flambée. The battle was over, and night mercifully covered a scene of slaughter having no parallel in song or story of the New World. The carnage had been appalling. Over 4,000 lay cold and rigid on the bosom of Mother Earth. 14,000 men of a common race and a common ancestry, speaking one language, having but one tradition, lay under the light of the stars, disfigured and maimed, torn and bleeding. As the soldiers returned from the field, the day's work over, picking their way with care, the excitement died away and the reaction came. The cries and groans of this vast host of wounded were borne on the breeze from every side, and one who heard the tidal wave of agony as it swelled and surged toward heaven was fain to clasp his hands over his ears and shut out the torturing sound. Happy was he among the writhing mass whose agony was quenched in the lethe of a mortal hurt. Show a soldier not utterly hardened, when the excitement of battle is over, his own handiwork. Tell him that his own finger had sped the missile that laid yonder man low, and 10 to 1 he would recall the fatal act if he could. Some great thinker once wrote, "Give me the money that has been spent in war, and I will purchase every foot of land upon the globe. I will clothe every man, woman and child in an attire of which kings and queens might be proud. I would build a schoolhouse on every hillside and in every valley on the whole earth. I would erect an academy in every town and endow it, a college in every state and fill it. I would crown every hill with a place of worship, consecrated to the promulgation of the gospel of peace. I would support in every pulpit an able preacher, so that on every Sabbath morning the chimes on one hill would answer the chimes on another, until the melody of the sweet-sounding bells would girdle the globe with its music and invocation to heaven." This is a calculation of so much money, Suppose the moralizer had carried the computation a little further, for paltry considerations in the expenditures of war of dollars and cents are as nothing in the general summing up. Reckon up the killed, and you would have a mighty host. Collect the tears that have been shed over soldiers slain in battle, and you would have an ocean. Mass the evil passions, the hate, the bitter burning rancor and revenge that war has engendered, and you have a Gehenna. Yet men are born warriors and fight from instinct. All forces wage an unending war. From chaos until now, between beak and spear, claw and tearing tooth, heel and horn, sting and tightening coil, has the invisible war been raging. In this battle, the consumption of ammunition in the 1st Brigade was enormous. The soldiers literally fired away the last cartridge, making an average of 60 per man, or 180,000 ounces of lead sent northward on its errand of deviltry. Many fired more. I used up all of my allowance and filled my cartridge box twice from the profuse supplies scattered on the field, and at the end of the battle I had 10 left, making 130 rounds fired. No wonder that my shoulder was black and blue, and that my face was so scorched and blackened by the burnt powder that my identity was hidden and my own comrades did not know me until I spoke. On this day our soldiers found out the worthlessness of the Minié musket, thousands of which lay abandoned on the field, because after a score or two of shots the barrel would foul and the bullet could not be driven home. The ramrod was so slender as to possess little weight, and it would get so greasy from the cartridge as to slip through the hands. The Enfield musket was by far the best arm the infantry ever had. End of chapter 27. Part 1, Chapter 28 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Wreckage After the Storm. It was a pitch-dark night, with no light but that of the stars, and a few of us who were trying to find the 17th became lost on the field. Every now and then we fell or stumbled over a dead body, or worse still, some poor wounded fellow would moan so that it made the blood in our veins run cold and filled us with dismay. My own wound proved to be a slight one after my friend John Addison had attended to it. We attempted to choose a path by striking one match after another, but the supply was soon exhausted, and then we came to a standstill. Looking around, we could discern nothing but torches waving at far intervals about the field, flickering in the faint breeze that had sprung up with the coming of night, and which was borne to us tainted with the smell of blood. Starting onward, my companion stumbled, and a horrified exclamation burst from his lips. His hand had rested, he said, on only the half of a head, whose top had been carried away by a shell. So we wandered aimlessly about, tripping every few paces, until at last, to our great relief, we reached an elevation and saw a campfire burning not far away. Steering a straight course for its light, we arrived upon the spot, and with a delight no words could express, found the 17th, or rather what was left of it, for only 16 men had kept to the colors throughout the day, as we afterwards learned, the balance having been scattered in every direction and swallowed up in other organizations. The remnant had lighted a fire with empty ammunition and cracker boxes that were gathered on the field, and were making themselves as comfortable as circumstances would permit. No one knew the extent of the losses in the regiment. Indeed, it had been as much as one could do to keep the run of his own individual self. For the first time in a week we had a full and a good meal: coffee, sugar, beef, bacon, and crackers. Ambulances and men of the impoverished sanitary squads looking after the wounded passed and repassed our fire. Every minute some lost soldier would come up, attracted by the light, until there were in our vicinity several hundred belonging to a score or so of different commands. Each man had a captured haversack and blanket, for those we discarded that morning and left under guard we never expected to see again. That we had won a great victory every soldier knew, and the probabilities of a forward movement were freely discussed, all arguing that the blunders of the first Manassas would not be repeated now that Lee had supreme control of matters. Every man, too, with whom we talked spoke of the day's battle as the hardest and most stubbornly contested one that had ever taken place in Virginia. No one but what had shot away his whole supply of cartridges, and so far as we could learn, every soldier in Longstreet's corps had fired every cartridge in his box as well as those in his haversack, making, as I said before, 60 rounds per man. The faces of all were smutty with burnt powder, 2/3 had their clothes torn with bullets, and many were slightly wounded who made no trouble or fuss about it. The sky, Sunday morning, was one mass of gray, granite-like clouds, and it seemed as if Nature had clad herself in sad-colored robes to mourn the slaughter of her sons, to end in the usual weeping that followed every battle. After a hurried breakfast the soldiers separated, looking for their several commands. For some hours the army was halted in the field to get the men together, reform the organizations, and fill their scattered ranks. Lieutenant Colonel Herbert, now in command of the 17th, with the colors and a small party of the original regiment, were not far away, and formed a nucleus around which the absentees were rapidly collecting. Every soldier of the 17th expressed deep felt sorrow over the disaster that happened to our colonel. He was loved and admired by the men, but more than all, trusted implicitly. We learned later that his leg was shattered above the knee and the limb amputated below the hip, thus ending forever his military career in the field. The Confederacy lost one of its most brilliant officers when he fell. Colonel Marye was of a highly nervous temperament, but in action he was the coolest man I ever saw. Nature molded and fashioned him for a soldier, and I have always thought that had this highly cultured, brainy soldier gone through the war unwounded, he would have surrendered his army corps and made a name second only to Lee and Jackson. The battlefield presented a horribly sickening sight. The wounded had all been taken care of, but the dead were resting just as they fell. Here was one with both legs torn off by a solid shot, the ground for many feet around sprinkled with the blood that jetted out in a stream from the severed arteries. Another had fallen on his knees and clasped his hands over his head, which had been fractured by a piece of shell. He was a frightful object, with the tongue protruding and the teeth clenched tightly upon it. An infantryman shot in the neck had unstrapped his knapsack, unrolled his blanket, lain down and covered himself over and then had quietly breathed his last. What a methodical, systematic person he must have been, the ruling passion so strong in death it spoke in so many words: "I did my life's work well, and now the summons comes. I wrap the drapery of my couch around me and lie down in pleasant dreams." Could a knife in the hands of an Indian have scalped a poor fellow more scientifically than did that bursting shell? And see here a man who had his two arms broken as if they had been stems. There lay 5 or 6 of our men, torn and mangled almost beyond recognition by one single shell that had burst so close to them that it did its fiendish work only too successfully. A group had gathered around one dead form and were gazing down upon it with fixed interest, and yet sadly enough. We joined them and found it to be a lad, scarcely more than 14 years old, shot through the forehead. His uniform was new and most tastefully made, doubtless to suit his boyish fancy. The long hair seemed even then to be fresh from the toying touch and loving hands of mother or sister. He was no soldier, one could see that. Most probably he lived in the neighborhood and had joined the line in the charge. He rested upon the earth as fair as the marble hyacinth. "How anxious they must be at home about him," remarked some one near, as we stood looking down upon the slender figure. "I can imagine how they watch and wait for him, and what they would say if they could see him now." And the strong, rugged speaker, who had borne the brunt of a battle unmoved, drew the back of a rough hand over his eyes and passed on. The ground which we traversed was where the heaviest fighting had taken place in the earlier part of the action. The carnage had been fearful, and blue and gray lay closely mingled. Death had found these victims in various attitudes, and stiffened them into stone. And his icy hands had frozen to marble his lips loved by households. One was in the act of raising his gun to fire. Another was about to open his cartridge box, and died in the attempt. A third was retreating, and when struck was unloosening his knapsack. And a fourth had sat down to tie his shoe, when the fatal ball had killed him instantly. The missiles had struck everywhere. This man was shot in the mouth. On that face a bursting shell had left not a single feature. Worse still, here is a head as completely severed from the body as if the guillotine had done it. And there, the living, beating heart seemed to have been torn out all quivering and bleeding. Already the blackness of corruption had disfigured many faces and rendered immediate burial imperatively necessary. Here and there and everywhere were pools of clotted blood, as if blood were the cheapest and freest flowing commodity on earth, showing where wounded and dying soldiers had lain. Scattered about the ground, because the nerveless hands had no further use of them, were rifles, knapsacks, accoutrements, empty ammunition boxes, blankets, coats, and even swords. How soon the vainglory of war vanishes before the carnage of the field! How much of its poetic unreality dissolves into the stern, hard prose of the hospital! How many of its undraped horrors are disclosed upon the after battleground! Every dead body had been searched, every pocket was wrong side out, proving that the camp followers and robbers of the dead had completed their work. Every corpse, whether in blue or gray uniform, had been divested of its shoes and hat, and many even had their outer clothing removed. As several of our brigades passed we heard the troops curse fiercely the miserable pillagers who, like birds of prey, flocked to the battlefield after the action to accomplish their foul purposes. A true soldier rarely condescends to strip his fallen enemies. He will take a pair of shoes or a hat if he needs them badly, but it must be from necessity and not from desire of gain. The brigade had a formal roll call by companies so as to report the losses to the adjutant general. A rather remarkable personnel answered to their names, and presented as its chief feature the charm of variety. Many of the men were slightly wounded and had arms in slings or heads bound up. Adornments in the way of fine hats, officers' long-tailed coats, and cavalrymen's jack-boots picked up on the field, were sported by their fortunate possessors with an air of supreme satisfaction and hardly concealed pride. This element was all the more noticeable in that each man's next neighbor in the ranks was either hatless, coatless, or shoeless, as the case might be, but all had blankets and full haversacks, confiscated on the battlefield with due honors of war. Our regimental losses were about 75 killed and wounded, those of the brigade between 200 and 300. Now that the list had been made out, the brigade took up its march. The farther we advanced, the more evident became the fact that the enemy's retreat the night before had been almost a panic. Knapsacks, guns, and all sorts of miscellaneous articles belonging to the equipment of a soldier were scattered in the greatest confusion along the pike. Every soldier loaded himself down at first, but later on, as the contents of the knapsacks were ransacked, only the letters and daguerreotypes were taken out and handed around, the balance pitched away for the comfort and use of needy soldiers behind. Many a fair Northern girl could not have been otherwise than flattered at the praises her beauty elicited, albeit from Rebels, as her picture passed from hand to hand along the ranks. Continuing on our way, we passed a beef which had been freshly slaughtered and skinned by our obliging enemy, who had left it as a slight token of their esteem, surmising how long it had been since we had so partaken. To be sure, they had been in too great a hurry to eat it themselves, but that made not the slightest difference in the world, as our own men could stop just long enough to hack off a chunk before they hurried on. On our way we passed a small house on the roadside, from which the yellow flag was flying. It had been taken by the Yankees as a hospital, and their surgeons were even then busy in their work. Evidences of the nature of their labor appeared before us in a most ghastly, hideous form. On a table, running the length of one room, all the amputating had been done, and the floor was slippery with the vital blood that ran out and dripped from every crack and crevice in one dire percolation. As fast as the shattered limbs were severed from the trunk they were thrown out of the window, and there they lay, in a heap, 5 or 6 feet in height, a sickening collection of legs, arms, and fingers of all sizes and lengths, Rebel and Yankee commingled. Never before was seen a more shocking and tangible evidence of the cruelty of this struggle. Each amputated limb the exponent of a human being, disabled and doomed to suffer so long as life might last. All in and around the yard lay the wounded, almost an acre of them, both of the blue and gray, while the surgeons of the North and South, animated by a single noble purpose, moved among the crowd with sleeves rolled up and arms covered with blood, doing all that human power could do to alleviate pain and to save life. Following the Sudley road, the brigade crossed Bull Run at the ford and came to a halt. The rations for one day were issued, consisting of 2 crackers and a quarter of a pound of fat bacon, the last we were going to get for many a long day. Having halted, the order was read to the brigade congratulating them on the results of yesterday's battle. The old First had brought from the fields 5 stands of captured soldiers. The brigade, consisting of the 1st, 17th, 7th, and 11th Virginia regiments, 1,800 muskets strong, had captured a battery of 4 pieces, spiked by the enemy, who had been unable to carry it off because nearly all the horses had been killed. Toward evening the rain, which had been pouring nearly all day, cleared up temporarily, and the brigade halted to pass the night. The soldiers smoked, read the captured letters, and talked and fought the battle over again until dark, when they turned in. It was so warm that but few fires were lighted. Preparations for sleep were made simply those nights. The rationale was merely spreading the blanket on the ground, lying on it, and rolling up in it tightly. The head was next reclined on a cartridge box, and a hat put over the face, then off into dreamland. To the student of military history, Pope's campaign will be considered the most unique in the annals of war. Possessed as he was of an overwhelming belief in himself, boundless imagination and nervous aberration in action, he was the last man on earth to be entrusted with a supreme command. During the short 2 months as commanding general of the Army of the Potomac, he issued more orders, gave more directions, and wrote more voluminous reports than did Grant in his 4 years of successful campaigning. It is difficult to conceive how he found time in that short period to write so much. His correspondence in the war records would make a respectable book. His orders to his subordinates were so profuse and contradictory that it is no wonder confusion prevailed, and in the great game of military chess he kept king, knight, bishop, and pawn on the jump, without method, and played, as it were, from impulse. In the natural course of events, his checkmate from such an adversary as Lee was certain to be quick and complete. Pope, of course, had his scapegoat. For many years Fitz John Porter had to bear all the opprobrium of Pope's complete fiasco. The story of Pope's campaign can be told in a few words by extracts from his own reports. Beginning at his Orlando Furioso proclamation in taking command of the army, his dispatches, in the light of cold reason, show his character to a dot. He wrote to Halleck regarding the battle of Cedar Mountain: "On Thursday morning the enemy crossed the Rapidan at Barrett's Ford in a heavy force. Brigadier General Bayard with his cavalry fell slowly back, delaying the enemy's advance. General Banks was ordered to take position at Cedar Mountain with orders to hold the enemy in check until Sigel's corps arrived and had a good rest after their forced march. General Roberts reported to me that he had conferred freely with General Banks, and urgently represented to him my purposes, but that General Banks, contrary to my wishes, had left the strong position which he had taken up, and had advanced at least a mile to assault the enemy, believing that they were not in considerable force. His advance led him over the open ground that was everywhere swept by the fire of the enemy. The action lasted about an hour and a half, and our forces suffered heavy loss and were gradually driven back." On August 23, 1862, he wrote to Major General Sigel: "The Rappahannock River has, owing to the rain, risen 6 feet and is entirely impassable at the ford. The enemy, Jackson's corps, therefore on this side is cut off from those of the other. You will accordingly march at once upon Sulphur Springs and thence to Waterloo Bridge, attacking and beating the enemy wherever you find him. You will have an effective force of 25,000 men." To General Banks he sent the same instructions, and McDowell's corps was divided to support this movement. To all these corps commanders he ended by saying, "Be quick, for time is everything." On the same day, August 23, 1862, in his dispatch to Halleck he writes: "The river has risen 6 feet. The enemy's forces, Stonewall Jackson's, on this side, which have crossed at Sulphur Springs, are cut off from those of the south side. I march at once with my whole force on Sulphur Springs and Waterloo Bridge, and hope to destroy these forces before the river runs down." On the next day he telegraphed to Halleck: "No force of the enemy has been able to recross the river, and are enclosed by our forces, and will undoubtedly be captured." When the whole of Pope's army closed in at Waterloo Bridge it was literally a water haul. Neither wagon, gun, nor rebel was to be seen, and all this pother, these maneuvers, these masterly concentrations of forces were false alarms. McDowell, who was in the advance, wrote to Pope under date of August 26: "General Milroy burned the bridge at Waterloo before he left. What is the enemy's purpose it is not easy to discover. Some have thought he means to march around our right, through Rectortown to Washington. Others think that he intends going down to Shenandoah. Others that it is his object to throw his trains around in the valley to obtain supplies. It is also thought that a large portion of his army have retired to Culpeper Army by the Sperryville road." General Mansfield wrote to Halleck about this time: "Stonewall Jackson has 125,000 men at least. He is fortifying between Louisa Court House and Gordonsville." Pope answered McDowell by writing: "I believe the whole force of the army has marched for the Shenandoah Valley by the way of Luray and Front Royal." Now at the very time Pope was closing in to capture Jackson at Sulphur Springs, the ubiquitous Rebel was 20 miles in Pope's rear at Manassas Junction, where a vast depot of supplies for Pope's army was concentrated, and where the ragged, dust-begrimed Rebels were drinking champagne from tin cups and eating canned fruit from the sutlers' stores, preparatory to applying the torch to Pope's reservoir of supplies. On the 26th of August, Pope sent a dispatch to McDowell in which he says: "Fitz John Porter, with Sykes's and Morrell's divisions, will be within 2½ miles of Warrenton tomorrow night. I will use all of my efforts to have Sturgis's and Cox's divisions within 3 miles of you tomorrow night, and have requested General Halleck to push forward Franklin's division at once. I think our fight should be made at Warrenton, and if you can postpone it for 2 days, we will be all right." On the evening of the same day he telegraphed to Washington: "Our communications have been interrupted by the enemy's cavalry at Manassas." On the next day, August 27th, he wrote to Major General Kearney: "At the very earliest dawn move forward to Bristow Station with your whole command. Jackson, A. P. Hill, and Ewell are in front of us. I want you to be here at day dawn, and we shall bag the whole crowd." At the same hour he wrote to McDowell: "March rapidly on to Manassas Junction. Jackson is between Gainesville and Manassas Junction. If you march promptly, we shall bag the whole crowd." On the next day, August 28th, he wired McDowell: "You will move on to Gun Spring to intercept Jackson. I will push forward to Reno and Heintzelman, unless there is a large force at Centersville, which I do not believe. Jackson has a large train which certainly should be captured." At 10 P.M. on the same day he notified Heintzelman: "McDowell has intercepted the retreat of the enemy. Sigel is immediately on his right, and I see no possibility of his escape." On the next day, August 29th, he telegraphed to Banks: "Destroy the public property at Bristow, and fall back upon Centerville at once." On the next day, or rather night of August 30th, his dispatch to Halleck reads: "We had a terrific battle today. The enemy, largely reinforced, assaulted our position early today. We held our ground firmly until 6 P.M., when the enemy, massing with very heavy columns on our left, forced back that wing about half a mile. At dark we held that position. The troops are of good heart and marched off the field without the least hurry or confusion. The enemy is badly crippled, and we shall do well enough. Be easy, everything will go well." On the next day he wires Halleck: "I should like to know whether you feel secure about Washington. Should this army be destroyed, I shall fight it as long as a man will stand up to the work." After Pickett's disastrous charge at Gettysburg, Lee rode among his men, saying: "This failure is all my fault. Nobody is to blame except myself." Now see what Pope says. On the day after the battle his dispatch to Halleck reads, "One commander of a corps who was ordered to march from Manassas Junction to join me near Grovestown, although he was only 5 miles distant, failed to get up at all and worse still, fell back to Manassas without a fight. What makes matters worse, there are officers in the regular army who hold back from either ignorance or fear. Their constant talk indulged in publicity is that the Army of the Potomac will not fight. When such example is set by officers of high rank, the influence must be very bad among those in subordinate stations. You have hardly an idea of the demoralization among officers of high rank in the Army of the Potomac, arising in all instances from personal feeling in relation to changes in commander in chief and others. These men are mere tools and parasites, but their example is producing very disastrous results. I am endeavoring to do all I can, and will most assuredly put them where they shall fight or run away." If there is any greater insult offered the gallant men who bore aloft the standard of their country by their commander in chief, it has never been recorded. The part the 17th Virginia took in this battle is briefly told by Colonel Corse, who at the battle of Manassas was temporarily commanding the brigade. He says, "At 4:30 P.M. an aide brought me an order to move forward in support of Jenkins and Hunton. I promptly obeyed and overtook the two brigades advancing. I at once put my command about 250 yards in rear of the advancing brigades, keeping my distance when moving forward, and then the whole line became engaged. At this time, discovering a battle on the left and rear of the Chin House, I ordered a charge of the whole line. The order was gallantly responded to and brilliantly executed, the enemy being driven from their guns. The 17th, led by the ardent Colonel Morton Mary, advanced in perfect line. Just before reaching the guns, Colonel Mary fell severely wounded. The charge on the guns was a success, the enemy's support was routed. Samuel Coleman, of Company E, 17th Virginia, in the hottest of the fight, wrested from the hands of the color bearer of the 11th Pennsylvania Volunteers his regimental colors and handed them to me. These colors I have already had the honor to forward to you. The loss to the 17th Virginia is 5 officers wounded, 4 men killed, and 39 wounded." End of chapter 28. Part 1, Chapter 29 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Into Maryland. On Monday the march was continued toward Fairfax Court House. The rain that had held up during the night now came down in streams. We had eaten the last mouthful in the morning. Indeed, but for the contents of the captured haversacks, there would have been nothing. Nearly all of that day we tramped in the mire of the roads, while a constant cannonading went on in our front. Late in the evening we found ourselves again at Chantilly, that stately old residence over which some of us had stood guard in the lovely autumn nights of '61. Had not the rain poured in torrents, we would have arrived at an earlier hour, in time to participate in the sharp action which our van had had with Kearny's division. However, it made no difference, for our ammunition was soaking, and we had not a gun in the division that would have gone off. Standing there in the summer rain, we beheld the change that a few months had produced in the old place. The fences were leveled, the outbuildings had been torn down, the splendid fortress of trees cut, every shade tree and even every fruit tree felled for fuel. As for the house, it was scarcely habitable. The furniture had been smashed for kindling wood, the windows dashed to pieces with the butt end of muskets, the plastering had been knocked from the walls, and the rooms so defaced and defiled that they discounted a hog pen. On what was formerly the lawn lay many wounded and dead, among others General Phil Kearny, whose remains most of our soldiers viewed, the most brilliant, chivalrous, dashing officer in the Yankee army. He was killed in a charge. He rode in the advance with his sword in the air and the bridle rein held between his teeth, for he had lost his arm in the Mexican War. Had General Kearny lived he would probably have commanded the Federal army. His body was sent by General Lee under a flag of truce to the enemy's lines. The two forces were but a little distance apart, the one flushed with victory, the other sullen with defeat, and for the nonce equally limp, wet and miserable. But for the dash of the rain, the sharp halt and challenge of the enemy's pickets could readily have been heard. It is said by fishermen who ought to know, that eels at length not only get used to being skinned, but after a while take it as a pleasure. On the same principle, perhaps, soldiers come to enjoy a repose in a driving rain and being cradled in a mud puddle. Be that as it may, their sleep was as sweet and sound as they had lain on beds of down. While their frames were so inured to hardships and seasoned by exposure, that what would have threatened illness and death a year ago now had become a matter of the slightest moment. The waking the next morning was a stiff affair, not a bit of fun anywhere about it. Then it took so much time to straighten limbs and warm bodies that had been chilled through. To our great delight, though, the warm beams of the sun darted between the rifts in the clouds and dried the wet clothing, but even then the situation was deplorable. Some few had a ration left, which they ate quietly without attracting any attention, while haversacks of the majority were turned wrong side out and the very dust of defunct crackers scraped out and devoured. One man of an enterprising turn of mind carried his resources so far as to boil his greasy haversack for a soup purely of his own invention. He said it filled him up anyhow, and did away with the goneness in his stomach. About noon the regimental sutler was on the spot, having followed the command with a steady persistence and faithful, untiring devotion worthy of a better cause. Animated by love of money, that root of all evil, he had crossed battlefields, forded runs, and breasted storms to join us. A charge was made on his wagon by the starving soldiery, some straddling the horses for a place of vantage, others standing on the wheels and struggling to get a first grab at the viands. Jonah, that was our sutler's name, was equal to any emergency, and like his illustrious namesake, could not be kept down. He had no conscience, or if he had, he stretched it to any required distance, which was in his case tantamount to many miles. Like Chester also, he charged and obtained his price too. Having sold out his entire stock, which consisted entirely of edibles, Jonah, with an empty wagon, a full wallet (he was no credit business), and a light heart, turned his horse's head rearward and disappeared through the shadows of the woods. Just as the wheels of the wagon were tumbling away in the distance, a member of the 17th made a piteous complaint to a body of his comrades. He said that notwithstanding the high respect he entertained for every member of his valued regiment, who were all honorable men, yet one of their body corporate, who had so far forgotten his meums and tums as to appropriate an oilcloth that had been most serenely and unsuspiciously left drying on the bushes. He stated that he had gone through the brigade on the strength of an extemporized search warrant, but without the faintest shadow of success. He assured us that he was without a blanket and would be in a woeful fix, for the ground was still damp and the nights cool. He implored us that if any of our number had seen his property walk away from the bush, in spite of the eighth commandment, to reveal its hidden quarters and make him a friend for life. It is needless to say that no sign of the lost property was ever vouchsafed, so artfully were these constant thefts accomplished. And so our soldier told us some time after that for a makeshift he had begged a newspaper, a copy of the New York World, and lain on it. Inasmuch as it had kept the dampened earth from personal contact, it answered its purpose quite well. He asserted that for 2 weeks he had had nothing to lie upon but that paper, which he would fold up as carefully every morning as a lawyer did his parchment, or the beauty her curl papers, but that on one occasion it had rained, and he held nothing in his hand but so much pulp. He told us with incipient tears in his eyes that he would always cherish a tender feeling for the New York World as long as the bullets might spare him. But on the morning of the 3rd of September all these trivialities of the camp, all these little incidents which made up camp life, were merged into the interest of the march, when an army, no longer a mass of individual interests, became a unit to be thrown upon the force, a force inspired by one aim, moved by the will of one man, counted as so much manpower toward one end. The head of the column was turned northward, passing by Frying Pan Church, which name was rather suggestive of some hot gospel and a place that hath no seasons, like the tropics. Still no sign of our commissary wagons, and not a mouthful of food had the men that day. Some of our best soldiers were left on account of sickness, and many began to straggle from ranks to seek in farmhouses along the route something to allay their gnawing hunger. Of course, each one was a serious loss, for we never saw any of them until after the campaign. Keeping at a steady gait, the column passed Guilford Station on the Loudon and Hampshire Railroad, and then turning, headed up the pike for Leesburg. All along the route, the citizens testified their delight at our advance and brought food to the road, all that had been left them to give, and offered it to the hungry troops. Through this kindness most of us obtained one meal that day, though some were not so fortunate, and could only look longingly back and curse the wagons. That night we camped near Drainesville. By 6 in the morning we were on the tramp again. Steadily, one by one, the strength of the army decreased as soldier after soldier, weak with hunger, dropped out of ranks and out of sight. The farmhouses all along the way we would find filled with sick and straggling men. There was a direful and shameful blunder somewhere about this time. Here was the great Army of Northern Virginia, which after 4 months' fearful fighting and constant action, with ranks decimated by the casualties of battle and sickness, on its way as an army of invasion, and instead of being reinforced, and its losses repaired, instead of strict discipline being maintained, instead of being properly fed, they were allowed to march day after day with no rations, while each soldier was suffered to leave ranks and roam at will all over the country. Then thousands were barefooted and obliged to fall behind because of their stone bruises. Again, not a single article of clothing had been issued, and the men had not changed their shirts for 2 weeks. The clothing left under guard on the battlefield of Bull Run was never returned. In fine, instead of having a thoroughly equipped army to invade the North, there were long lines of limping, starving soldiery, streaming wearily on, as disheartened and miserable in feeling as they looked. There was no elasticity or vim in the crowd. Napoleon, that master in the art of war, uttered the maxim that "an army only moves on its belly," and if our general officers were blind to the fact, the privates felt it. Every soldier in the ranks saw the wretchedness and mismanagement of the situation, and it had a very bad effect. It looked as if his government had even ceased to care about keeping him alive by feeding him. And so, many lost heart and became embittered toward the officers. 2 days of continued and steady tramping brought us to the little town of Leesburg, not far from the Potomac River. The commissary wagons had not arrived, and in those 2 days, as in the weeks past, not a single ration had been issued. The most the officers could do was to bivouac their commands alongside the cornfields on the route and let each one help himself. The amount of provender which a hungry soldier could get, outside of under such circumstances, would shame a dray horse and cause a tow-path mule to blush with envy. Some have been known to stow away 16 ears of corn at a single meal, and they were not nubbins either. It may seem incredible, but it is true, that owing to the failure of the commissary general to get his supplies up in time, Lee's army on the advance lived alone on green corn and apples, the only instance of a like nature upon record. Of course this diet was good for a change, yet on a long run, and this is not a figurative expression by any means, it did not yield much sustenance. The men became thinner and weaker, and the food caused chronic diarrhea and flux, which still further decimated the ranks, and lost us several thousand men. Still with splendid bravery the army pressed onward. It was a goodly sight to watch the troops when they were halted for their evening meal, an apple orchard or a cornfield. In the latter instance 100 fires would be lighted and blaze up in the twinkling of an eye, and soon the air was redolent with the odor of roasting ears. Then after thousands of jaws had been set in motion like so much complex machinery without stop, the ground around would be covered with cobs, a memento of the Army of Northern Virginia. The Spanish troops, it is said, were ever traced by the rank smell of garlic that flowed out from them on all sides into the purer atmosphere like a river and poisoned it for miles around. So any keen-scented Yankee might readily have traced our winding way by snuffling in the breeze the palatable aroma of the roasting corn. Leaving Leesburg after a brief halt, long enough indeed to bring around us every old man, woman and child in the place, for a portion of the 17th hailed from the town, the command struck for the fords, bivouacking for the night ere we reached them. But almost before the stars were out of the skies, the march was taken up again. Every 100 yards or so some soldier would drop unquestioned from the ranks. Indeed, such had become the condition of their feet from walking over those rocky roads that many who had been barefooted all along were obliged to fall behind, and this they did by dozens. To a casual observer the army seemed to be going to pieces. To such an extent was straggling carried on that it looked more like a retreat of a demoralized legion than a body of troops flushed with success and advancing to conquest. In the middle of the day, September 6, 1862, as the blue waters of the Potomac, gleaming in the sunlight through intervening trees, met the eyes of the soldiery, a rolling cheer rang along the lines, was caught up by the brigades behind, and we could hear it faintly sounding in the rear and at last dying away in the distance. The soft autumn sunshine danced on the rippling waters and lit up the emerald sheen of the banks beyond. Here at last was our promised land, with its broad fields of waving grain, its barns full to bursting, its orchards bending low with fruit, and to our longing eyes, looking as fair as the goodly land of Canaan to the prophet's wistful gaze. Its farmhouses settled into the landscape cozily, here and there dotted the scene with all the interest of home life, and gave its soul as it were. It was a lovely picture, and the eyes of the famished soldiers lighted up as they gazed. A few fleecy clouds alone broke the limpid blue. A light breeze murmured among the leaves, while the birds, singing on the boughs, caroled their sweetest songs to the undertone of distant cannonading. To my mind the most exquisite verse ever inspired by the war was written by Randall, a Southern poet, in describing this advance into Maryland and gathering of the Union hosts. From blue Patapsco's billowy dash the Yankee war shout comes, along with cymbals' fitful clash and the growl of his sullen drums. Preparations were made for crossing at once. The river was about 100 yards wide, but owing to the fine dry weather of the last few days the water had subsided to its lowest mark, rendering the stream easily fordable to the infantry. But if the tide was low, the current was strong and swift, as we found to our cost. The men were not long in getting ready for their wade, each consulting his own individual conscience. Some took off the last rag, and making bundles of their clothes, stuck them on the top of bayonets and plunged into the eddying tide. Others again were satisfied with denuding only their lower half, while the reckless don't care set crossed as they were, and then stretched themselves on the opposite bank to dry. But the majority waded, wearing their one abbreviated garment. It was a genial, joyous, side-splitting evolution, that crossing over. The greatest man in America sitting on that shore, watching the proceedings, would have laughed until tears rolled down his saturnine face. Old Henry I, who never smiled again, would have caught himself in a grin before he knew it. The very fishes opened their broad mouths, and the rooks cawed till they were hoarse, and the mules gave prolonged snorts of infinite satisfaction. The bottom of the river was one mass of rock, worn to the slipperiness and smoothness of polished ice or glass, upon which it was impossible to maintain a sure footing, no matter how carefully one might pick his way. Consequently, the soldiers were slipping and falling in every direction. Here would be a great giant of a fellow whose ribs, through a long course of starvation, were as plain as the bars of a gridiron and as distinct in the sunlight as the rails of a plank fence, with his pack in shreds and tatters on the end of his gun, treading cautiously on a treacherous rock. Down he goes, head foremost, like a sportive dolphin, and disappears from sight. A few bubbles rise to the surface and dance down the stream. Then he himself emerges, mad enough to kill somebody, the water pouring from his gun barrel, and the bundle containing all his worldly possessions gliding along the surface of the river, bent on seeking unknown lands. There goes a short, stumpy fellow, walking on his toes, the water up to his neck, his eyes looking volumes, while with hands high up above he holds his gun and clothes like an Excelsior banner and vanishes. Then we see him strike valiantly for shore, his musket gone, but his bundle safe. Here are a dozen soldiers who, as a precautionary measure, have joined hands and are making their way across carefully. One steps into a deep hole and clings tightly to his comrade, who holds with a dying clutch to the next man, and down they all go like a row of tottering tenpins. Once across, we are all on the qui vive to watch the camp darky who brings up the rear on his mule. Warily, watchfully, as if treading on so many eggs, he makes the endeavor to pass over, cheered and jibed as the case might be, without stint or mercy. But that old darky was used to the soldiers' ways and did not mind them. His mule was an ancient animal which, having been turned out to die by some wagon master, had been caught by this Uncle Ebony, patched up and fed on stolen grain until strong enough to follow at a slow pace in the wake of the regiment with his master on his back. The mule was almost hidden from view by the pots and kettles which adorned him like the beads and medals on an Indian princess and which disclosed his rank. Uncle Eb spurred his steed to the river's edge, but Israel, the mule, pointed his ears and stuck his foot down. Then he opened his mouth and entered a protest in a voice that was heard a mile along the shore. "Don't let that old ancient mariner stop," shouted a soldier. "Whip him across, old man." "Hurry up, Uncle," vouchsafed another on the opposite side. "We want our skillets over here. Send him along." "The old cuss always did need a baptizing," added a third. "Run him in the water and make a good Baptist out of him." But Israel had an opinion of his own and cherished it, and not until the wagons came along and the drivers lashed their cruel whips into the flanks of the opposition did he consent to change his mind. In they went, mule and rider, and of course the result was what everyone expected. Down they plunged, and we caught a glimpse of first a woolly head and then heels of mule and man inextricably mingled. The heads had it, there was a rattling of pans, and finally when they managed to come to the surface it was hard to tell which of the two had been more frightened. The eyes of the sable rider rolled around like the milk-white moons in an inky sky, and his teeth chattered like castanets. Amid a roar of laughter they made for the slope, their venerable servitor saying as he climbed the bank, "Dis here nigger's never goin' to cross dat river any mo', you hear me? Let dem Yankees cotch me fust." Then with a grunt of satisfaction, "Dis chile and dis ole hoss and dis ole pan got a good washin' sho." But there were many disgusted people other than Uncle Ebony, nearly all of whom had been deprived of property, hence the air was full of lamentation. One soldier was heard to remark, as he made his inventory, "Confound it all, I don't mind losin' my gun nor my shoes, but I hate to lose that 'ere haversack, chuck full of good bread and meat, that I begged this morning from an old woman who lives over there by the mill." As soon as the soldiers had crossed, they immediately fired their muskets, fearing the charge had become wet, and for a few minutes it sounded like a heavy picket fight. An order was issued that men without shoes could remain in Virginia and not accompany the army in advance. This idiotic proclamation cost us 10,000 men. Of course, many took advantage of this, and many threw away their shoes so as to remain behind, while hundreds of muskets were withdrawn from our already depleted brigade. From first one cause and then another, the regiments, brigades, and divisions had dwindled into one half of the strength which they carried to Manassas. No sooner had our feet struck the loyal soil of Maryland than an order was read from General Lee, prohibiting any trespass upon public property. Of course, cornfields and fruit trees were not included in this category. End of chapter 29. Part 1, Chapter 30 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The campaign outlined. As soon as General Lee decided to invade the North, he sent word to D. H. Hill and McLaws, who were in Richmond, to rejoin the army with their divisions without delay. General Lee, in his vast plan, looking to an offensive campaign in the North, and with the avowed purpose of transferring the seat of war into a rich region where the army could get ample supplies, made brilliant tactical combinations, which, had they been carried out, would have materially changed the character of the contest. His plan of operations was to capture Harper's Ferry with its garrison of 11,000 men, then mass his army and deliver battle to McClellan. With this view he directed Jackson to take his own two divisions and those of Anderson and McLaws and proceed to carry out the first steps of this plan. Longstreet's two divisions, under Jones and Hood, and D. H. Hill's division were to remain and hold the enemy in check while Jackson was performing his part. "It was the custom," says Colonel Walter Taylor, General Lee's adjutant general, "for the commander in chief to send orders marked 'confidential' to the commanders of separate corps or divisions only, and to place the addresses of such separate commander on the bottom left-hand corner of the sheet containing the order. General D. H. Hill was in command of a division, and a copy of army movements was of course sent to him. It seems that through the carelessness of some one, this order of Lee's, divulging the plan of movements, was negligently and heedlessly thrown aside and picked up by the enemy. The result was that Lee's combinations not only miscarried, but the army came near being destroyed." Lee was caught in a bad trap, with his forces divided into two parts and separated by miles from each other. Of course the Federal general determined to strike at once. Notwithstanding the unfortunate circumstance, the stubborn defense of Boonsboro or South Mountain Pass by Longstreet and Hill, and especially by the wonderful celerity of Jackson in capturing Harper's Ferry, including the gallant resistance made by McLaws' division at Crampton's Gap against the whole of Franklin's corps, General Lee was enabled to unite his forces in time to give battle at Sharpsburg. Longstreet and D. H. Hill, in resisting the attacks of the bulk of McClellan's army, had suffered very heavily. Jackson, too, having been compelled to hasten by forced marches from Harper's Ferry to Sharpsburg, his route was strewn with footsore, broken down and disabled soldiers, so that when he reached the battlefield he had only skeleton regiments, which in many cases were not as large as a full company. On the morning of the 17th of September, both combatants, the Army of the Potomac and the Army of Northern Virginia, met face to face once more. Lee's entire force amounted to 35,255 men. General McClellan, in his official report, states that he had at Sharpsburg 87,164 men all told. Those were fearful odds, more than 2 to 1. But they were the flower of Lee's army who were to breast the fury of the onslaught, the bravest, the very staunchest of the whole South. It was the Army of Northern Virginia eliminated and purified of all the delicate and broken down, the sick as well as the cowards and skulkers. It was an army of veterans, every soul of them undaunted and every musket true. They were, as Colonel Taylor says, maneuvered and shifted about from place to place, as first one point and then another was assailed with greatest impetuosity and force. The right was called to the rescue of the left, the center was reduced to a mere shell in responding to the demands for assistance from the right and left, while A. P. Hill's command, the last to arrive from the ferry, reached the field just in time to restore the wavering right. Just at this point was our danger, for Antietam Creek was held by only 400 men all told, being the skeleton Georgian brigade of General Toombs, when confronted by General Burnside's corps consisting of 10,704 men. Burnside's attacks, for some cause, did not take place until 1 o'clock, and having brushed aside the small force that stood in his way, he allowed over 2 hours of precious time to pass before he attacked the crest of the hill held by Kemper's small brigade of 325 muskets. Had he promptly carried the hill, the Rebel right would have been turned, and he could have struck the whole line on the flank and rear. As it was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that he stormed the summit and literally rushed over the frail line opposed to him. But success came too late, for the division of A. P. Hill, which Jackson had left behind to secure the surrender of Harper's Ferry, had reached the field from that place by way of Shepherdstown after a forced march of 17 miles. And uniting his reinforcements with the two brigades of Kemper and Toombs that had been broken by the attack, he drove Burnside back over all the ground gained to the shelter of the bluff bordering Antietam. When darkness put a stop to the conflict, it found both armies utterly exhausted as well as suffering terribly from the loss of blood and of life. It had been the most stoutly contested action of the war, and was emphatically a drawn battle. Some successes had been gained on both sides during the day, but at night the Rebel and Yankee hosts occupied practically the same ground that they had held in the morning. The casualties were exceedingly heavy on both sides. the Federal loss at Sharpsburg, killed and wounded, was 12,500 men, the Rebel loss 8,000. The morning of the 18th was passed in rest by both armies. McClellan determined to renew the battle on the 19th, when he expected reinforcements should have arrived from Washington. But during the night Lee withdrew across the Potomac and in the morning stood once again on the Virginia side. A force of several thousand men, a part of Porter's corps, was thrown across on the 19th to follow up Lee and harass his rear guard under A. P. Hill, who had but 2,000 muskets. Hill says in his report: "A simultaneous and daring charge was made, and the enemy driven pell-mell into the river. Then commenced a more terrible slaughter than the war has yet witnessed. The broad Potomac was blue with the floating bodies of the foe. Few escaped. By their own account they lost 3,000 men killed and drowned. From our brigade alone some 200 prisoners were taken." So ended the invasion of Maryland. Leaving several thousand men behind cold in death, our army returned to its old quarters. The moral effect was unquestionably on the side of the enemy, for with them rested the prestige of driving us back. Returning to the army which had just crossed the Potomac, we find that in an hour's time it was continuing its march through the rich fields of Maryland. A fair, fruitful country, smiling in peace and plenty, which seemed to our eyes, so long resting upon deserted fields and briery meadows in Virginia, as being scenes of purely idyllic rustic life, where the injunction of the priest of Circe's temple, "Marry the vine with the palm," had been obeyed. The country people lined the roads, gazing in open-eyed wonder upon the long lines of infantry that filled the road for miles. As far as the eye could reach rose the glitter of swaying points of the bayonets. These were the first Rebels those Marylanders had ever seen. And though our rags could not have been prepossessing, we were treated as neither friend nor foe. Yet they gave liberally. Every haversack was soon filled, for that day at least. No houses were entered by our soldiers, and no damage was done, evidently to the great relief of the farmers in the vicinity, who soon found how perfectly safe their property could be in the very midst of an invading army. On the 10th the 17th defiled through the long streets of Frederick City, our reception being decidedly cool. Of course we were disappointed. It was not what we had expected. True, the streets were generally filled with citizens as well as the balconies and porches, but there was no enthusiasm. We heard no cheers and saw no waving handkerchiefs. Instead, we were greeted with a death-like silence that could be felt, while some houses were tightly closed, as if some great public calamity had befallen the people. Friendly faces were at windows and doors, whose smiles would have been a little less covert had there not existed such evident fear of showing any manifestation of favor toward us. The marching soldiery did not attempt to imitate the cautious silence of the Frederick civilians, but with full haversacks and light hearts they joked and appeared to have a good time. Witticisms and badinage flew from lip to lip, some even raising a song, the air being caught up by the brigade, and in such manner we passed through that most loyal city in Maryland. Confederate currency suddenly rose in value. Orders had been issued that the storekeepers in the town should keep open their shops and sell goods for the "damned Rebel issue," as one of them named our Confederate promised to pay. It would only take an hour or two to riddle a store completely, not a thing left behind but empty shelves and a supply of notes, enough to paper the walls. Some of the merchants put the money carefully away, to redeem it if by the chances of war it should eventually be of any value. Another day's march brought us to Hagerstown, where the cornfields and orchards furnished our meals. The situation of our army from a sanitary point of view could not have been worse. The ambulances were filled with the sick and footsore, and the country lined with stragglers. The fastidious may skip the following. Among the shadows of the soldier's life the twin evils of vermin and the camp itch were most serious and distressing. They followed Johnny Reb persistently, refused to leave him, resisted every effort of force, opposed every attempt at compromise, and waged war of extermination with him as fierce in its way, as resistless in its combined resources, as Johnny Reb's upon them, and that, too, until the gray uniform was doffed for the civilian's suit, when they disappeared from the garb they had loved so well and vanished with it out of mind. Those insects, which in camp parlance were termed "graybacks," first made their appearance in the winter of '61. At first the soldier was mortified and almost felt disgraced when he discovered the vanguard of the coming crowd upon his person. Their crawling made his flesh creep, their attacks inflamed his blood and skin. He made energetic efforts to hide the secret and eliminate the cause. He would quietly and with an abstracted air most artfully withdraw from the company of his comrades, and then with considerable alacrity, but with as much secretiveness as though he were going to commit some fearful crime, steal out into the woods. Once hidden from the eyes of men, he lost no time in pursuing and murdering with a vengeful pleasure the lively descendants of Egypt's third plague, flattering himself the while, poor soul, that he would then have peace and comfort of mind and body, and be able to hold his head up once more before his fellows. On his stealthy way back he would be sure to run in on a dozen solitary individuals, who did their best to look unconcerned, as if they were in the habit of retiring into the dim recesses of the forest for meditation and self-communion. The satisfaction so gained did not last long. In a day or two his body would be infested again, and then by this time rendered desperate, he would try every expedient, but all to no purpose. It was simply impossible to exterminate them. The men would boil their clothes for hours in a hissing, bubbling cauldron, dry and put them on, and the next day the confounded things would be at work as actively and enthusiastically as ever. Even at Fort Warren, where underclothing had been so plentiful that each man had an entire change for every day in the week, it was found that these pests skirmished around as usual, though where they came from or how they arrived were mysteries we never solved. The salamander grayback had more lives than a cat, and propagated its species more rapidly than a roe herring. Its progeny never died in infancy, and were sprightly from the incubation. Once lodged in the seams of clothing, there they remained till time mouldered the garments. You might scald, scour, scrub, clean, rub, purify, or bury the raiment underground, and you only had your trouble for your pains. They only seemed to enjoy it, and multiplied under the process. On the march particularly, when for weeks the troops had had no clean clothes, the soldiers were literally infested. Many would place their underclothing, during the night, on the bottom of some stream and put a large stone upon them to keep them down, hastily drying them in the morning for the day's wear. In such manner a temporary relief would be gained. Every evening in Maryland, when the army had halted and bivouacked for the night, hundreds of soldiers might be seen sitting half denuded on the roadside or in the fields, busily engaged in relentless slaughter of the vermin. This daily expulsion and execution was a habit just as needful and as regularly indulged in as washing the face and hands. Without the daily destruction of 100 per man, and this was no unusual quota, life would have become a burden too heavy to bear. In our march along the turnpike, every ear of corn and every green or ripe apple in the bordering fields fared no better than they did in Virginia. The soldiers made a specialty of cooking them as a variety, after à la raw, roasting, boiling, or mixing them both together in a kind of soup, which was very nice and savory, but longing all the while for the old bread diet. The conduct of the citizens of Hagerstown toward us contrasted strongly with that of Frederick City, for not only were the men and women outspoken in their sympathy for the Southern cause, but they threw wide their hospitable doors and filled their houses with soldiers, feeding the hungry and clothing the naked to the utmost extent of their ability. We saw a citizen of that place take the shoes off his feet in the streets and give them to a limping, barefooted soldier. On the morrow, instead of advancing northward, the order came to right about face and march back on the same road upon which we had advanced the evening before. So the brigade retraced its steps, and about 4 o'clock that evening, on the 14th, took position in a cornfield on a sloping hill. A savage attack was made on our left to break the line, but was repulsed. Though the musketry firing and the cannonading was for a short time severe, no determined infantry charge was made upon our brigade. Several batteries shelled us, and a feeble attack was undertaken, which was, however, easily checked, for the regiment was in place behind a fence. Altogether our loss did not amount to more than half a dozen wounded, among them that gallant soldier, Lieutenant Arthur Kell, of Company H, who was badly hurt in the head by a piece of shell. In the early dawn of the 15th the brigade marched toward Sharpsburg. Squads from the different companies obtained permission to forage for themselves and comrades. Being the only private left in my company, I joined two expert foragers of Company H. Leaving the road and striking across the fields, we soon came to a handsome brick residence about 3 miles from Sharpsburg, standing in the center of well-kept grounds. We knocked at the door, but after waiting a while and getting no response we entered. To our great astonishment we found the place deserted, the inmates doubtless having been frightened away by the firing at Boonesborough a few hours before. Not an article had been carried off that we could see. The parlor door stood open, the piano lid was raised, the pictures were hanging upon the wall, and the curtains were looped gracefully, as if some dainty touch had just arranged them. We entered the dining room. There sat the cat on the window sill. Indeed, the home life had been so recent within the house that it was difficult to realize that our hostess's step would not at any moment sound upon the stairs and her voice be heard in greeting. We had no time to linger, the warning notes of the cannon reverberating in our ears while we were in search of something to eat. The cupboard, like that of an ancient miser, was empty. So was the kitchen. Hence we went to the spring and filled our canteens with ice-cold water, glad to get that if nothing more substantial. But a dairy nestled at the foot of the hill, and on repairing there we found that some agency had placed at the door several buckets and cans of milk, over which the rich yellow cream had already risen. We of course substituted the milk for the water in the canteens. Then we noticed there was a loft over the dairy, and climbing up to pursue investigations we found it a perfect storeroom. Several barrels, among other things, were upon stands, the contents of which on nearer acquaintance proving to be cider. At once the canteens were emptied of the milk and filled with the juice of the apple. Then an exclamation from one of the party brought us in a group around a barrel of apple brandy. Of course, out went the cider and in gurgled the brandy, not to be changed for anything, no, not even Jupiter's nectar. Here ensued an animated discussion. The whole squad, excepting the sergeant, wanted to roll the barrel to camp and leave everything else behind. But then came the difficulty about obeying orders. The dispute waxed high. So to end the matter the sergeant stove in the head of the barrel with the butt of his musket, and the precious liquid, that would have made glad for a time at least the whole brigade, poured in a useless stream upon the floor. In the room were a half dozen tubs of apple butter, which we confiscated for the use of our comrades. Then we started in the direction of the burnished steel that flashed in the sunlight before our eyes like beacon lights to the mariner. Marching on as hurriedly as we could, our squad soon overtook the brigade. Long and lovingly were many lips glued to the mouths of those canteens, and honestly the owner's health was drunk, not asking or even caring whether he was friend or foe. Only Colonel Corse blessed us as he took a long, lover-like kiss from the mouth of my canteen. I intended saving some in case I was wounded in the coming battle, but when the vessel was returned to me there was not a drop left. End of chapter 30. Part 1, Chapter 31 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 31 The Battle of Sharpsburg. The order was given to fall in, and our skeleton brigade took up their position on top of a hill high behind a post and rail fence. The storm so long gathering was about to burst, but the men, having become callous and indifferent from extreme hunger, thought only that in case of a victory they would find plenty of enemy's haversacks to satisfy the cravings of their empty stomachs. As the Virginians with drawn faces sat in ranks, with eyes blind to the beauty of the scene which looked its richest in its autumn robing and its sweetest in the morning freshness, they, hungry souls, had no other meditations, no other sentiments, save those over their empty haversacks, the banquet halls deserted, and their aching void which nothing earthly filled. Just about this time a cow, a foolish, innocent, confiding cow, with a pathetic look in her big eyes, and all unknowing of soldiers' ways, came grazing up to the line. A dozen bullets went crashing through her skull before she knew what hurt her, and a score of knives were soon at work. In an incredibly short time, more quickly than a rabbit could be skinned, the hide of the cow was taken off, and a ravenous pack of wolves could not sooner have laid bare the bones than did our hungry brigade. Everything was eaten, even the tail, which but a short hour ago had been calmly and quietly switching flies from her back. There were no available cooking utensils in the whole regiment, save those which the old darky carried for the benefit of the officers for whom he cooked. And those we had no more chance of using than if they had been the Queen's. Our kitchen apparatus consisted of a tin plate and a large tin cup, holding about a quart, which cup was carried by each private, fastened to the left shoulder with a small strap sewed on the jacket for that purpose. By means of these we could accomplish most satisfactorily all the cooking we required in the way of boiling, frying, and stewing. But neither plate nor cup answered as wherewithal to cook the beef, and, as has been stated, skillet or pot or frying pans there were none. The soldier is an inventive genius, or twin brother to it, inasmuch as necessity is the mother of both, and at this important period of action he was not to be balked of his meal because there happened to be no double-acting, patented, warranted never to wear out, self-regulating, non-fuel consuming range, nor a French chef on hand. Perish the thought! No, he hunted around and found flat stones lying all about in profusion. These he heated hissing hot and broiled the beef upon them. Now, to give one more instance of the soldier's unfailing ingenuity, which by long practice and much thought had become a science. There lived not far from Gordonsville a widow who was noted for her niggardliness and extreme parsimony. So stingy and mean was she that a placard was nailed on her gate, under her own direction, with the inscription, "No soldier fed or housed here." The best foragers of the brigade met their match in the old woman, and returned defeated from the field. At last she was left in undisturbed possession of the place, and no hungry soldiers were ever fed at her table. But one day a famished-looking, lank, angular specimen of the genus Reb appeared at her farmhouse and knocked at her door. When the animated figure, of war and famine combined, stalked into her yard, the old lady was speechless with wrath. She opened the door, prepared for immediate hostilities, but the sad-faced defender of the soil was asking in a humble voice and with a deprecatory manner, "Please, marm, lend me your iron pot." "Man, I have no iron pot for you." This was snappily jerked out, while an evident determination was shown to shut the door in his face. "Please, marm, I won't hurt it." "You do not suppose," she began in angry tones, "you do not for one moment suppose I'm going to lend you my pot to carry to camp, do you? If I were fool enough, I would never see it again, so don't think that you are going to get it. Go over there to Mrs. Hanger's, she will lend you hers. One thing is certain, I won't." "Marm," he still pleaded, "I will bring your pot back. Hope I might die if I don't. If you don't believe me, I won't take it out of the yard, but will kindle a fire just here. Please, marm." "What do you want with it?" asked the old woman, who was beginning to feel that she would be none the worse in pocket by granting the request, but might, on the contrary, be gainer in some way. "I want to bile some stone soup," answered the soldier, looking pitifully at his questioner. "Stone soup? What's stone soup?" And the old lady's curiosity began to rise. "How do you make it, and what for?" "Marm," replied the mournful infantryman, "ever since the war began the rations have become scarcer and scarcer, until now they have stopped entirely, and we uns have to live on stone soup to keep from starving." "Stone soup?" mused the woman. "I never heard of it before. Must be something new. One of those new fangled things. Cheap, too. Well, how do you say you make it?" "Please, marm, you get a pot and some water, and I will show you. We biles the stone." The ancient dame trotted off full of wonder and inquisitiveness to get the article. Yes, it was worth knowing the recipe, fully worth the use of the pot. Besides, she would make her dinner off that soup and save that much. So, very much mollified, she returned and found the soldier had already kindled his fire. Placing the kettle over it, he waited for the water to boil, in the meanwhile selecting a rock about the size of his head, which he washed clean and put in the pot. Then he said to the old woman, who had been peering into the pot through her spectacles, Marm, please give me a little piece of bacon about the size of your hand to give the soup a relish." The old lady trotted off and got it for him. Another 5 minutes passed. "Is it done?" she inquired. "It's most done, but please, marm, give me half a head of cabbage just to make it taste right." Without a word, the cabbage was brought, and 10 minutes slipped away. "Is it not done by this time?" again she asked. "Most done," with a brightening look, and then as if a new idea had just occurred to him. "Please, marm, can't you give me half a dozen potatoes just to give it a nice flavor like?" "All right," answered the widow, who by this time had become deeply absorbed in the operation. The potatoes followed the meat and cabbage, and another 10 minutes followed that. "Is it done yet? 'Pears to me that it's a long time cooking," she said, getting somewhat impatient. "Most done, marm, most done," insinuatingly. "Just get me a small handful of flour, a little pepper, and some tomartuses, and it will be all right then." The things were duly added from the widow's stores, and bubbled in the pot awhile. Then the soup was pronounced done and lifted from the fire. The soldier pulled out his knife with spoon attachment and commenced to eat. He lost no time between mouthfuls. The economical widow hastened in and returned with a plate, which she filled. On tasting the first spoonful she exclaimed, "Why, man, this is nothing but common meat and vegetable soup." "So it is, marm," responded the soldier after a while, for there was not a minute to spare for talking. "So it is, marm, but we call it stone soup." The old lady carried the pot back into the house, but not before the man had emptied it, learning for the first time how a soldier's ingenuity could compass anything and outwit even herself. She said, "They have Old Nick on their side," and tradition adds she even kept that stone and swore by it. The enemy's guns had begun to play upon Sharpsburg as a small party of the 17th entered the village on a tour of sightseeing and touring generally. The many hills echoed and re-echoed the war music that for the last 3 months had been so familiar to our ears. Yes, the place was indeed forsaken, not so much as a stray dog being seen upon the streets. But soon the shells began dropping on the housetops, making a fearful noise as they tore up the plank, split the rafters, and sent the shingles flying in the air. As the din was at its height, a young girl of apparently 16 years appeared on the street bareheaded, her long hair streaming wildly. The Sharpsburg maiden was mad, it seemed, not from love, but with terror, and tore frantically along, screaming piercingly as a shell exploded over her head. Her presence at such a time gave rise to much conjecture, which was never explained. There she was making her way out of town, indifferent to every feeling except the blind, overpowering instincts of dismay, and we never knew or heard more. Keeping on, our squad halted before a gate which opened into one of the most enticing looking gardens. The grounds were beautifully laid out, and were bright with flowers and rich in luscious fruits. The purple grapes hung in clusters, the trees bent beneath their burden of golden peaches, russet pears, and ruddy cheeked apples. The temptation to enter was too strong to resist. In the center of the garden nestled as pretty a vine-covered cottage as the most romantic maiden would wish to live in with her own love-crowned king. The front doors were locked, but on going to the rear we found on the back porch an old couple, as calm and composed as if war and carnage had been 1,000 miles away. It would have been a sweet domestic picture at any time, one worthy of an artist's brush. That old John Anderson and his wife, sitting placidly and lovingly, hand in hand, in the home that their joint labors had beautified and consecrated, in their journey of life, so near the bottom of the hill where they would soon sleep together. But all the more striking was it, when the boom of the cannon rattled the casements and shook the very foundation of the house beneath their feet. I went up and remonstrated with them for remaining in the village. I told them that the battle would probably rage near that very spot, and that shells would fire the house even if they did not succeed in first splitting it into kindling wood, and urged them to leave the place while there was yet time. The old man replied that they had no place to go, that this had been their home all their lives, they knew no other, and they would rather die here than leave it. He had not done the rebels any harm, he said, that they should come and drive him out of his house. No, they would not go. They intended to stay. "Do we not?" he added, appealing to his aged spouse, who only answered by an emphatic nod. Seeing that argument was useless, we left the house with a farewell word of warning. They vouchsafed no answer, but sat awaiting the result without fear. The Yankees carried the village by a charge a few hours after. Let us hope that the worthy couple had changed their minds in time. Walking leisurely out of the garden and turning into the road which led to the 17th, we were passing a group of soldiers who were lying behind a fence, watching the flash of the enemy's artillery upon a hill about a mile off, when suddenly a 12-pound shell from those very guns struck the ground in front of us, and then, as if cast by a child's hand, rolled gently in among the group and there rested with the fuse sputtering and blazing. The effect was ludicrous. Every man jumped, hopped, ran, or rolled from the harmless-looking black ball as if it had been the smallpox, nor drew up until a respectable distance had been put between them. Then with bowed forms and faces to the ground they awaited its supreme pleasure. It came soon enough, and carried away a whole panel of the fence by the force of its discharge. "What a mercy the fuse was so long," we said as we returned and gathered up the fruit that we were carrying for future delectation. The Yankees were preparing for the combat. On the heights, some 2,000 yards away, fresh batteries took position and opened, ours replying, and so the forenoon wore away. The war clamor increased, and soon on our left the splashing of musketry and then the steady rattling discharges showed the battle was fully joined. We soon heard the old cry, "Fall in!" and in line we advanced and took our places, waiting. Our position was directly in front of the village of Sharpsburg, on a high hill behind a new post and rail fence. The topography of the country consisted of a succession of undulating hills and corresponding valleys. The elevation upon which we stood sank rather abruptly to a deep bottom, and rising suddenly, like the waves of the sea, formed another crest about 60 yards on an air line from our position. Any attacking force would be invisible until it arrived on the top of the crest opposite and in pistol shot distance, or what we call point-blank musketry range. In our front, about a mile away, was Antietam Creek, spanned by a bridge and guarded by Toombs's Georgian Brigade, which was only a skeleton command. Our army surrounded Sharpsburg in a semicircle, and we could lie there and hear the raging, frenzied battle on our left. Reports of the cannon were incessant. At times it seemed as if 100 guns had exploded simultaneously and then run off into splendid, file firing. Then the fight commenced at Antietam Bridge, where Toombs waited with his Georgians. The Yankees had commenced to shell their front, which we all knew was a prelude to the deadlier charge of infantry. The shells began to sail over us as we lay close behind the fence, shrieking their wild war song, that canzonet of carnage and death. We cowered in the smallest possible space, as the Hotchkiss, with the shriek of a demon, which made the bravest quail, burst far in the rear. It is not more destructive than others, this projectile, but there is a great deal in the terrific noise it makes to work on men's fears, caused by the jagged edge of lead which is left on the shell as it leaves the gun. For this reason alone, the moral effect of the Hotchkiss shell is powerful. The Chinese apply this principle of warfare most successfully when they beat their gongs. The enemy was silent for a while, but it was the calm that is but a preface to a hurricane. The musketry at the bridge broke out fiercely, rising and swelling into full compass. Sharp work was going on, and in about an hour's time we saw Toombs's small brigade rushing back, its line broken but its spirit and morale intact. It retreated to the village, was reformed and stood waiting as our reserve. We made ready, and expected to see the victorious enemy follow hard upon the heels of the retreating Rebels. But to our astonishment an hour of absolute inactivity followed. No advance nor demonstrations was made in our front, while the battle on our left was raging as fiercely as ever. At last, toward evening, the shelling was renewed. Brown's battery, supporting our brigade, replied, and soon came the singing overhead of the Minnies. There is a particularly tuneful pitch to the flight of these little leaden balls, and a musical ear can study the difference in tone as they skim through the air. A member of the 17th, an amateur musician of no mean order, speaking of them in this connection, said, "I caught the pitch of that Minnie just now. It was a swell from E flat to F, and as it disappeared in the distance, the note retrograded to D. A very pretty change. It was now late in the evening, and the men, having become cramped from lying in the same position for such a length of time, were moving about and seeking relief from the long constraint in walking up and down, when the guarded, stern, nervous voice of our commanding officer sent every soldier back into line. "Quick, men, back to your posts!" There, as we waited, and each man looked along the ranks, the slight, frail line, stretching out behind the fence, to withstand the onset of solid ranks of blue, he felt his heart sink within him and grow faint. Yet who could but be proud of such soldiers as those? They were the fleur de mille of the army. By unquenchable pride and indomitable will only had they been able to keep up at all in this campaign. Dirty, gaunt, and tattered as they were, yet they showed their lineage. Marshal Villars, as he witnessed the Scotch gentry fighting in the ranks under the Chevalier St. George in the battle of Malquapet, exclaimed, "Pardi, gentilhomme est toujours gentilhomme." Yes, this string of tattered men, lying there with rifles clenched tightly in their hands, awaiting without a visible tremor almost certain destruction, had marched wearily on, although their gaunt frames seemed as if they might sink at every step. They had followed their colors through the long, hot, dusty way, while fatigue was relaxing their muscles, closing their eyes, and deadening all but their wills. They had dragged themselves to the field with stone-bruised feet and aching limbs. They had fought and won battles while hunger was gnawing at their vitals. They had never halted, though nearly naked, covered with dust, devoured by vermin, and half famished at all times. Through the smoke of battle, through the torrid heat of a summer's sun, through pain and incessant hardships, they had never faltered. Neither the knights who followed Coeur de Lion to the Holy Land, or those who swore fealty to the Holy Grail, ever did their duty more nobly, more staunchly, than did those dust-covered, bronzed men. The brigade was a mere remnant of its former strength, not a sixth remaining. The 17th, that once carried into battle 800 men, now stood on the crest, ready to die in a forlorn hope, with but 46 muskets. The old organization of the riflemen, Company A, that often used to march on a grand review in two platoons of 50 men each, carried into Sharpsburg but one musket. For the Alexandria riflemen, the crack company of Alexandria was not at Sharpsburg. Many had fallen dead and wounded in the battles. More were sick and in the hospitals, and the few that were left after the Manassas fight had dropped exhausted by the wayside. And I was the only one of the rank and file left, and Lieutenant Tom Perry the only officer. It is but little wonder that the thin, attenuated line of the brigade made up their minds that they were doomed to fall, knowing as they did that we had no reserves. Well, a man can die but once. Suddenly, an 8-gun battery tried to shell us out, preparatory to the infantry advance, and the air around us grew resonant with the bursting iron. Brown's battery of 4 guns took its place about 20 steps on our right, for our right flank was entirely undefended, and replied to the enemy. A shell burst not 10 feet above the 17th, where the men were lying prone on their faces. It literally tore to pieces poor Apic, of Company E, mangling his body terribly and splattering his blood over many who were lying around him. A quiver of the flesh and all was still. Another Hotchkiss came streaking where we were cowering. Still the line not move nor utter a sound. The shells were splitting all around and whirling up dust in such quantities as threatened to bury as well as wound and kill us. Oh, those long, long minutes, as we were waiting with closed eyes, waiting disfigurement or death, expecting a shock of the plunging iron with every breath we drew. Would it never end? For 15 minutes the men had tightly clenched their jaws and never moved. A line of corpses might have been as motionless. At last, the firing entirely ceased. Brown's battery limbered up and moved away, because they said the ammunition was exhausted. But curses loud and deep came from the brigade, and they were openly charging the battery with deserting them in the coming ordeal. And it was in truth a desertion, for instead of having thrown their shells at the enemy's 8-gun battery, thereby drawing their fire upon us, they should have lain low and waited until the infantry attack was made, and then every shot would have told, every shell, grape or canister charge would have been a help. But there was no use wasting further thought. The guns moved away and left us to our fate, and there was an end of it. An ominous silence followed, premonitory of the deluge. The 17th were lying, with the rest of the brigade, flat upon the earth behind the post and rail fence, their rifles resting on the lower rails. The men's faces were pale, their features set, their hearts throbbing, their muscles strung like steel. We heard the low tones of the officer. "Steady, men, steady. They are coming. Ready." The warning click of each hammer as the guns were cocked ran down the lines, a momentary solemn sound, chronicling for many the brief seconds before the awful plunge into eternity was made. For when that click is heard, the supreme moment has come. The hill in front of us shut out all view, but the advancing Federals were close upon us. They were mounting the hill, the loud tones of their officers, the clanking of their equipments, and the steady tramp of the approaching columns were easily distinguishable. And then Colonel Corse said quietly and calmly, but in a tone which all could hear, "Steady, my men. 17th, don't fire until they get above the hill." Each man lying flat upon his breast, his weapon resting, as I said before, on the lowest rail of the fence, sighted his rifle about 2 feet above the crest, and then, with his finger on the trigger, waited until an advancing form should interpose between the bead and the clear sky beyond. The first object we saw was the gilt eagle which surmounted the flagstaff, and after that the flutter of the flag itself. Slowly it mounted, until the stars and stripes were flying all unfurled before us. Then a line of hats came into sight, and still rising, the faces beneath them emerged and a range of curious eyes were bent upon us. And then such a hurrah as only Yankee troops could give broke upon our ears, and they were rapidly climbing the hill and surging toward us. "Keep cool, men. Don't fire yet," Colonel Corse shouted, and such was the perfect discipline that not a gun replied. But when the Yankee band flashed above the hilltop, the 46 muskets exploded at once and sent a leaden shower full into the breasts of the attacking force, who were not over 60 yards distant. It was a murderous fire and many fell. Most of them retreated over the hill. A few stopped to fire, and it sounded like the sputtering of a pack of firecrackers. The men, in frenzied haste, reloaded their muskets and lay silent and expectant. We could easily hear the officers expostulating and urging the men to reform, and they made a rush the second time, but it was without heart, and when we poured in a close fire, they broke in a panic and disappeared, officers and men, over the brow of the hill. We had no time to feel jubilant, for the rattling of drums in our front, the measured tread, the clanking of the accoutrements showed that the Yankee reserves were coming up. We braced ourselves for the shock, and every man looked backward, hoping to see reinforcements, but not a soul could be seen between us and the village. Our losses had been trifling up to that time, but in our front the ground was strewn with the dead and dying Federals. We noticed many walk, hobble and crawl over the crest, all undisturbed, for no one fired, and the order to remain in ranks was implicitly obeyed. The 17th was on the extreme right and in the air, and it was by the merest chance that the first attacking force had not overlapped us. Had we known what the next 15 minutes would bring forth, every officer and man would have fallen back to Toombs's Georgia Brigade, which had reformed on the edge of Sharpsburg, for the South Carolina Brigade, which was on our left, gave way. Thus our small force had both flanks unsupported. The enemy knew our position perfectly, and their line far overlapped ours. We heard the commanding officer of the unseen foe give the order, "Forward, march! Dress to the colors! Double quick!" And in a shorter time than it takes to write this, they came over the rising ground with a ringing cheer. When they reached the eminence, every man in the Rebel line who could sight a gun pulled trigger. 200 or so muskets of the brigade exploded like a bomb. The discharge tore gaps in the line of blue. It reeled, bent, and doubled up, some of the soldiers breaking for shelter. But grit to the backbone, the rest stood their ground and raised their guns. I can never forget that moment. It was photographed indelibly on my mind. The sun glanced and gleamed on the leveled barrels, and the black tubes of the muzzles, not over 20 feet away, turned on us with deadly meaning. I crouched to the ground, and fortunately I was behind a post instead of a rail. I shut my eyes. A second of silence, then a stunning volley, the crash of the splintered wood, a purple smoke, a smell of sulphur, the spat and spud of the bullet, and the 17th Virginia, or the remnant of it, was wiped out. The attacking force of the 8th Connecticut and 9th New York and their reserves, a Rhode Island regiment, mingled together, swept forward without stopping to load their guns, and went over the fence pell-mell and disappeared down the hill. I glanced back and saw the remainder of our brigade moving to the rear without order or formation, at a gait which proved they believed the race would be to the swift, just as the battle had been to the strong. As after events proved, it was a sensible retreat, for the men rallied on Toombs's brigade and drove back the 9th New York and Rhode Island regiment and the 103rd New York regiment. There had been some desperate fighting on the field of Sharpsburg that day, but no one on our side held such a forlorn hope, fought such odds at such a bloody sacrifice as did the 17th Virginia. It was the only battle in which I ever engaged where the forms and faces of the foe were plainly visible. There was but one of our regiment who was taken prisoner besides myself, Gunnell of Company F. We shook hands warmly. He was unhurt, but his clothing was perforated with balls. I had a bullet hole in my old slouch hat, and my cartridge box was smashed. Two of our victors stopped and took us in tow, and kindly allowed us to walk up our line to see who was killed. It was a sad, sad sight. Colonel Corse lay at full length on his face, motionless and still. I thought at the time he was dead. I stepped across the dead body of our brave color sergeant, and near him, with a bullet through his forehead, lay that gallant, handsome soldier, Lieutenant Littleton, of the Loudon Guards. I looked around for Tom Perry, but he was not there, nor was Lieutenant Colonel Herbert, nor about half a dozen privates I knew, so they must have skedaddled in the nick of time. Of the 46 muskets, as I found out afterwards, that we carried into battle, the bearers of 35 lay on that ground, dead or wounded. Every officer was shot down except 2. The guards were impatient, so we crossed the fence, and not 10 feet away was a surgeon and a group of men around a stricken officer. He was deadly pale and appeared to be mortally wounded. We inquired who he was, and they answered that he was General Rodman, commanding a division, and that a bullet had penetrated his breast. Afterwards I heard that Sam Coleman, of Company G of the 17th, fired the fatal shot. Hurrying back a few hundred yards to the top of another hill out of reach of shot and shell, captured and captors turned to look upon the scene before them. Our forces seemed to be giving ground, and as line after line of Yankee reserves pushed forward, it looked dark for the Rebels, as if the star of the Confederacy had neared its going down and Sharpsburg was to be our Waterloo. A fearful struggle was now taking place in the woods half a mile or so to the left, and the concussion of the guns seemed to make the hills tremble and vibrate. But a change took place in the situation, a marvelous change before our eyes. One moment the Federal lines were steadily advancing and sweeping everything before them. Another, and all was altered. The disordered ranks, while so proudly conquering, were rushing back in disorder, while the Rebels rapidly pursued. Their bullets fell around us, causing guards and prisoners to decamp. "What does this mean?" we asked. But its import no one could tell, although the reflux tide continued to bear us back. Finally a wounded prisoner, a Rebel officer, who was being supported to the rear, answered the question so eagerly put to him. "Stonewall Jackson has just gotten back from Harper's Ferry, and those troops engaging the Yankees now are A.P. Hill's." How the Southerner's face glowed as he told us this. What a light leaped into his eyes, wounded as he was. Well, we pass over the supreme ineffable content of that moment, for we felt all would be right now. If old Stonewall is up, not a man in our army need trouble himself about the result. Yes, we were safe. Still receded the wave of blue. Still forward rushed the wave of gray. Heralded by the warning hiss of the bullets, the sparkling flashes of the rifles, the mingled hurrahs and wild yells to which the hoarse cannonading on our left served as a low bass accompaniment, the purplish vapor settled like a mist over the lines. Still we receded, stopping on the top of every rise of ground to watch the battle. It was sunset upon the hills. Again we paused to see the reddened rays strike upon the windows of the little town of Sharpsburg. More vivid now than ever the flames bursting from yonder house which an exploded shell had fired. We were thinking of that line of motionless comrades lying on the crest of the hill low down beside the fence, and wondering if the sun was lighting up their pallid faces. At last the bridge was reached. the stone bridge that crossed Antietam Creek, the key point of the Federal position, the weak point in their line, the spot so anxiously watched by McClellan. He had sent repeated dispatches to Burnside late that evening as A. P. Hill was pressing back the hitherto advancing tide, and their burden was, "Hold on to the bridge at all hazards. If the bridge is lost, all is lost." And just here was the point where Toombs's Georgians had made such a gallant defense of the river early in the forenoon, and they were the dead of that intrepid command lying so thick upon the ground. The battle in our front ceased suddenly, though on other parts of the field the firing was kept up. As we approached the bridge we were astonished to find so many troops; not a man under 10,000 it appeared, and they were all fresh. Certainly there seemed no danger of Burnside losing the bridge with all those splendid soldiers ready to defend it. Had those men advanced earlier in the day, instead of being held back as they were, this would have been a black day for the South. We had no reserves, and A. P. Hill in the morning was miles away. The Yankees had established a field hospital at this point, where the desperately wounded in the immediate vicinity were carried. A group of 4 figures lay just as they had fallen, killed by the explosion of a single shell. One of Toombs's Georgians was killed just as he was taking aim, one eye open and the other closed. The figure was hideously lifelike. The profound stillness was pierced at intervals by the booming of some vengeful gun that, like the fabled dragon, seemed never to sleep. Let the sun sink beneath the boundary rim, let the shadows gloom the horrid scene and hide the goddess of slaughter as she moves over this stricken field, gloating over the evils that the passion and ambition of politicians have wrought. Oh, death in life, what a piteous scene! Shut both eye and ear if you can; still the blood-reeking forms will be plain before your view, and you will hear sounds that seem as if 1,000 accursed inquisitors were torturing their despairing victims. Night came on at last, putting a stop to the dreadful carnage of the day, and the tender, pitiful stars shone in the vast dome and looked down upon the scene of desolation and death. The firing had lulled itself to silence, and only the groans of the dying were heard, borne on a murmuring breeze which swept across the hills, as refreshing and tender in its touch as a cool hand laid upon a fevered brow. We prisoners were taken across the stream, where were gathered all of that unfortunate class, representing every command in the Southern army, and numbering some 500, inclusive of about a dozen officers. Colonel Corse, commanding the 17th Virginia, in his official report says of this battle: "About 4 P.M. the enemy was reported to be advancing. We moved forward to the top of a hill to a fence and immediately engaged the enemy at a distance of 50 or 60 yards, at the same time being under fire from their batteries on the hills beyond. My regiment, being the extreme right of the line engaging the enemy, came directly opposite the colors of the regiment to which it was opposed, consequently being overlapped by them as far as I could judge by at least 100 yards. Regardless of the great odds against them, the men courageously stood their ground until, overwhelmed by superior numbers, they were forced to retire. I have to state here, General, that we put in the fight but 46 enlisted men and 9 officers. Of this number, 7 officers and 32 men were killed and wounded and 2 taken prisoners. It was here that Captain J. T. Burke and Lieutenant Littleton were killed, 2 the bravest and most valuable officers of my command. Color Corporal Harper fell fighting heroically at his post. These brave men I think deserve particular mention. I received a wound in the foot which prevented me from retiring with our line and was left in the hands of the enemy, but was rescued by General Toombs's brigade, which drove the enemy back beyond the line we had occupied in the morning. In this charge Lieutenant W. W. Athey, of Company C, 17th Virginia, captured the regimental colors of the 103rd New York Regiment, presented to them by the City Council of New York City, which I herewith forward to you. Those who deserve particular mention for their distinguished gallantry were Lieutenant Thomas Perry, Company A, Lieutenant S. S. Turner, Company B, Color Corporals Murphy and Harper, and Lieutenant Athey, of Company C. Lieutenant General Longstreet says of this battle: "The name of every officer, non-commissioned officer, and private who shared in the toils and privations of this campaign should be mentioned. In 1 month these troops had marched over 200 miles upon little more than half rations and fought 9 battles and skirmishes, killed, wounded, and captured nearly as many men as we had in our ranks, besides taking arms and munitions of war in large quantities. General D. H. Hill says in his official report: "It is true that hunger and exhaustion had nearly unfitted these brave men for battle. Our wagons had been sent off across the river on Sunday, and for 3 days the men had been sustaining life on green food. In charging through an apple orchard at the Yankees, with the immediate prospect of death before them, I noticed the men eagerly devouring apples." Further on, General Hill says: "The battle of Sharpsburg was a success so far as the failure of the Yankees to carry the position they assailed was concerned. It would, however, have been a glorious victory but for 3 causes. First, the separation of our forces. Had McLean and Anderson been there earlier in the morning, the battle would not have lasted 2 hours, and would have been signally disastrous to the Yankees. Second, the bad handling of our artillery. This could not cope with the superior weight, caliber, range, and number of the Yankee guns. Hence it ought only to have been used against masses of infantry. On the contrary, our guns were made to reply to the Yankee guns, and were smashed up or withdrawn before they could be effectually turned against massive columns of attack. An artillery duel between the Washington artillery of New Orleans and the Yankee batteries across the Antietam was the most melancholy farce of the war. Third, the enormous straggling. This battle was fought with less than 30,000 men. Had all our stragglers been up, McClellan's army would have been completely crushed or annihilated. Doubtless the want of shoes, the want of food, and physical exhaustion had kept many brave men from being with the army, but thousands had kept away from sheer cowardice. The straggler, lost to all sense of shame, can only be kept in ranks by a strict and sanguinary discipline." McClellan was in one respect at least wiser than Lee. At the beginning of this campaign he issued an order taking sternly repressive measures against straggling. In this order, dated at Rockville, Maryland, September 9, 1862, he says in part: "The safety of the country depends upon what this army shall now achieve. It cannot be successful if its soldiers are one half skulking to the rear, while the brunt of the battle is borne by the other half, and its officers inattentive to lend every energy to the eradication military vice of the straggling." On the day after, he had a proclamation read to every regiment in the army, and it is safe to say he thereby saved himself from utter defeat. It runs: "The straggler must now be taught that he leaves the ranks without authority and skulks at the severest risks, even that of death. Every division shall have a rear guard, behind which no straggler of whatever corps or regiment shall be permitted to remain. The bayonet must be used to enforce these orders. Resistance will be at the risk of death." In a dispatch to President Davis 9 days after, General Lee says: "Our ranks are much diminished, I fear from a third to one half of the original numbers by straggling, which it seems impossible to prevent with our present regimental officers." On September 23rd, in his dispatch to the Secretary of War, General Lee reports: "You will see by the field returns sent to General Cooper the woeful diminution of the present for duty of this army. The absent are scattered broadcast over this land." Enough is shown by these extracts to show that fully one half of the Confederate army were absent. Nearly every barefooted man left the ranks unquestioned, and thousands threw away their shoes and received permission from their officers to fall out. Now these men were not cowards. They each one argued that "my musket won't make any difference in deciding the fight." General Lee's order to the chronic straggler was about as operative as a judge's admonition would be to a hardened criminal. He says in a general order issued September 4, 1862: "Stragglers are usually those who desert their commands in peril. Such characters are better absent from the army on such momentous occasions as those about to be entered upon. They will, by bringing discredit upon our corps as useless members of the service and especially deserving odium, come under the special attention of the provost marshal, and be considered unworthy members of an army which has immortalized itself, and will be brought before a military commission to receive the punishment due to their misconduct. The gallant soldiers who have so nobly sustained our cause by heroism in battle will assist the commanding general in securing success by aiding their officers in checking the desire for straggling among their comrades." Colonel Beach of the 8th Connecticut Infantry, in describing his attack upon our regiment, says: "We advanced over the hill. The enemy lay behind a fence, and it was impossible to see them, and our men were under fire for the first time and could not be held." Colonel Fairchild, who commanded the 9th New York, which captured our position, says: "We charged across the cornfield, and arriving at a fence behind which the enemy were awaiting us, we received their fire, losing large numbers of our men. We charged over the fence, dislodging and driving them from their position down the hill toward the village." End of chapter 31.